19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to day 2.
Welcome to day 2. Good luck and have fun.
Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome to day 2.
Hello and welcome back everybody for day 2 of the first international qualifier for Red Bull Untapped 2020. My name is Niels Fielander. I am your show host for today, the former pro player, whatever, judge right now, community builder, tournament organizer. I had a little taste of everything and I just had to add something to my repertoire. I want to have a taste of every role you can get in our subculture in Magic the Gathering, now working together with a Red Bull. But I'm not alone in this, of course. We have two super talented casters for you. We have Riley Knight and Martin Yuza. Martin Yuza, the resident pro that we have, 24 GP top 8s, a professional career dating back to being a national champion in 2005. And next to him, we have Riley Knight, the charisma cannon, the man that can talk everything together and can make any match sound way more interesting than it is ever supposed to be. Whether it's interjecting with sports or rants about waffles, this guy can talk anything together. We also have people working behind the back. Besides our huge team of admins and analysts, we have Frank Karsten and Toby Henke. Both of these are super familiar with doing features on GPs, on Magic Fest, and even on Pro Tours. With Frank Karsten also having some very big accolades as a Hall of Fame Magic player with some pretty insane pedigree to go with it. Toby Henke, maybe the face is less familiar to you, maybe you haven't heard the name that much, but I can guarantee you, if you're a Magic player, if you have been in touch with any form of coverage, there's a pretty high likelihood that you have read something by his hand. You've definitely seen graphics made by his hand there. He is our man on the deck lists, on the metagame analysis, and just generally ready to give you all the fastest information, the last minute updates and everything. Besides all these, we have, of course, the players. 128 players got into day 2. That's out of a field of nearly 2,700 players. That's an incredible feat as it is already. One of those players is Alfonso Bueno, also known as Cito on the interwebs. And we have Cito here for an interview. Alfonso, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, Cito. So I just wanted to briefly talk to you, like, this is a big field. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people involved here. There's a lot of pros that we're trying to get where you are now. So let's frame a little bit. Who is Cito? Who are you in the world of Magic?
Well, I've been around in this world since 1995, but I stopped playing this game around the year 2000, and I became a judge. I've been an active judge, judging GPs and Pro Tours since then. So basically, I just play this event for fun, just because it was free to play.
Yeah, that's perfect. So we hear it here. Alfonso is one of those players that they don't really expect to make it big in this event. They're just here to have a lot of fun. Like I guess most people, hey, it's a free event. Let's just join. Let's see what all the fuss is about. Alfonso glossed over his status as judge a little bit here. So let me just do it for you. Alfonso is one of the former program coordinators. He was at that very top of making Magic judging what it is today. He's been involved on years and years of development. He was the community manager for Spain and Portugal for a while. He's a GP head judge, and if I'm not mistaken, you head judged some Pro Tours as well.
Yes, I had judged a few Pro Tours and the Worlds 2 years ago.
Okay, so we just heard that we are ready for our first feature match. So Cito, thank you very much for being here, and congratulations on making it this far. I hope you the best of luck for the entire tournament.
Thank you all.
Wait, we just got feedback that we can ask you some more little questions. Since it's open deck lists anyway, which deck are you playing?
I'm playing mono white with all that glitters that makes the creatures big. A super aggressive deck with no rares because I didn't have rares in Arena.
Okay. So, are you playing a companion with that?
Yeah, the fox, the Lurus.
Lurus, yeah, to replay the all that glitters from the graveyard. How did you find the deck, you said?
I was playing mono red in Arena just because during the lockdown I'm bored and I'm playing Arena. And I saw that deck. I talked to a friend, to Javier Mateo, and he told me, yes, I'm playing that deck. This is the deck list I'm playing. I tried it for a couple of days. I made it to Diamond in Arena, and I said, like, well, let's play it today for the Red Bull.
Okay, that's perfect. So it sounds like a deck as well that allows you a lot of break time. So it's super aggressive. It can really put a clock on your opponent, and that recursion that you have with Lurus just keeps returning that pressure over and over again. It's a super solid strategy to go, definitely. Did you have enough time in between the rounds? Because yesterday was a long day, playing 8 rounds. How was that experience for you?
It was fun. My match usually was like 10 or 15 minutes, so I have a lot of time between rounds. So I was in Skype with some friends talking about our decks and our games, and I went to have lunch with my wife and everything.
So and you're from Spain, so your lunch break was somewhere around 3 o'clock, I guess?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. But that's cool to hear that you were like in that Skype call together with some friends. It's something we heard in a bunch of other interviews as well, like people just making these little cubicles of clusters, actually, of players that are just talking and socializing in between the rounds, making this even better than it already is. But now we do have the final confirmation, Cito, so I am going to say goodbye to you. You should have your pairings ready, so good luck in your match, and I hope to see you again for an interview in, let's say, 8 hours when you're finally done playing.
That will be great.
All right.
But I'm happy with the results so far. So thank you, everybody, for organizing this.
All right, Cito, goodbye, good luck. And that was Cito, one of the pretty much highest pedigree judges you can find. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find 10 names in the history of Magic judging that have achieved, have contributed as much as Alfonso did. In the meantime, our feature match is ready, so let's cut to Martin and Riley and see what they have to say.
Hello everyone and welcome to live coverage of the Red Bull Untapped first international qualifier for the 2020 season. We are well into day 2 now. Round number 9 beginning. Riley Knight joined by the Czech Hall of Famer Martin User. And Martin, we're kicking things off right at the top once again with Javier Dominguez.
And we're back with your favorite deck of the format. Everybody playing Jessica Luca.
You love to see it. Jessica Luca has been meaningfully challenged this weekend by a resurgence in aggro decks, but this didn't stop one of the best players in the world, Javier Dominguez, the Spanish superstar, taking it home here on day number 2. James Sakana, his opponent Mauro Labate, I think is the name that I've been given for the pairings is Mauro Labate. With a screen name like James Sakana, that's a high level misdirect there.
yeah, for sure. And we saw Javier yesterday, and he was playing really well. So not surprised to see him doing well in day 2.
Mm-hmm. Martin, I'm interested to get your take on the state of the format after what we've seen over yesterday and as we head into this morning. But I think it's important we bring our viewers up to speed with the format that we're playing today, because it's a little different to Swiss. We are playing 128-person single elimination Magic. You lose, you're out. It's as simple as that. And it was a clean cut to 128 at 6-1-1, which means, I should say, for us now, that we can just halve the field every round for the next 7 rounds, and we'll have a champion emerge.
Yesterday, I was quite surprised at how much aggro there was in the tournament and how well was aggro doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think after the 7th round, we had like around 7 of the 9 decks or something where Borocycling Mono and just all aggro. And the deck that was doing the best with the best win percentage though was just Luka. It's everybody's been saying that it's been the best deck in standards for quite a while, and I guess this just proves that people are right. It's a pretty big tournament we're playing. We had like around 2,600 players at the start of yesterday, so the sample size is pretty big. And Jessica Luka had about 7%, more than 7% better win rate than the second best, most successful deck. So that's a pretty big difference.
The deck certainly does have a big target painted on its head, I guess, but it has so far managed to stay pretty keep its head well and truly afloat. Like, this is not a deck that seems to be easily hated out. It's not a deck that has obvious or clear weaknesses, and for that reason, I think people are very well justified in wanting to keep on playing it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, if you want to beat aggro in standard, pretty much every deck has the tools to do it. You can just play a lot of cheap removal. You can play cards like Shock, Bone Crusher Giant, Deafening Clarion, all the sweepers. There just is a lot of stuff that does. It is going to raise your win rate against an aggressive deck for pretty much anything. If you want to be just Luka, that's a lot different. Like, the deck is just full of, really, really powerful value cards, like all these Planeswalkers, Narset, the Fairy, Luka turning any token into Agent of Treachery. You have Yorion waiting to be cast anytime you reach 5 mana, ready to bling all these omens to draw even more cards, ready to bling all these Planeswalkers. You can just play a control game with Chat at the Sky. End of turn, if you have untapped mana, you can cycle Shark Typhoon to make a big token, start attacking, pressure your opponent's Planeswalkers. Basically, it's just a deck that looks like, okay, you're playing this really cool combo of Luka and tokens, and you're turning tokens into agents on turn 5, which normally would seem a little bit clunky. Maybe that's kind of like, okay, it looks more like a casual deck than like a tier 1 standard deck, right? But when you look at the rest of the deck, it's just this really, really powerful Jeskai control deck with pretty much the best cards in the format.
Yeah, it's one of those lists that, you take out I don't want to call it the combo finish, but I think everyone understands what I mean by this. You take out the quote-unquote combo finish, and you're still left with a deck that is very powerful. We see Shark Typhoon cycled for 1, and then Luka going to exile the Shark in order to get an agent. So that Shark cycling was just to enable the Luka, and it's fine. It doesn't come at too much of a cost. You draw a card off the cycling, and left with, actually, look at this, the perfect mana now to cast Luka, go downstairs, Agent of Treachery comes in, and I love this. Go after the lands. It's so often how these games are determined is by who has access to more mana, and I really like Javier. I mean, there are some tempting targets. There's the ECD, there are those Planeswalkers, maybe even that Shark, but I think putting your opponent, who is really under the gun when it comes to mana right now, pressuring them further with that, I like it. We'll see.
This is pretty much the story of the mirror match, by the way. Every turn you have a decision like that, and you don't see Javier roping very often. Like, he's a very fast player that, he practices a lot, so he makes all his decisions really quickly because he's made those decisions so many times in the past. But here he's been thinking really, really hard about this. Like, what do I steal? Do I take one of your lands? Do I take your red source so you're going to have it harder to cast a Luca next turn? Do I steal your token so that you don't have anything to turn into an agent? Do I steal one of the planeswalkers? There is an ECD ticking up, so that's going to return maybe at the ferry later on. So this is pretty much the mirror in a nutshell. Like, every turn you have so many decisions, and they're so hard. If you make one of them wrong, that can just be the difference between winning or losing the entire game.
So we see a second ECD now, getting rid of that agent of treachery. Now there is an option to put another one into the battlefield with the Castle Ardenvale. You can then exile the Castle Ardenvale token to the Luca, and go and get another agent that way.
Yeah, the castles in the deck are really, really powerful. The white one is basically giving you free tokens. It's something that you don't have to invest additional cards into. It just sits in play. Every time you want to tap 5 mana, you're gonna get a token. The blue one works really well with Fires of Invention. Fires of Invention lets you cast spells for free as long as you have the number of lands that would be needed to cast it. And you can just use the blue castle at the end of turn or in your upkeep to find more gas and put good cards on the top of your deck so that you're not drawing any more lands.
So ECD Prox brings back Teferi here with presumably an extra loyalty counter. There it is on 5 now.
This was an interesting turn. Javier had the option of... Wait, I think Javier might have already used all of his agents.
That's what I was thinking too, because otherwise there's no reason not to make it, because you're not doing anything else with your turn. Maybe Javier's already burnt through all 4, or maybe only playing 3 and burnt through all 3.
Yeah, we don't have a way to click. Okay, then he just looked at the graveyard. There's no agent in the graveyard, I believe, but there is an exile zone, and we're just watching the stream of the game, so we don't have an option to look through his graveyard. But I believe that might have indicated that he already went through all of the available agents. He also had the option to cast Yorion, but he would be only blinking an Omen and Narset, really.
Hardcast agent from the opponent here. I'm going to take control of that Luca, and that is bad news. I'm looking at
Javier's list. He's only playing 3 Agent of Treachery, so okay. Yeah, that might easily be the case of Javier already running through all the agents in his deck. By the way, this is one of the situations we saw yesterday. If you're gonna turn something into another creature with Luca, if you exile one of your creatures to find another creature in your library, off the top of your library, it has to be something with a higher casting cost.
Yeah.
So if you're going to exile your own agent, you're not going to find anything unless you're playing some kind of Emrakul or some kind of cool creature in your deck. It's not going to turn into anything else.
Impervious
so that's something you definitely have to keep in mind when you're playing this deck, when you're learning this deck. It's the kind of thing that you have to do once so that you remember it for the rest of the time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we had one game end prematurely yesterday, actually, because of that very interaction, Martin. Here's Luca again. Now, this is a pretty bad draw if there's no more agents, or a pretty bad card to be playing, sorry. And if it goes upstairs, no, downstairs. Okay, I'm very confused. I don't know what Dominguez was up to last turn. Maybe not wanting to play his own agent into an opposing agent.
Yeah, maybe there just wasn't anything he really wanted to steal, or it just didn't really make sense to do that. He still has access to Yorion. Maybe he's waiting for like a better turn where he's just gonna get like all the value, like steal all the things with Yorion, blinking the agent. Right. Maybe he's waiting for like a Fires of Invention. This was a really strong turn. He got the ferry back. Yeah, maybe he was waiting for his like ECD to pop off. He got it the ferry back. Teferi bounced the agent back to his hand, so now he's going to be able to steal even more stuff.
I mean, Dominguez is one of the greatest players on earth, and if I don't understand at play he's making, I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that it's probably on such a high level that an idiot like me isn't going to be able to comprehend it readily. So I'm sure he's got a plan that he's trying to pull together here. We see Narset go down to this agent here.
I'm looking at Javier's list. He's only playing 3 Shadow this guy. I wonder if you asked him, like, hey, would you like to change your deck? Knowing, the metagame, would you like to play 4? I think he would tell you yes. There's so much aggro that I would probably like the 4th copy. He's playing 1 Glass Casket in the main deck. He's playing 2 Ether Gusts. Interesting.
Wow. Yeah. That'd be interesting though if you could adjust some cards in your deck like from day 1 to day 2. Like have you played Legends of Runeterra?
No.
So in the draft format between games, you get the opportunity to switch up. Well, you switch 1 card out of up to 3, right? So they give you 3 cards, and you can switch out cards for those 3 new cards. And like it'd be interesting. I don't think it obviously I'm not advocating this. I'm just it would be an interesting thing in Magic to say like, all right, everyone, it's the beginning of day 2. Remember to update your deck lists with the 5 new cards that you're bringing in and taking out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
You can't change decks, but you can be like, well, I want an extra Shatter. I'm going to take out these main deck Ether Gusts because they were just way off, or that's something like that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously, the way this works in Magic, once you lock in your deck list, that's it for the rest of the tournament. You have to use the same. We used to say 75 cards, but it's mostly 95 cards.
95, yep.
But that's pretty much it. One of the coolest stories from yesterday. After the Red Bull tournament, there was this mythic qualifier on Magic Arena.
Yeah.
And one of the coolest stories that I seen on Twitter was that somebody registered what Riley was suggesting. Somebody registered a Mono Red aggro deck with Yorion as their companion. They didn't even bother playing like blue-red dual lands or anything.
Nope.
The Yorion was just uncastable, but it was just an 80-card deck with Yorion as the companion, just to give the opponent the wrong idea when you're about to keep your hands.
Catch them with their pants down. Well, I guarantee there will have been some opponents who against Yorion, looked at an opening hand of 5 lands and like 2 planeswalkers and were like, yep, here we go, baby. And then they got done by a turn 1 10 Street Dodger. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty great. I'm not sure if it's actually something you want to bring into a tournament, especially because in tournaments you usually have open deck lists. But that's definitely something fun to bring on ladder and just throw your opponents off guard.
So you're saying that trying to trick someone by misbuilding a deck like that in an open deck list tournament is not a good idea?
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
In open deck list, it's probably not going to work. Yeah,
I don't believe it. It sounds like it'll be fine. Who checks these things anyway? Who actually looks at the opposing deck list when they've got access to it?
Yeah, maybe somebody's going to stop reading once they see companion, because that's always the first line, right? It's name, companion, Yorion, and then you just stop reading.
All right, I don't need any more information. That's all the information I need. Thank you. I won't continue reading. Designated Agent of Treachery hard cast here for the opponent.
Yeah, it looks like Mauro is just stealing his lens back. He's just like, all right, I want my stuff back. How about I just take these
Give me this, please. Yeah.
So whenever I played the decks like Band in the past, or just decks with Agent of Treachery, stealing lands was usually not a very good idea, because then somebody would play something like, Nissa or some of the high value planeswalkers, and stealing lands was always just like, okay, I'm going to take one of your lands, but you're still going to have, 11 other lands. So it doesn't really matter that much. I wonder if this mirror is similar to that, and you have to hold agents for the higher value cards. If you steal Teferi, for example, with Agent of Treachery, that's a really, really good target, because you can use the Teferi right away if it has enough loyalty counters to bounce the agent into your hand, and then you can play it again. You can steal one more permanent. Whereas if you just steal lands, that might be good on turn 4 or turn 5 if you play Luca into a token. That might be good on turn 5, where you steal your opponent's 4th land when you won the play, to try to make sure that they can't cast any more 4 or 5 mana spells. But these decks are playing so many lands that I think that just very rarely actually works out. Yeah, we might see Javier do exactly this kind of play. He has Teferi at 4. He's playing Agent of Treachery. He's using the Shark token that he made at the end of turn to kill Luca, because it has flying, so Agent of Treachery can block it. So that was definitely a nice play for Javier. Now he has the option to use Teferi bounce one of the agents into his hand. He just needs to make sure that if he stole one of the agents from his opponent, he just needs to make sure he's bouncing the right one, because you really don't want to bounce your opponent's agent back to their hand.
And you can see here he was just double checking which one was which.
Yeah.
And of course, difficult to tell, you know, when you're playing unsleeved on Arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Speaking of which, Martin, mate, no one else is listening to this conversation, right? No one else can hear us.
Yeah, no one else.
I've figured something out. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, tell me.
You know, Yorion, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The companion, you've heard of it? You've heard of Yorion, right?
Yeah, so I've seen it.
Yorion, right, is one of 10 companions, you know?
Yeah.
Right? But Yorion is by far the most played. Everyone will agree that, apart from in older formats, in standard at least, right, Yorion has had the biggest impact, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, there's something that a very wise man once told me, and it's follow the money. Who benefits, right? Yorion, the most played companion in standard. Why, Martin? Why? Who benefits from this? You think Watsy, right? No, false, wrong. Do you know who benefits from Yorion being the most played companion in standard?
You mean like companies that make sleeves for Magic?
Sleeve companies. The sleeve companies, mate. Look at this. Down comes Yorion. This is a massive Yorion turn.
This is an insane
3 agents. Oh my goodness. Opponent's going to draw 9 cards a turn after having stolen that just about that many cards off of Javier here. Away goes probably this 9/9 shark. Yep. The 2/3 agent and Teferi. Give me that back.
So now Mauro can use Teferi to bounce his own Yorion into his hand.
And
so
do
the
it all
next
over
turn.
again. Yeah. No, there's not even going to be a next turn. That was a bananas. Yep. Draw 9 at the end of the turn. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that's enough of that. So Dominguez hits the sideboard and we'll see him adjust his deck. But look at this. This is 95 cards. And Martin, there are so many sleeve companies. Oh, and Martin's just trying to talk over me. He's in the pockets of big sleeves as well. He's in the pockets of big sleeve. He's been taken. Mate, the truth will come out.
Let me just say something really quickly here. There's a really interesting decision when you sideboard in these mirrors. Birth of Meletis and Omen of the Sun, those are historically not the greatest cards in the mirror because, you know, just something that makes a token, like that might be good against like an aggro deck where you can actually trade it for a creature if you want to. Here in the mirror, you need all the planeswalkers, you need all the high value cards, Elspeth Conquers Death and stuff like that. But I actually kind of like Omen of the Sun in the mirror because it can pressure the planeswalkers. All the time you just see like Narset at 1 sitting in play, preventing the other player from being able to draw off of their Teferi or from drawing extra cards from if they have to cycle a Sharknado on their own turn or something. And Omen of the Sun just makes 2 1/1s, and those 1/1s can pressure the planeswalkers. They can pressure Teferi, they can pressure Narset, they can pressure Luca. You can play it at the end of turn. So I actually kind of like the white Omen in the mirror. Obviously, Birth of Meletis, the offer wall does nothing, but you do get the extra land out of the enchantment, which makes you which helps you make your land drops, which is one of the most important thing in a control mirror. But I don't know, the offer wall from my experience, the one token that the Birth of Meletis makes just always ends up being bounced by Teferi.
Yeah.
And Omen makes 2, so that is a lot harder to answer with Teferi, and it can pressure your opponent's planeswalkers. So that is definitely something to consider when you're sideboarding in the mirror.
I'm going to tap out on turn 3 for Teferi here with Dovin's Veto and Mystical Dispute in hand, not to mention that Shark Typhoon. And let's see if this is Mauro Labate wants to. Nope. Okay, just going to cycle the Shark Typhoon end step here.
This is the great power of Shark Typhoon. It's not always just like an end game card where you cycle it on turn 8 or 15 to make a 10/10 token or something. No, if you're looking for lands, sometimes you're missing land drops and you just cycle it for 1. You're just making 1/1, but now Javier made the 4th land drop that he wouldn't have made if he didn't cycle his Shark token. So good on him for recognizing that this matchup is about playing lands, and I need to make sure that I get my land into play. This is one of the situations. There's the Omen, and that's going to be able to kill Teferi now. If there was Birth of Meletis, the Teferi would have been able to bounce the 0/4 wall, and it would have stayed in play.
Could have gone upstairs with the Teferi to ensure it survived here, but instead going down, getting rid of one of the tokens. And I wonder if there's a plan to deal with that second one here.
You could have not attacked with the shark token first. I think the right way to do it is play Teferi first. Then if your opponent responds with Omen, you bounce one of the tokens, you block the other one. But maybe Javier was like expecting his opponent to possibly cycle a shark token of their own to block the token, so that he can afterwards play Teferi, bounce it or something.
All right. Token-based aggro here from the opponent as we get 3 damage coming across, knocking Dominguez down to 15. Who scries with Omen, still hitting those land drops, no worries there. Can fire off a Luca with Mystical Dispute back up and is going to do it here, Martin.
Yeah, we saw Javier put a Castle Ardenvale on the bottom with his scry with the Omen. That is something that's that's great in like an Azorius control mirror, where there's nothing that either of those players can really play outside of the Dream Trawler that would be like super hard to deal with, or something that's gonna like completely change what's going on in play, and something that would drastically change the game. So making 1/1 tokens end of turn, that is something that can be countered. That is actually something that's really valuable in the mirror here. If you look at these turns, everything can change in 5 seconds. Somebody's gonna play Fires of Invention into something, Yorion, blink my agent, steal 3 of your things, bounce it back to my hand with the fairy, play it again. It's just like a 1/1 token is just not gonna do it.
And Dominguez was so heavily punished there as well. Tapped out for his own Luca, which received a Dovin's veto, and then now tapped down to just 1 mana, so couldn't cast a veto of his own. A Luca resolves on the other side of the battlefield. So just maximum punishment here for Dominguez. You really do hate to see it. And now in the unenviable position of having to deal probably with the Luca first. No, going to go after the Agent of Treachery. That just means there's going to be another agent next turn.
It also basically came down to Javier not having a Teferi, right? Because if he still had that Teferi in play, then he would have been able to resolve his Luca without that running into Dovin's veto. So that goes back to the 4th turn, where Javier attacked first with the token and then ended up being punished by the Omen of the Sun.
All right, we spin the Luca wheel this time and end up with a Dream Trawler.
Yeah, and this is something that you have to keep in mind when you're building this deck. And I've seen players put cards like Legion War Boss in their sideboard. Multiple copies of Legion War Boss, because that is a card that has historically been good in these kind of mirrors with the cheap planeswalkers. If somebody plays Teferi, bounces like an Omen back to their hand. The other person plays Legion War Boss, immediately makes a 1/1 haste token that kills the Teferi. So that kind of card is good in these kind of planeswalker mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you're playing Luca, you have to understand that sometimes you're gonna turn your token into a Legion War Boss and not into Agent of Treachery. Like when you need to steal, your opponent's planeswalker, when you need to steal something really, really badly, and it's part of your game plan. You're literally just going to be spinning the wheel, hoping that you hit Agent instead of Dream Trawler or Legion War Boss. So that is definitely something to keep in mind when you're building this deck or when you're sideboarding, because Luca doesn't let you choose. You are just going to get whatever is closest to the top of your deck.
And I think one of the ways we've seen the deck, exploit the success that it's had as Dominguez goes down here, can't beat the double Dream Trawler. Is the fact that in a lot of ways, we have been able to choose what we get with Luca. That's been the trick of this deck, right? Is that you say, you can't choose what you're going to get with Luca, it's up to luck. But when you're only playing that one creature in the thing, you can basically make your own luck. And that's one of the reasons that we've turned what is, probably designed to be a sort of a sillier, a more fun, more chaotic based ability on the Luca there, turned into actually a constructed staple. Just because of the way, I guess, you can manipulate fate in that way.
Yeah, I mean the deck is great. These mirrors are really hard. We saw 2 games that took quite a while. There was a lot of decisions, and it looks like we're ready to switch into something a little bit different, a white aggro deck.
Yes, indeed. Look at this. So this is Sivant here, an Irish streamer named Scott, who is playing Is this like I guess, mono white aggro? We've kind of seen lists like this, actually. I think one did really well unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure that one did well in the Magic Fest Online. I remember seeing it in the hands of a mythic player called Beef, Beef5163, who played this mono white aggro kind of life gainy type deck. It's got Healer's Hawk, Hushbringer, Alseid there, and then things like All That Glitters and Glaring Aegis, as well as Karamesh's Blessing. Unfortunately, however, it looks like our stream is a little choppy there, so we might get the chance to come back to Sivantia in that match a little bit later on, but while we work out issues on the back end there, we're going to jump over to a different table here, get things ready, and jump into, I think it is, let me have a look here, it is Alfonso Bueno versus Mattia Di Piano. And we do apologize for those of you who are wanting to see Sivantia there, but a little choppy old stream there. So instead, it's the same deck.
Wait, is this the same game?
No, it's a different player here, a different player, but playing this, I guess, mono white aggro. I'm not sure. Like both players are on very, very similar looking lists here. And what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this list?
I just want to say that I recognize Alfonso's name from Magic tournaments, whether it's Grand Prix or Pro Tours or just the highest level Magic tournaments, even Worlds. He's often one of the head judges. So yeah, nice to see him do well in a tournament like this. I guess if you're judging, all the rules, like all the card interaction.
Oh, it is Alfonso Bueno. Oh, mate, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I didn't make that connection.
Yeah, I think there was an interview before we started casting the first match. I believe Niels had an interview with Alfonso. We usually need to have that stuff muted so it doesn't go. There's no echo and stuff. But I believe there was an interview earlier. If you guys want to go check that out.
Yeah, well, he'd be a familiar face to many people who played in the highest level. He's Spanish, right?
I believe. Yeah.
I think he's a Spanish judge. Yeah. And a great bloke as well. Oh, I'm pleased to see him doing so well. That's fantastic. That's really good to see.
And just another aggro deck doing well. Like, look at this white aggro. Like, you would not expect a deck like that to be fighting against all these Luca decks that are stealing everything on turn 5 and they have all the value. But one of the ways to fight against those decks is by not giving them any targets for Elspeth Conqueror's Death, because that's one of the key cards of the deck. That's how they get all the value, by blinking it with Yorion, then bringing something back from the graveyard. But if you're just using Elspeth Conqueror's Death as a 5-mana enchantment that stays in play for 3 turns, and then it brings back like a Teferi that died, that's not a very good use of the card. That just takes way too long. And if you're playing a deck like White Weenie, if you're playing a deck like Boros Cycling, those decks don't really have any targets for Elspeth Conqueror's Death. So that's one of the ways you can try to beat up on the Luca decks, and then it just comes down to whether they find a shot of the sky by turn 4 or not, and you can just overrun them too quickly. And as you see, there's a lot of players that are only running 3 copies of Shatter in the 80 card main decks, so they don't always have it.
No, that is something that has kind of surprised me. I would have thought that savvy players would have picked up on the general trend we've seen towards aggro and respond accordingly, but it doesn't seem like that's the case.
And this game is not looking quite great for the White Weenie deck. You have all the protection spells, but you need a creature.
Yeah.
And even if you find one, there's Teferi in play, which is going to stop you from being able to play all the protection spells. So this game is pretty much over. It looks like the players are pretty much just going through the motions. And yeah, that cycle shark token is gonna pretty much seal the deal here.
And that may look confusing to maybe newer players who come in and say, well, they're on 23 live, the other player's on 14. Like, surely it's not as over that, but at this point, when you're that far behind as an aggro deck, there's no sequence of draws that is actually going to bring. Even if you draw a creature next turn, they'll just kill it. And if you draw a creature and have a protection spell for it, they'll just use another card to kill it later on. And in the meantime, they're generating a value. They're going to actually pressure rate your life. Pressure rate? They're going to pressure rate your life total. They're going to pressure your life total with sharks and whatever other finishes they have. And that game, just saving us some time, basically, by packing out ahead of time. All right, let's see if we've got any other matches lined up here. we can head over to Giordano Piacentini, who is playing Severio Quinto, and we're getting that lined up here, and it'll be interesting to see which decks are being played here as we get an overall snapshot of this this day 2 field. And oh, hello, look at this
Space Cowboy.
Some people call him the Space Cowboy, but on other social media platforms, he's known as the Gangster of Love, and is playing here Teamer Adventures. You do, Martin. You do love to see it.
You do love to see it. I think Teamer Adventures is also one of the decks that can challenge the Jeske Luka decks, because exactly what we just talked about. They have the cards. They're main engines of the deck. They have Lucky Clover and Edgewall Innkeeper, and those two cards cannot be exiled with Elspeth Conquered Death. They're really hard to deal with for the Jeske Luka deck, because even if you have something like the Fairy, you're just bouncing a 1 or 2 mana cards. They just replay it next turn. You don't really have a lot of counters in your main deck outside of something like Mystica Dispute maybe, but 1 or 2 mana cards can usually be easily played around that. We have actually seen the Teamer Adventure deck just take down the seasonal finals of the Magic Fest Online last week, where Jason Florent just recognized that this deck could be pretty well positioned. I'm gonna give it a try, and he ended up winning the entire tournament. So this is definitely
after going 5-0 in a last chance qualifier as well. By the way, I thought that was an interesting bit of trivia.
Yeah. So if you're looking for something to challenge the Luka decks with, this is definitely one of the good choices. And looks like we're playing against another Teamer deck here, and this is the Teamer Flash deck. This is the Teamer Flash deck that players like streamers like Crokies and Danny T have been playing, and they've been having a lot of success with the deck. There's a lot of counter spells. There's a lot of cards like Frilled Mystic. Basically, the idea of the deck is you play everything at instant speed. You just never really tap out on your own turn, and you have all these instant speed creatures like Brazen Borrower. Nightpack Ambush is really good against aggro because the 4/4 body comes into play at instant speed. You can ambush a creature, but you can also play it against these control decks where your ambusher at the end of turn can attack a Planeswalker, then you untap, you hold up mana for a Frilled Mystic so you can counter their next removal spell or something. And same thing with Brazen Borrower against all these decks like Jeske Luka that are trying to make tokens and turn them into agent. You just bounce the tokens with Brazen Borrower, and then you just play it as a 3/1. You start attacking their Planeswalker and hold up Frilled Mystic. So this is definitely also one of the decks that if you're looking at beating Jeske Luka, doing it with counter spells at everything that you can play at instant speed, that is definitely one of the ways to do it.
And we see now the late stage of the Teamer Adventure deck as it pushes further and further into the end of the game with, again, these they don't look like much, right? 1 mana 1/1s, 3 mana 4/3s, but they just generate just so much value. It's unbelievable. They're just able to, have a look at this. The opponent basically has 10 cards, 12 cards in hand, just because of how many cards are in the exile zone.
I think it's even more than that, and as good as Brazen Borrower is against
tokens
and attacking Planeswalkers when your opponent only really has one thing in play, it's not a good card against Lucky Clover or Edgewall Innkeeper, exactly because we just said the Fairy bouncing one of these two cards doesn't really do it. They just play it next turn, so you can use your Brazen Borrower to bounce an Innkeeper here. The opponent has 12 lands in play. They're just gonna play it for 1 mana again, and they're just gonna play the rest of their hand. So that's not really gonna do anything. And Frilled Mystic is great when your opponent's trying to play cards that are like 1/1 Magic, when they're resolving 5 mana Planeswalkers and these expensive cards. Then your Frilled Mystic really shines. But if your opponent has 2 Edgewall Innkeepers in play, and every time they cast a creature with Adventure, they're drawing 2 more cards, the Frilled Mystic isn't really going to do a whole lot because you're not really going to win the 1/1 battle here.
So a weird attack there, those 2 1/1s coming in. Hero takes 1, but he takes 0 after a Brazen Borrower bounces. And thereby kills one of the tokens. 3 copies of Nightpack Ambusher, so the Wolves could be let out to hunt here.
Both players are really, really low. So this is actually an interesting game. I think there are 7 cards in Space Cowboy's hand.
Yeah.
And
12
5 cards,
altogether.
5 creatures on an adventure. And given that Space Cowboy decided to pass with a bunch of untapped mana, you can be pretty sure that there are going to be some instant speed tricks during our hero's turn.
Yes, and Brazen Borrower is, and this, we're talking about how bad Field Mystic can be in a matchup like this. It's terrible against Lucky Clover. It's awful because you're countering half of their spell.
Yeah, and Space Cowboy is basically using Tyr's strategy against them by doing the same thing to them. Yeah, I'm gonna, you want to play spells at instant speed? I can do the same thing. We're in your turn. I'm gonna play Brazen Borrower for the petty theft side. I'm gonna bounce your things, and I'm holding up counter spells. There's a negate, and it is Baneful Stroke in my hand. So let's fight over spells in your turn now. And if you tap out, yeah, I'm gonna resolve something like a Granted Side of Fey of Wishes to try to get Fling or something to finish the game with. Maybe an Expansion Explosion, maybe another copy of Escape to the Wilds, and I'm just gonna get even further in the game and possibly try to just deal the last 7 points of damage on my own turn.
So Frilled Mystic number 2 takes out the Disdainful Stroke, and oh no, hang on. Is there any way to tell which petty theft is targeting what?
I have no. Yeah, I always struggle with the same thing. I think there probably is a way, but I also struggle with the same thing at every time.
So Brazen Borrower remains unbounced, and we'll put Space Cowboy down to 2. And now, with 3 mana available, there is another Brazen Borrower that can come down for our hero. And let's see here. Giordano is close to tapped out, and it's now up to the opponent, Severio Quinto, the Space Cowboy. Or maybe it's the Space Cowboy.
Oh wow, Fey of Wishes.
And Fey of Wishes, okay.
So we get 2 cards from the sideboard. One of them could very easily be the Expansion Explosion. Yeah, there's the Fling.
Yeah, there's the Fling, yep. So now, is there enough mana to go Beanstalk
1,
Giant
2,
Fling?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see at least 8. 3, 4, 5.
Oh, you don't
6,
even
8.
need. No, you don't even need. Now you don't even need the Beanstalk Giant with the Expansion Explosion as well.
Yeah, you can play Fling, sacrificing a Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah. And unlike a lot of other spells, a bounce spell in response to Fling doesn't do anything because you sacrifice the creature as a part of paying the cost. So your opponent can't respond to that and bounce the creature by getting rid of it. So Fling equals 4, and now an Expansion Explosion to copy it.
While holding a negate to make sure that it resolves through any kind of counter magic. One interesting card that I see in the opponent's hand is Mystic Repeal. That's something you get from Fey of Wishes. But why would you get a Mystic Repeal in this matchup? What is there in Temur Flesh? Oh, they are playing Reclamation. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
We'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at it now. Yeah, look, you can see one copy of Wilderness Reclamation was boarded out, but there are 3 copies that remain. So, and also a Shark Typhoon, a hard cast Shark Typhoon. I mean, in case it's probably unlikely, but if that ever takes place, then that's another reason to have it.
Yeah. So basically, this is like a hybrid between Temur Reclamation and Temur Flash. It's not one or the other. It's a little bit of both. You still have the Expansion Explosion plus Wilderness Reclamation combo. I've been calling the card Temur Reclamation every time I see it. It's just the name just always is the first thing that I can think of. It is basically a hybrid between those 2 decks. Just you have the best of those 2 worlds. You still have the combo against the slow decks. And you have the cards like Frilled Mystic and Nightpack Ambusher against pretty much everything.
All right, decent looking hand here. Got the Uro in turn 3. Of course, you don't often have too much to do before turn 3 because of the Karuga. Sometimes you'll have an adventure or something to play, but a lot of the time the action starts on turn 3, which says a lot about the state of the format. It's a slower format than necessarily where Karuga can do its best work. And Uro finds a land to put into play here.
And the opponent with the turn 2 Lucky Clover, that's the dream start you want to have. Obviously, the actual best possible draw is turn 1 Innkeeper, turn 2 Clover, which are the two main value engines of the entire deck. But yeah, once you have Clover in play against a deck like this that doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to deal with it, once it's in play, obviously it can be countered. Like if it got played right now, Frilled Mystic could take care of it. But played on turn 2, there's not a whole lot of stuff in the format that you can use to counter it. Maybe like a Quench or something, but we know that that's not in any of the players' decks. So yeah, Lucky Clover in play is probably going to be all the sweet extra value. Wow, and a pass there. Or is that during combat? No, I believe we're at the end of turn.
End step. Yep, end step. 4 mana.
Okay, so
nothing.
You can be pretty sure that something is up. If the opponent decides to not cast, a Lovestruck Beast or something else from their hand, they're either waiting for a turn where they want to double spell so that you're not playing straight into Frilled Mystic, or they're gonna try to cast something like a Brazen Borrower at the end of turn to try to play to try to bait the counters.
I wonder if the lack of red mana is hurting the opponent here in some way.
Possibly.
Another green source here. Interesting. The other thing to remember about the Team Adventure deck is that it doesn't sideboard very much. Its sideboard is as a wish board deck, it actually doesn't have the luxury of changing around the composition of its main deck too much. And so for that reason, you're not going to sit there being like, oh, well, it's game 2, so now they've got a handful of counter magic. It doesn't. The main deck changes by what, 3 cards, 4 at the most, I would say. Yeah,
pretty much. Sometimes you bring in some of the one-offs, and maybe your both are at like one or 2 Fey Wishes in some matchups, but most of the time you don't really sideboard much. Yeah, it's just like a well-oiled machine where everything just works together with the other cards, and they just work together really well. So there is not a whole lot you can change during sideboarding.
All right, a couple of Brazen Borrowers firing off against each other here.
Okay, so the Shark token got bounced. That is really important. So there was a Brazen Borrower. We did.
You sniffed it out, Martin. You sniffed it out, mate.
And now it's a Brazen Borrower against 4/1/1 tokens, just racing each other.
And Wilderness Reclamation is going to be pretty good here. Still got that Shark Typhoon, still got that Frilled Mystic, and so I would say that Disdainful Stroke. There you go. So we were saying how the deck doesn't sideboard much and how you don't worry about sitting there with them having a handful of counter magic, but yeah, it turns out I was wrong, Martin, and you do. But no, listen, you mentioned the fact that they do bring in some cards from the board so they can draw them without having to cast Granted, and Disdainful Stroke is one of those cards. It's very good in this matchup, and you draw it. It saves you the need to go and search it up with your Granted, and it's done really good work here in managing the board.
Yeah, that was important. Although we see that Reclamation wouldn't be as powerful here as it normally is, because we don't have the Expansion Explosion yet, but it still gives you a lot of free mana. It means that you can do stuff on your main phase, then you untap your lands to hold up that Frilled Mystic or cycle that Shark Typhoon. It is still a really powerful card, even when you don't have the Expansion Explosion in your hand or something like a Castle Ventress in play to be able to scry with all that extra mana.
9-pack Ambusher off the top, and this is what again, another one of the reasons that the old Wilderness Reclamation is so powerful, because even after doing stuff in your main phase, you flash in a 4/4, start making wolves later on. So
I like how much information you can extract out of the companions. Like when you play against Garuga, you pretty much know that your opponent's not going to have a Mystical Dispute, for example. There is a lot of situation where I'm thinking.
No. Whoa. Plenty of Karuga decks play Mystical Dispute. Plenty of them.
Wait,
like they don't have like Ether Gust and Growth Spirals, but there are plenty of Karuga decks.
Oh no, yeah.
Play Mystical Dispute.
Yeah. Sorry. That's a different one. I was thinking of Karuga, of not Karuga, of Garuda, not Garuga. With Garuda, that's the even costed one, so you can be sure they don't have Mystical Dispute. But yeah, with Karuga, you can be sure they don't have cards like Ether Gust or Quench or you know this kind of stuff. That yeah, just the deck building restrictions. If you actually look at the right card, not like me, they're gonna tell you they're gonna tell you quite a lot about your opponent's deck. And I like how the cards like Brazen Borrower and Bone Crusher Giant, they like basically kind of go around the deck building restriction because you know you're technically sort of not supposed to have any 2-drops in your deck, anything you would be able to play for 2. But Brazen Borrower and Bone Crusher Giant, they both have the adventure side, or you can use it exactly for the 2 mana.
Still no red mana here for Space Cowboy. Maybe can find it with Adventurous Impulse. Yes, indeed. There is a Stomping Ground. I wonder if that's going to change things here. Maybe open up an Escape to the Wild, something like that. A's 2 down to 7. A perilously low life total when your opponent's got a Brazen Borrower. Here's a Shark as well, so this is almost lethal here. It's going to force a chump block with one of those human tokens.
I believe that is actually going. Oh wait, no, that's a 2/2. Yeah, never mind. I thought we had 4 extra mana to make a 4/4 token. That would have actually been lethal. But this might be a copy Bone Crusher.
Oh yuck! Oh my goodness. Well, that explains the stomp there, doesn't it? That explains that explains the shock. The shock from the Stomping Ground enables the stomp to be copied by the Lucky Clover, and all of a sudden this board looks a lot more manageable.
Yeah, that is a game changer because we were looking at we were actually looking at lethal with the Bone Crusher Giant draw.
Yep.
The 3 damage from Brazen Borrower plus the 2 damage from the freshly made Shark, and the extra 2 from Stomp from the Bone Crusher Giant that just got drawn. So that would have actually been lethal, but Bone Crusher Giant says no, and that deals with the 2 flyers, and that basically completely changes the game now. Uro is another good one though. Uro means that now you have a really good blocker for the Lost Truck Beast. You do have something that's going to give you additional cards and additional life next turn. So now the game is still definitely up for grabs.
Okay, here is Escape to the Wilds.
That is something that you really wanna counter, because 5 new cards, that is a lot of cards, and just trading it 1-for-1 with Frill Mystic is a lot better than letting your opponent reveal 5 and then casting everything twice with Lucky Clover in play. I'm not sure there's an extra card in the hand or not, if Mystic Repeal is the last card, or if there's one more to the side of it. But if Mystic Repeal is the last shown card, then you're working with perfect information, and you can make a good decision here on what to do with the Frilled Mystic.
When we saw we saw out here he'd take an extra 2 points of damage just to cast that Frilled Mystic because they had a mountain on the battlefield. And it paid dividends there by countering the Escape to the Wilds. Karuga now the play. Draws a fresh couple of cards. 3 new cards into the hand now. And Expansion Explosion should be able to end this game quickly. We see Uro getting busy. Going to take Teo up to 9 life.
Expansion Explosion, that's going to be lethal next turn.
Jump block now with a 1/1.
There's double blue available for Brazen Borrower, so that's probably going to get played at the end of turn. Looks like both players actually have Lost Truck Beast.
Yeah, nice defensive option, and again kind of flouts the Karuga restriction as well by giving you an extra turn 1 play.
So now basically Space Cowboy needs to draw another Bone Crusher Giant. He's going to be dealing 3 damage with this Brazen Borrower, I guess unless it dies to Stomp. And then if you draw Bone Crusher Giant, you would be able to copy your own Stomp with Lucky Clover for 4 more damage. Oh wait, no. Actually, we're at 9, so that wouldn't work. So now basically, our hero is just kind of getting out of reach, and there isn't a whole lot to do for Space Cowboy in this kind of situation. Yeah, that Uro changed the game around right after that stomp looked like that might be enough for Space Cowboy to stabilize, but no, that Oro is still one of the most powerful cards in Standard, and if you get to draw one extra card every turn and gain 3 life, that's a pretty solid deal.
It's a great stabilization play, and it's turned this game around for Matteo, who looks to be in a position to win this game. Opponent on 7. Just pushing through those final points of damage is all you need to do, and an expansion explosion is almost certainly going to be enough to take care of that. You've got to respect the one unknown card. If that's a counter spell, then your expansion explosion isn't in a good way, but they can only really have negate at this point.
It's probably going to be an adventure creature, I think, because you could have played your Bone Crusher Giant and you didn't. So that would make sense to be either Brazen Borrower or another Bone Crusher Giant that you would be able to play, for the adventure side at instant speed and copy with Lucky Clover. But we'll see.
All right, here are the blocks.
If that happens, that's the last card in the opponent's hand, and there would be an instant expansion explosion for way more than lethal. So that would be the last spell of the game.
Well, I think what we're going to see here instead is just an attack for 6, put the opponent on 1, and then you can just fire off the Bone Crusher Giant Stomp, and if that gets countered, then you've got the expansion explosion. But this is 2 damage at the dome, and unless there is a negate or something like that in hand, no, it doesn't look like there is, and so that is all she wrote. So well done indeed to Matteo Falconetti, the winner there, who continues on, and unfortunately for Mark Moragrija, he is that's the end of his tournament here, as we are playing single elimination Magic. Right now, Martin, we're going to wrap things up for coverage of round number 9, headed back to the news desk where Niels is standing by for more updates. So let's go back over now to Niels.
Wait a minute, you're all in this cool, awesome plane with a bunch of dinosaurs and scary monsters, and no one invited me? Oh man.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped. Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Hello and welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
4 matches left. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much, Riley and Martin, for all those insights and obviously the cool stories in between. It's always nice to see what you guys have to bring to the table. In the meantime, I'm bringing something to the table for you, specifically the viewer. We're giving away another 10,000 gems in Arena. That is, as far as I know, one of the biggest things still you can get on the game. So to get these and all the free drafts that you can pay with them, you have to check what our moderator is currently saying and spam that command, making sure that chat is nice and full for you. In the meantime, we are going over to Frank Carson to have a look at the difference between the metagame yesterday and today. What has happened? All right, Frank, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, let's get the graphic on our screens as well, so we can have a chat together about what things look like. And I already see some of these bars have drastically changed their length. Let's hope that the players, the viewers also have it. Yes. So, Frank, explain to me, what am I looking at here?
Well, the big 4 decks of the format are still the big 4 now. Jorion Luca, Boros Cycling, Temur Reclamation, and Mono Red Obosh. Okay. But they're in fact all bigger now, as they all increased their metagame share compared to day one.
Yeah. So Frank, can I just ask you a question? You're a guy that knows his way with statistics. What does it really mean that the metagame share has increased?
It means that these decks, well, generally speaking, won more matches yesterday than the average deck, and thereby put more players into day 2 than an average deck.
Yeah, okay.
So good performance.
Yeah, okay, let's continue.
Now, apart from those 4 decks, it's of course not all there is to Standard. 22 different archetypes, in fact, made day 2, all in the others, just not in very large numbers. The next biggest decks are like Band Yorion at 4 players. And, well, there's still a whole bunch of variety, but you can see that Yorion Lucca in particular is just dominating Standard at the moment.
So when you and I did the metagame breakdown yesterday, we saw that the event started with just under 20% of Yorion Lucca, however people are pronouncing this name, and then we had hovering just over 10% Borocycling and just under 10% Reclamation. So we see that this has shifted. We have some more graphics that Toby made for us, so let's have a look at the next one. That is the notable conversion rates. There we go. So that is, not sure how I am supposed to read this.
So how you should read this, and need shout out to Toby Henke for like producing these and running the numbers behind the scenes. These are conversion rates, and that means the percentage of players who entered in day 1 with a certain deck who made day 2. Now overall, like taking into account the whole field, 5% of the day 1 players made it to the top 128 for the second day. So all of these decks are well above the average. You see, for example, the Yorion Lucca, 9.8% of the players who played that deck made day 2. That's their conversion rate, which is almost twice the average. So that's why its metagame share increased so much, and honestly it's actually kind of worrying to see that the deck that was the most popular was also the best performing. Deck is just very far ahead of everything else in Standard right now if you look at the win rates and the conversion rates.
Yeah. Toby, while digging through all that data, he also found apparently one deck list that he really wanted to talk about. So let's go over to the next slide and see what was highlighted there. So wait a second until our viewers have it as well. There we go. He was very enthusiastic about a 4-color Winota. So we went over a 2-color Winota deck already, just straight up red-white. Why are we playing 4 colors here? What's in it for us?
Green offers Gilded Goose, which helps you ramp out your cards more quickly, as well as Arboreal Grazer, which also does that and can still, attack. It doesn't have Defender, so it synergizes nicely. Neoform in this build is also pretty sweet. You can just sacrifice some of the early 3 drops to get Winota, which is the key card in the whole deck. So a very spicy brew. And in fact, the Winota decks that were playing green actually did much better than the ones that didn't run green. So that was something quite interesting to see.
Yeah, that's perfect. When I see this deck list, I get the feeling that this player just wanted to jam Neoform into his Winota deck because he got sick and tired of not drawing it, and then started looking at what else he could put in there. And that's Ayurus or whatever the Narcissus card is supposed to mean. Is that, like you said, that 3-drop that you want to sacrifice since it's just lazing around being tapped anyway, that then suddenly fits in really nicely. That's a super interesting deck. It looks a lot of fun to play, and if you get over the mana issues of playing 4 colors, which Standard has pretty good mana these days, should be a lot more stable than other versions that we've seen. Like you said,
the mana is not even all that bad. I see enough green sources to play turn 1 Goose or Grazer, for example, with all the shock jewels and the triomes. You can actually make this work, and I do like Neoform into Winota, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's a pretty juicy tech there. Okay, and we have one last slide that was prepared by Toby here. So the negative notable conversion rates here. I learned something. Let me just showcase my new knowledge. So the overall one is 5.2% conversion. That is the the percent, which is 128 players out of 2,800. What was it we started with? I don't remember exactly. And if that number drops, it just means that less people have converted, have managed to get into day 2, and so these decks underperformed.
Indeed, these are the decks that did not do too well, at least from among the major archetypes in day 1. Looks like all of these decks just didn't really have what they needed to win in a field dominated by Jeskai Luka. Some things to note is that the Monored no Bosch, as in no Obosh in there, did pretty poorly, whereas Monored Obosh with Obosh did well. So the lesson to be learned here is that you should run Obosh as your companion if you play red. And all the Rakdos decks, the sacrifice engine of the cat and the oven just wasn't really performing well either. And Banned mid-range is one of the Yorion decks in the format, but looks just worse than Jeskai Luka if you look at these conversion rates. Same for the Elementals deck. If you want to play Yorion and play 80 cards, which is probably the way to go, just go for Jeskai Luka.
Yeah, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. That is what the deal is these days with Standard. Let's get that graphic off the screen. There we go. Thank you very much, Frank, for all your insights. We are getting pretty close to starting the next round, so I'll let you do your job. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Frank. So we have some other things that we want to look at, of course. Number one is what you had to say about all of our events. So we scrounged back through Twitter and went to look for some of the more fun, the more interesting posts that we could find. If we haven't found yours yet, don't worry. We are still looking for it. Don't forget to put that hashtag Red Bull Untapped 2020 in there. And again, if you want to have a question answered by me more personally, at me, at Niels Viana as well, that increases your odds of us finding your post. Now, this one we have here by Thomas Holtzinger. He's one of apparently we have a different one on screen now. We got Yuuki Ichikawa's post 602 on the first day, and now it's gone again. So I'm not sure if we're gonna. I'm just gonna read this one out loud. Oh, there we go. We have Thomas Holtzinger. Okay, we got this. All in this together. All together, we can fix it out. Thomas Holtzinger was one of our featured players. He is part of that history of Red Bull Untapped 2019. He was 6-1 going into the last round. The ID seemed risky, but probably enough. Yes, a lot of people made it in on 602. Anyway, my opponent was afraid of missing day 2. So he crushed me quickly. Huge thanks to Play MTG EU and Red Bull. Looking forward to the next one. I also get his deck list if you haven't already seen it from us spamming it at you a couple of times. Play MTG EU, that is the company behind the planning of this stream, not so much the production, that's with Card Sports League in Germany, but the company in Belgium that built this studio and told me, we want you in front of the camera. So blame them if you hate me. So that's how it works pretty much. We have another one here from Sordirum. It looks like qualified for day 2 Untapped, 120 seconds. So he came in just over that cutoff at 128. Very, very fortunate indeed. That was Sordirum. That is all the social media posts that we managed to scrounge up for now. Of course, our social media manager is also doing tons of other stuff, so make it easier for her. Use the hashtag @me as well if you want to increase your chances of being found. That is how you get featured onto this segment in the show. We try to do it every time because we really want to keep everybody involved, keep everybody equally feeling valued because everybody here is making this show what it can be. Everybody is contributing in a way. Even you in the chat spamming emotes. Let's confuse the moderator. Let's spam every emote that you have. Just do it. Crash the stream. Crash the chat. It won't work, but it'll be funny to make our moderator wonder what's going to happen. Next, we're moving to a few highlights. 2019, some awesome shots that we got there, just to show you what kind of atmosphere we can achieve in offline events as well, in addition to what we're trying to bring you here with this entire online shenanigans business. Let's go have a look. That was 2019. This is 2020, and we are in day 2. We're wrapping up round 1 as we speak, getting pairings out for round 2. So we will get back to some coverage for you anytime now. In the meantime, though, we will have a look at a few of those decks that Frank and I talked over in the metagame analysis. We'll have a look at those players who knew, hey, I'm 7-0, I'm in, I can draw, I can take a break, but said, nah, man, we're keep going. We're gonna keep fighting, and we want to take that slot. We want to be able to claim we went 8-0 in Red Bull Untapped. The bragging rights, the power to them. That's what this is all about. So let's have a look at 4 decks that went 8-0. First up, we have Andrei Kuzmichev. I hope that sounded somewhat like your name. With Boros Cycling, we have the Lurus Companion there. We have all the cycling spells going on. And under that, all the payoff spells, the healer, the stinger, the rescuer, the fox, and of course, that zenith blaze, that zenith flare, that scary card that just comes out of her hand, hits you out of nowhere, 12 damage, 18 damage. I've seen a zenith flare for 24 damage at this point. It just instant killers as they go. Next up, we have another deck, and this one is from Matteo Falconetti with Yorion Luca. What a surprise. Like we said, the most popular deck and the most well-performing deck in the metagame currently as well, with that Yorion Companion. Makes it 80 cards. Luca, though, makes it so that you can still find your Agents of Treacheries of any token that you sacrifice. Whip that into a bit of a control shell, add in fires for a mid-game spike, and you have a recipe that is currently wrecking through this event like a wrecking ball. 40% of players, nearly, I think it's 37.5, are playing this in day 2. They had a almost double conversion rate from the average deck in this tournament, really showcasing the power of this deck. Third deck that we have available is something else altogether, with Noe Alessandro Rivera Carvalho's Rakdos Lurus deck. Another one with the Kitty Cat Companion, as we I think well would be good against us. They've got that point removal. They really put us off our game. Here's Lurus. Let's try again. But that's pretty much all we can really expect from it. In this deck, though, it's all about getting that graveyard interaction, that churning card advantage into damage, into pressure, to get your opponent out of the game as soon as humanly possible. We got a lot of the common suspected the perpetrators here with Witch's Oven, with Cauldron Familiar, and the Friends, that Priest of the Forgotten Gods being a really control-y aspect to a deck that is full of 1 and 2 drops being aggressive. And then lastly, the last 8-0 deck is that of Tony Martos with Yorion Luca yet again. I mean, it's the same deck. It's Yorion, it's Luca, it's Fires of Invention, and it's a bunch of really good cards that just aim to find that Agent of Treachery, that Shark Tornado to finish the game. And let's cut back to our studio because we are ready for your features of round 2. So let's head over to Riley and Martin to see their insights, see what they're talking about, and just find out which topic they will breach whenever they don't know what to say anymore in between those matches. Martin and Riley, you're up.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the feature match area of sorts here. Riley Knight joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. I just want to let you know that Martin did put on a humorous pair of glasses for this round. Unfortunately, we didn't get our faces on camera, so we didn't get to show them off. He is currently wiping away the bitter tears of regret that he has of it. Don't worry, Martin. We'll get a chance. We'll get a chance to showcase those sweet, sweet glasses before long. We're going to check in with Zachary Barotzik here, playing against Nancy. And Barotzik is playing one of the sweeter decks that is actually still in the running in this tournament here, Gruul Umori. This is a, this is the sort of deck that I love. I love these sorts of decks. The big, dumb green decks that can rumble with huge creatures here. And obviously creatures all the way down. Got some mutate cards going on. We've got God Eternal Rodus to push through damage, Gem Razor as interaction, Stonecoil Serpent, very versatile creature. But it's all creatures all the way down because of Umori.
Yeah, this deck looks really interesting. I'm like, if you think that there's no more innovation to be done in the standard format because, a lot of players are playing just Luca, there's a lot of other decks that are kind of like at the top of the meta game, the Team Reclamations, Boros Cycling, Mono-Red, aggro. This deck is completely new to me, and I play Magic 24/7. So clearly there are still ways to innovate in the standard format, and this deck looks really interesting. I kind of like what Zach is doing, and using our Boreal Grazer and Marauding Raptor to cast Andre's Forerunners really quickly and just end the game with all these green monsters. And cards like Questing Bees and Shifting Ceratops, they look like just hardly my word, sort of dumb big creatures, but haste is actually a really good ability in a planeswalker format. Like being able to and mutate sort of is kind of the same thing because you kind of just make your creature bigger, right? So haste in a planeswalker world means your opponent plays an Narset or something, you play Questing Beast, bam, attack for 4, your Narset's dead. And then you get to keep attacking, but you also destroyed one of their cards in the process. So this deck looks really interesting to me.
Yeah, and Nancy's actually dead next turn if they don't do anything. Questing Beast this turn attacks for 10, and then God Eternal Rodus will attack for 20 next turn. So Nancy needs something and needs it fast, and even a Shadow of the Sky isn't just sort of game over here because of course it'll draw a card. They're shifting Ceratops next turn. Okay, here is a Shark Typhoon, but that hardly does anything, right? I mean, even if it were a Shark Typhoon for 1, it couldn't do any effective blocking.
Yeah, and one interesting thing, like when you think about the metagame, when you think about what cards are people playing in their sideboards to answer creatures, right now most players, when they think of answering creatures, they're playing cards like Omen of the Forge, they're playing Deafening Clarion, they're playing Glass Casket. And if you look at this board, like none of those cards is going to help you at all against a Questing Beast, against the 6/6.
And the thing to note as well is that, I would say the best answer for a lot of these cards, I mean, apart from Shadow of the Sky, which will replace itself, but still we can see Shifty C get in there. Look at this, give it haste straight away. That's huge. It's a great recovery. Is that ECD, by the time you play the ECD, the Questing Beast, the Shifting Ceratops, it's already got in for damage. It's already had an impact.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So yeah, haste just doing a lot of work in this format, and this Shifting Ceratops, wow, this Shatter the Sky is supposed to be your best card against a deck like that. The opponent did draw it. They had Shatter the Sky on turn 4, and yet the game is still going to be over next turn because the next Shifting Ceratops is gonna give us a lethal attack. So, pretty good showing by the deck right here.
Just not even close to worried about it here, as we have another Shifting Ceratops in hand and another one after that. God Eternal Ronus can also turn up the heat. And this is the sort of draw that I find really convincing from the green decks. They can be a little troublesome sometimes when things don't come together. But when you've just got, 5 lands and you keep just, pooping out 5/4 hasty boys, it's great. It's terrific. It's exactly where you want to be. All right, Yorion is not going to stand in the way here.
That's it. That's the game. Yorion is blue, so that doesn't block Shifting Ceratops. If you want to cycle something like a Shark Typhoon, that also makes a blue token. You're going to have Fires of Invention in play, so there's not going to be any kind of... Oh, wait, never mind. Fire's got Exile, so we can still cast something for 5 mana here.
Okay.
All right, excuse me.
Well, it's got to be something good here. It's got to be a non-blue card that interacts with Shifting Ceratops in some meaningful way, and is going to, make sure... Well, that
works.
I mean, it kind of does. If you draw a land, however, you can just give one of your Ceratops trample and still push through.
I just got a little too excited. Like, okay, well, Yorion, that doesn't do a whole lot, but yeah, the fire's got exiled, still allowed to play.
Well, check this out. You can go God Eternal Ronus. Yeah, God Eternal Ronus, and then attack with the Shifting Ceratops, give it trample, or you can play Shifting Ceratops, give it haste, and then attack with both and give one of them trample and push for 4.
Basically forcing both the tokens to chump block. I mean, seems reasonable. Yeah, Shifting Ceratops doing a lot of work against these decks, especially when everybody's playing Shark Typhoon, when everybody's playing Yorion, when everybody's playing cards like Teferi. Like, all that stuff is blue, and none of that interacts well with Shifting Ceratops. You can't counter it either, so even if you have that Mystical Dispute or whatever kind of counters players have in their main deck, sometimes they're playing Neutralize. None of that interacts with Shifting Ceratops either. So just a decently positioned card in the format.
All right, in it comes there, and the Shifting Ceratops, one of them getting in, knocking Nancy down to 7. And again, I think something like a sweeper is needed here, but then you just open yourself up to a second Shifting Ceratops. Not at the point where you can start putting agents into play and stealing lands. Yeah, protection from blue is just doing a lot, hey?
Yeah. I mean, right now, the opponent needs like another Shatter the Sky or at least Luca. No, Luca doesn't work either because Agent of Treachery is also blue. That doesn't steal the Shifting Ceratops either. So it's pretty much is it just Shatter the Sky? Like, is there anything else you can do about the 2 Shifting Ceratops at this point?
At this point, with this much mana as well, another Omen of the Sun isn't going to help. There's Narset, no. Teferi, no. Shark Typhoon, no. Nope, I think that's it.
Just protection from blue, yeah.
Double Omen?
Protection from blue doing a whole lot in this format.
Yeah. And this is the reason that I think in this list you see Shifting Ceratops main deck, right? Whereas Bone Crusher Giant, which you would think is a more traditionally main deckable card, that's a 4 of in the sideboard.
Yep.
And look at this, Mythos of Aluna can't copy Shifting Ceratops to block because Shifting Ceratops is blue.
There it is. There's the Shatter, but we have another Shifting Ceratops.
Another Shifting Ceratops in hand, so don't even worry about it.
Normally you wouldn't be too happy about being Shifting Ceratops flooded, but in this matchup you take as many of them as you can get.
Oh yeah, you love it. You absolutely love it. So another Shifty C here. Nancy's not going to be able to believe this one. Actually, you don't. You could also play Umori and then the Shifting Ceratops, but that means you can't give it haste and attack. I think you just get in and put them to 2, right?
Yeah. I think you just really want to get in for damage here. As good as like putting another creature into play sounds, that Umori is most likely just gonna get stolen by something like Agent. So what I would like to do here is I just don't want to give them any targets for Agent. Just so if I only have Shifting Ceratops in play, that means my opponent can't really interact with it outside of the chum blocks with the tokens or another third copy of Shadow the Sky. If I play Umori into Shifting Ceratops, my opponent's just gonna play a 7 land and Agent of Treachery, steal the Umori, and then they have a good blocker for the Shifting Ceratops.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I really don't wanna offer them the non-blue creature here.
All right, we're going to give, instead of attacking here, we're going to destroy the Fires of Invention using the Gem Razor. So no attacks, but again, you're relatively safe that this Ceratops is going to survive. And again, it attacks for lethal next turn. It attacks for lethal next turn with the God Eternal Ronus.
Yeah, that is kind of nice how the lethal attack is kind of disguised by having Ronus in hand. It looks like, okay, well, I'm gonna go from 7.
Yeah, I'll take 5, go to 2, and then maybe I can spend this turn trying to find something or whatever. But that's not how it's going to work. You're just going to, Nancy just leaving themselves dead next turn here to the God Eternal Ronus, having Ceratops attack for 10, and this is the easiest and breeziest finish to a game. I guess you could have played the Umori first. Doesn't really matter. An Ether Gust would have had something to say about that, but as it is, Shifty C getting in for 10. Look at that. Big win here in game number 1 for our hero,
good stuff,
Zachary Barotzik, who has done a very, very great, an incredible job with a deck that is really trampling under the radar here.
Yeah, looking at the sideboard, what are we gonna bring in? God Eternal Ronus that gets boarded out really quickly. Are we gonna bring in like a Clothis or something? I think that's more against the decks with graveyard stuff. Although, yeah, it's probably just gonna get like bounced by like a Teferi or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Voracious Hydra, that's obviously something you want to bring in against the small creature aggressive decks. Against something like a Mono Red deck. Or you can kill an early creature with it. Or if you have a lot of mana, you can just play it as like a 10-11 or something, for which they don't really have a lot of answers. Because the cards like Bonecrusher Giant are only dealing 2 damage, but keep in mind they can steal it with something like Claim the Firstborn, so that can be pretty tricky. What is Nancy going to do in this matchup? That's exactly what we talked about.
I mean, I guess you just hope that they don't draw a bunch of
Shifting Ceratops.
Ceratops. I think that's the main out.
Glass Casket doesn't do a whole lot. Fire Prophecy, Omen of the Forge, Deafening Clarion. Like, these cards are not going to help you in this matchup. You need Ether Gusts. You need like more actual sweepers. And players have been cutting Ether Gusts because they wanted to, like, now they kind of want to answer Flourishing Fox in turn 1. That is white. Ether Gust doesn't really deal with that. Valiant Rescuer is another one. That's also a white creature. Ether Gust doesn't deal with that. So we kind of have been seeing the Glass Caskets and the Omens in place of those cards. It's a pretty good looking hand. Turn 3 Questing Beast. Turn 3 Nullhide Ferox possibly. Although the 2 Temples, that can kind of mess up with the curve a little bit.
And you see Umori not the only cost reduction card in this deck. Also the Marauding Raptor, a way to make all of these enormous big green idiots cheaper, because of course, they'll take 2 when they come into play, no worries. None of the cards in the deck die to the Marauding Raptor. Even the Occam Adversary has 3 toughness. Once you have we saw yesterday 2 copies of Marauding Raptor out at the same time, then things get a little tricky when you're trying to resolve Questing Beasts. But broadly speaking, look, here you can go, look at this curve. Marauding Raptor into Umori, and then you're playing 2 mana Nullhide Feroxes. Or here, you can just start slamming with your quarterbacks. Get that Nullhide Ferox into play, develop the board. What's the play here? I think you go for the Umori, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make everything cheaper next turn, so you're going to get to play more cards. But then again, you want to like maximize the number of damage you're dealing while not overextending too much against a Shadow the Sky. But looking at the opponent with only 3 cards in hand, that was a lot of mulligans.
Oh wow, yeah, so it was. I missed that. Look at that. Down to mulligan to -4 here by the look of things. And is there the Shatter? I mean, it's not too bad if there is. The Umori means it replaces itself. It's just a 1-for-1.
think this is going to be a Shatter the Sky turn, or even better, fires into Shatter. No, wow, just pass. That's not a good draw.
Not a good sign at all. And this turn you can get in for actually, is it? Well, it's almost lethal, right? No. Okay. Wow. Instead going but look at this, the Gem Razor instead here.
Wow, and destroy the fires. Oh my god,
that's disgusting.
And we still have a quest piece in hand in case there is a sweeper.
Yeah.
So next turn
that is so gross.
Anyways.
That is so gross. And of course there was the option. Oh, this is Shadow the Sky now, but you've got Questing Beast next turn. You've got Nullhide Ferox. Yeah, this is pretty gross. Questing Beast puts your opponent down to 2. But Nullhide Ferox instead is going to be the play here. Interesting. Martin anticipates this game's going to be over very quickly. He's put his novelty sunglasses back on. So he's anticipating being back on camera very shortly here. Oh, ye of little faith. Poor old Nancy not getting much love here from Martin.
Arboreal Greys are not a great draw, on turn 5, on turn 6, on turn 7. It's obviously a great card to start the game with. It's something to mutate on. It's something that's going to help you cast your 4 drops and 5 drops faster. But it's not a good top deck in the late game.
All right, Omen of the Sea. 1 kept on top, okay.
Is that going to be...
But what
that's going to be Omen of the Sun. That's probably the only card that makes sense here.
I was going to say, what is there that can be cast for 2 mana that deals with this Ferox? Because, of course, as hexproof, unless you pay 2.
Yeah.
A Temple of Amana reveals a Castle Garenbrig. Not bad with the Stonecoil Serpent that's in hand, so it's going to stay on top. And here's Questy B. So 2 threats here, both of which demand an answer. Both of which are going to be turned sideways. Well, one is anyway, and the other in a figurative sense. There's the Omen of the Sun. But you're still taking 4. You're still taking 4 and going down to 4.
Yeah, and even if there is another copy of Shadow the Sky, then you just play a big Stonecoil Serpent, which has protection from multicolor. So again, that Yorion's not gonna do a good job of blocking. So yeah, this game's looking really good.
Really good, right? Because the opponent 0 cards in hand, and even with a scry on upkeep, for example, that means that you can't draw and play Shatter. No, I don't know what there is. You can't just keep living on borrowed time with Omen of the Sun.
You could draw like a Fires of Invention maybe, so that you play Yorion, or just Yorion I guess is good enough, because you just play Yorion, you blink the 2 Omens, that puts you at 6. So that you chump block the Ferox next turn. You can trade with Questing Beast. So that's actually not completely lost. Playing the Serpent as a 1/1, not sure if I like that.
Well, it means that you can attack for 4 with your Migratory Greathorn next turn.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Yep. So Yorion, blink both of these Omens, draw another card, and now a couple more tokens and a bit more life here. The Questing Beast can be blocked by the Yorion. The Nullhide Ferox can be chumped by one of the tokens, and the Stonecoil Serpent is going to have Trample as well, so it's going to rumble through for at least a little bit of damage here.
Oh, Scry 2 on top.
Wow, all right, okay, maybe we've got a bit of a game here.
You'd love to see that. I'm going to take my glasses off again.
Yeah, the glass is coming off again now. Martin's changed his tune.
Nancy doing it.
Yeah, an Arboreal Grazer, and puts a Castle Garenbrig. No, doesn't put the Castle Garenbrig into play. Here comes the attacks. Pretty clear blocks lined up here for Nancy. Yes, indeed. We see quarterback blocked by Yorion, and a block on the 1/1 on the Ferox, I should say. And 4 damage coming across with the Migratory Greathorn. No point blocking that. It's got Trample. Down to 2. 2 cards on top. You'd think one would have to be a Shatter here. Is Nancy going to dig their way out of this? Elspeth conquers Death.
That's a pretty good one.
Pretty good one. Gets rid of the Migratory Greathorn, of course.
Wow, and like Nancy's actually turning this game around. Of what looked like a mulligan to 4 or 5?
Yeah, mulligan to 5, mulligan to 4 maybe. There's the block. This Omen of the Sea has done. Omen of the Sun has done such heavy lifting.
And you know what else but Conquerquest is going to do in 2 turns?
Bring back Yorion.
It's going to bring back Yorion. That's going to give you even more cards. It's going to give you even more life, more tokens.
Well, I mean, you need an answer here. You need. I mean, with 3 cards in hand, it's not looking too bad.
You can just make a 1/1 with the castle and just
castle
jump blockers. That Shockland has to come into play tapped. So even if there is something like an Agent of Treachery in hand, that can be played.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't have more life to put that Steam Vents into play untapped. But yeah, just a token from the castle would be good enough here, unless our hero draws shifting Ceratops.
Shifting Ceratops, there it is, off the shifting Ceratops there, and Martin is going to reach for those sunglasses and pop them straight back on because this game is over. We can give this haste, give it trample, and importantly, of course, the trample part allowing you to make those chump blockers irrelevant. Now, in fairness, there were a bunch of draws that were going to get you out of it. Questing Beast is going to be another really good one. Any haste creature, really. And so Shifty Sea, just a great draw. And Shark Typhoon, again, not able to do anything about it. This allows blocks, both of them, and then Omen of the Sea. Nope. So Nancy, going to go down swinging here. But unfortunately for them, it just really looks like our hero was way too strong here. Barotzik, who continues this this run into day 2, doing really well with this Gruul deck.
I like the deck. It's some really cool innovation, and you know you love to see it.
Oh, sorry, Martin, you're getting a little pixelated there. It looks like your Skype window is a little it's all getting all pixely, but weirdly only just around the sunglasses. That's very strange. All right, we'll get those bandwidth issues sorted out. We've got another game to bring you here. We're going to jump over to Pavel Seminoff, who is playing 4-color Winota, another interesting list here, against Labate Sucillo.
I would just like to give a lot of credit to our analysts who are picking the feature matches and who are picking the interesting decks, because these are really interesting decks.
Oh, Frank's very good at this. Frank's been doing it for years. Frank and Toby have been working behind the scenes at GPs for years and years and years, and they are no slouches when it comes to finding the content you crave, my friends. But no, look, absolutely, I'm not wearing a hat, but if I were, I wouldn't be, because I'd be taking it off to both Frank and Toby. But unfortunately, that's all you get for that one. Because it looks like the 4-color Winota deck is out of the tournament. Martin caught, glasses straight off there, mate. Not impressed by that one.
We have another match ready. We can switch into, but keep in mind that these are not just random matches we're watching. These are players that made it into day 2 out of a 2,600 player field. So they likely went, around 7-1 or 6-1-1, 8-0. So these are players that had a really good record with the deck on day 1, and it's not just, like a cool deck we're watching, somebody try for fun on ladder. These are actually decks that did well in the tournament, and now that are doing well in the tournament.
And now they're just in the cutthroat world of single elimination. I have to say, it's got a very different dynamic to it. I've done a lot of coverage of GPs and PTs and that sort of thing, and you get to day 2 and the sweat is really there. It's like, I've got to play it out. Maybe I can squeak in, mate. But this one, it's clean cut. You lose, you're gone. That's it. I kind of like this dynamic. It's very, very cutthroat. It does change things a little bit,
And here we're watching the mono red lens deck in action against blue white control.
And I've been baffled to see Mono Red make a comeback with Obosh replacing both Torbrand and Embercleave. But this deck it's a little bit different, right? It plays all these 1-drops. It plays Heraldic Banner. It looks to go very wide and make the most of as many different bodies as possible with these pump effects like the banner, like Obosh.
Yeah, it's a deck that's just trying to close the game on turn 4 or 5. It's not a deck that's going to be good in the late game. So, as we're just joining the game and in game 3, when both players have a lot of lands, there's a lot of cards in hand. That's usually not a good sign for the mono red deck. the way you want to play the game is you want to play a bunch of 1-drops early on, follow it up with something like Heraldic Banner, and just attack for a lot of damage. And if the opponent finds ways to stay alive and play sweepers and stop you from attacking and dealing damage with your creatures, then the mono red deck doesn't really have a strong late game.
Doesn't have a catch-up mechanism of sorts, no, and that's why we see another mono red player bite the dust and is knocked out there. So well done to Gabetti Enrico, who continues to stay in it to win it. We move over now to Dapton playing against Chibi 34-39. Team of Reclamation here against Mono Red, and this is a big Obosh turn. Looks like we're still in game number 2 here. But this is an attack here for... just a whole lot, hey. The token doesn't get its damage double, so I think it's only 7, but a Flame Sweep's going to clean things up.
Yeah, Flame Sweep is really, really good against the Obosh decks, whether it's Mono Red or Ragda Sacrifice, because they usually go for the Obosh, thinking, okay, I'm going to deal a lot of extra damage now, but yeah, Flame Sweep just gets rid of your whole board. Even if you have something like Grim Initiate that's going to leave a token behind, you're still doing it in combat, so that's not going to happen until next turn, and you can deal with the Obosh now. You can play other cards.
Here's the problem though: even if you cycle the Shark Typhoon and block the Obosh when it rumbles in for 10 next turn, you're taking 8 from the Slaying Fire in hand, and if there's something like a Shock to go with it, you are just dead.
Yeah, Slaying Fire is a nice card in the mono red deck, like with
3 mana deal 8. It's pretty good. Hey,
that's pretty good value.
All right, 10 Street Dodger's not a bad one. It's going to get in there for 6. Yeah, so much pressure here, so much pressure, and we saw, we talked before about the power of Heraldic Banner plus Obosh when it comes to all these little 1/1s. This is a 1/1 that you're attacking for 6 the turn it comes down. This is just game, right? If you play Nightpack Ambush to block, you're taking way more than lethal. If you play Scorching Dragonfire to kill the 10 Street Dodger, you're taking 10 from Obosh and 8 from the Sling Fire. Wow.
If you cycle Shark Typhoon to make a token, that's the same thing as playing Nightpack Ambusher. I mean, you might draw an extra card, like maybe if you have like a Shock in your deck. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Do you have a 1-mana card in your deck that you can draw, like a Red Cap Melee or Shock or something? That is pretty much the only way to stay alive here.
Well, let's find out here. On a Wing and a Prayer, no, a Shark, I should say, a 1/1, and off the top.
I'm wondering, how is the Slaying Fire revealed? Like, how does Red reveal cards? Oh, is it from Light Up? No, Light Up the Stage only.
No.
Puts that in like a separate pile.
Maybe there was something in the.
Can we figure it out? Like, that's like a nice little.
It's a little puzzle.
Brain teaser. How does Mono reveal cards from their hand?
Right, here's the block on the Obosh, but now this Slaying Fire is going to get the job done. 8 damage straight to the dome here when the Adamant cost is paid. Of course, you can't not pay the Adamant cost in this situation.
Yeah, and there's no cards like Dispel in the format, so you know that this is just going to resolve.
Yep, up it goes and put to -2. So well done to Chibi 34-39. Mono Red continues to perform exceptionally well here, and we go to the sideboards now. Look
at that! There are actually 2 Shocks in the.
Oh right, so it was a live draw
in the deck. So that was a live draw, and good on our hero for recognizing the game situation, and you need to draw into your outs, and that was the only play that could have left you alive.
Okay, we move now into game number 3 between these 2 players. Looks like Chibi is taking a little more time to sideboard with their mono red deck. We are ready to go. As part of Red Bull Untapped coverage, Riley Knight, joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User, and it's great to have your company around the world. Thank you for choosing to join us today. We're going to crown a champion before the end of today's coverage, of course. And we're looking forward to having your company as we do.
All right, I see, Toby. So we, Toby cracked the brain teaser. I was actually looking at the mono red list. I just looked at all our deck lists, searched for Sling Fire. There's actually 2 players playing Sling Fire today, and I was like, okay, how did the Sling Fire get revealed? I just need to know, like, what is in this mono deck? How do you get to reveal cards? Like, how do you get to maybe draw and reveal your cards? And Toby cracked that before I had the chance to do it. And can you find the answer, Riley?
Yeah, I knew it all along. I just didn't want to ruin it for you. It's Aethergust, of course. It's Aethergust, and let me check what Toby said. Oh yeah, Aethergust. Yeah, I was right. Yeah.
I guess I kind of just like forgot that card still exists.
Yeah.
Because players have just been replacing Aethergust in their sideboards with all the glass gaskets, and all the omens and fire prophecies, just ways to get rid of Flourishing Fox and some of the other early game creatures that players are running in the aggro decks now. So yeah, Gust is still in some players' decks, but it's not nearly as played as we were seeing, maybe a couple months ago, where everybody was on Nissa decks and Hydroid Krasis and Uro, and like Band was pretty much just everywhere.
Fervent Champion getting in for another 2 here. Growth Spiral is going to continue to develop the mana, or no red source for the Scorching Dragonfire. A little awkward.
That Blast Zone could do a lot of work. I was just playing on ladder the other day, and my game 1 draw was 5 1-drops, and I was like, okay, well, I guess if my opponent doesn't have a Flame Sweep, there's no way I can possibly lose, because they only have 3 lands in play, and their next land drop was a Blast Zone, and my board just disappeared.
Blast Zone is pretty good here in this situation against all these 1-drops, as indeed is Flame Sweep, but no Flame Sweep forthcoming. There's a red source. It's just going to be another Blast Zone here, however. Okay. And now. We'll see what's next up for Chibi.
All right.
Can't really play any more 1-drops into this board here.
Nightpack Ambusher, that's a good card to have, though, in a situation like this, because there's not going to be anything like a Lightning Strike to finish it off, like after it takes the 1 first strike damage. There's usually Bone Crusher Giant. Obviously, that is a card that exists, but these creatures just have 1 power right now. But players know their deck list. It is an open deck list tournament, so Chibi's probably going to be playing around that Nightpack Ambusher. I like playing Annex pre-combat in a situation like this, when you can't afford to attack into Nightpack Ambusher. If you play Annex first, and your opponent maybe has counter spells in their deck, something like a Tassa's Intervention maybe, then if the Annex gets countered, you can attack with the 1/1s, because now the opponent is tapped out. If you go through your combat first, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I can't really attack into open mana because of Nightpack Ambusher, and you play the Annex post combat and it gets countered, you're gonna feel the oh wow, I guess I should have just cast my card first. But yeah, we as Magic players are, that's the first thing that you get taught. Play your spells post combat. Attack first, so you don't give your opponent your opponent all the information of what's going to happen in the rest of the turn. And this is the one of the few situations where it's actually better to do it the other way around.
So Annex now can rumble in Devotion 4, and we're going to see Scorching Dragonfire, which is actually the perfect answer to the Annex, because it exiles it without giving you any Satyr tokens after that. So it's funny to see the Nightpack Ambusher played, and then you play 2 spells. This was the 1 spell from the Uro meant it wasn't triggered. Oh, another Annex, however. Aethergust isn't a bad answer to that. Flame Sweep doesn't quite do it. And now you're just passing to make sure you get those wolves. And Nightpack Ambusher, uncontested, no slaying fires, nothing like that. And so can start to do its best work now.
Nightpack Ambusher is one of my favorite standard cards right now. It's just like a really cool card. I like how it allows these decks to just change their strategy a little bit after sideboard, just turn into these flash decks with either a lot of counters or a lot of removal spells like we were seeing here, with the Scorching Dragonfires, Flame Sweep, Ether Gust, and then you're just using Nightpack Ambusher to hold some of these 1/1s at home while making free tokens at the end of the turn, which is something that Mono Red has a really hard time getting out of. There's a Blast Zone too, ready to take out all the 1-drops. This is not a good spot for Mono Red.
No, for sure. It doesn't look promising.
There's the Uro in the graveyard, waiting to be played as soon as you get 5 cards in there.
Okay, Growth Spiral, Fine to Ketria Triumph. May not even want to play that. May just want to cycle it here.
Yeah, really interesting choice. If you cycle it, you're working towards getting enough cards in the graveyard to escape Uro. On the other hand, you kind of do want to have a lot of lands in play with this deck, but we have a lot of cheap interaction in hand. We have Blast Zone, so we're not really worried about being able to interact and needing to play like a big expansion explosion. So I like the option to just cycle the Triumph here as well.
And that does mean that Uro can be flashed back here. Or we're going to see an attack as well. The Wolf getting busy.
Yeah, when you're playing Mono Red and your opponent is in a position to attack when you have a bunch of creatures in play, that's usually not a good sign.
And it looks like no further action here from Dapton.
There's line number 5. That means Obosh will likely get played.
Yes.
But yeah, with the double Ether Gust in hand, like being able to, there's no reason to Ether Gust Obosh on the stack. Like it's better to give the opponent the false sense of security where okay, well your Obosh resolved, there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe they're gonna attack, maybe they're gonna try to go for a bigger attack or something, and you can just do that in combat.
Yeah, I don't love this because there's a chance that, the opponent goes, oh, well, now I can, make some attack that's going to be profitable for me. And then you go, well, actually, no, it's not. Surprise twist ending. M. Night Shyamalan, twist, gotcha, Ether Gust that, get that out of here and block it. I mean, it's probably not happening on this board, but still.
Ether Gust is one of the few cards that blue has to shifting Ceratops. It's not a good answer once Ceratops is actually already in play.
Yes.
But when the card is on the stack, the protection doesn't matter or doesn't really do anything.
Well, and the can't be countered clause doesn't affect Ether Gust as well, which is really important. All right, there's a Flame Sweep. So using that instead of the Blast Zone to remove those 1-drops, which is a little perplexing because now you've got a bunch of tokens that you can't hit with Blast Zone.
Yeah, well, it's gonna work out here because the 2 Satyr tokens can't block. If Annex and the Amass token double block the 3/3 Wolf, then we can play Brazen Borrower on the token, kill Annex that way. So I think we're still in a pretty good position. But yeah, if the Blast Zone got activated instead, then the Flame Sweep would actually been able to just clean the board with everything other than Annex.
So now nothing else. Here's another Obosh. And this one's going to resolve. Brazen Borrower, Ether Gust, ready-made answers for it here. See if there's attack. Nope. Okay. So Brazen Borrower here is going to bounce the Obosh.
Yeah, now you can play the Brazen Borrower as a 3/1 flyer.
Wait, you can just attack for lethal, right? Yeah. No, okay, never mind. I was going to say you could Ether Gust the Anax.
Yeah, that's going to be lethal, right? Because you have 12 unblocked damage. The two Satyr tokens can block. So if you gust the Anax, there's only 1 blocker.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
With the opponent tapped out, that they can't really do anything.
They're potentially not even going to go for it here. Satyr tokens can't block. Bounce the Anax, and okay, the opponent going to just take a little shortcut there for us and end the game by conceding. But this is one reason that I definitely wouldn't have conceded in that point. It's not 100% that your opponents are always going to find the line and make them have it. Always make them have it. Anyway, we're going to move to one of our final tables here. We've got Akira Asahara here, an old PT veteran. Many people will be familiar with that name. Playing against Jamie Visser. So we're going to move over to them to round out coverage of this round of the Red Bull Untapped First International Qualifier for the 2020 series, Riley Knight and Martin News are bringing you coverage on behalf of Red Bull here.
Double A. I like that screen name, Akira Asahara. Just for the double A screen name, and yeah, he is definitely a name that I recognize for way back in the days. I think he might have 4 PT top 8. So he's somebody who had a lot of results in the past when he was devoting a lot of time into Magic. I'm not really sure what he's doing these days, but yeah, he's apparently still playing. He is here in day 2 of the Red Bull Untapped tournament. And I remember that Frank played against Akira Asahara in top 8 of Worlds one year with the Greater Good. I think it might have been Greater Good Mirror. But yeah, I remember Frank and Akira from one of that pairing.
Yeah, 2 Pro Tour top 8s, 2 Grand Prix wins out of 8 top 8s as well.
Oh, he was playing Enduring Ideal. Oh, I remember that. I think that was the matchup where Frank decided to actually be on the draw in Constructed, which you don't really do very often.
No, you don't see that.
I just had somebody ask me like, hey, what about this matchup? Like, should I be on the draw? And my answer was just like, hey, if you're playing Constructed, you should just always be on the play. It's gonna be correct, like maybe 0.01% of the time in like a very, very, very specific matchup. But whenever you get the chance, just choose to be on the play. Even in limited, you just want to be the first one to resolve all the powerful cards.
Yeah, there's a terrible affliction that goes around the low to mid level grinder. I don't know if it's contagious or not, but they tend to contract a disease called fancy play syndrome, where they will do things that like look like they're big brain moves, big brain plays, but are actually just the wrong thing to do. And then they'll sit and argue with you for as long as you'll listen about why they're ultimately correct, and they're just wrong. Martin Hughes is in the Hall of Fame. He knows what he's talking about. Well, when it comes to Magic, not when it comes to a lot of other things, but you got to listen to what he says when it comes to Magic, at least.
I make plenty of bad plays myself, especially when I stream. But that's the idea. The idea is to practice a lot and make those mistakes when you practice, so that when you go to the tournament, I don't want to say you don't make them, but you at least make less of them, because everybody knows we still make a lot of mistakes in tournaments. But obviously, the ones who are doing the best are the ones that practice as much as possible, and then they make the fewer mistakes. So it's actually nice that it works like that in most games. It works like that in Magic too. Like hard work usually gets recognized, and if you practice a lot, players like Andrea Mengucci, players like Javier that are really playing Magic in all their free time. Those are the players doing the best, and that's how it should be. That's the justice that I like in the game. And if you work hard, Greg Kowalski is another great example of this. Greg kind of just like came out of nowhere, as one of the Polish grinders. He was playing a lot of GPs every now and then. He would qualify for the Pro Tours, but then he was just like, actually, I don't really just want to play. I want to win. I want to be one of those guys, getting all the platinum appearance fees and all that cool stuff. And he was just like, all right, I'm just gonna start playing, 24/7. He always has a spreadsheet where he's tracking his results, and he's really putting in the work. And now Greg made it 2 years ago. Greg made it into the finals of Worlds. He was in the MPL. He's in the Rivals League right now, and that just shows you that all you need to do is just play a lot of Magic, practice, actually approach everything with a clear head. Don't really put too much emotions into it. Just focus on the numbers. Focus on learning and talking to other players. Read articles, watch other streams, and that's how you get better.
So 4 copies of Agent of Treachery assembled here for here a double A. Old mate Akira Asahara, excuse me. And Luca is going to put Agent of Treachery number 5 onto the battlefield. Let's see what it goes after.
So many Agent of Treacheries.
So much treachery. So much treachery.
I was just wondering, like, can you maybe construct a situation where you gain so much life that the agents are not going to be able to beat you before you draw, before you run out of cards in your library? Because right now Akira's drawing 13 cards every turn because of the agent triggers. But just because he's drawing 13 cards every turn, he's going to be able to eventually find a Shadow the Sky or something to get rid of those agents if he really, really needs to.
Dream Trawler goes up for Luca, no blocks available, and so Luca goes down.
You don't see this very often where a deck would be drawing 13 cards every turn. That is not a very common situation.
No. Doesn't happen too often. Here's Teferi the Time Raveler. Bounces the agent on the other side of the battlefield. Of course, it's going to return to the hand of the opponent here.
I was just going to say, one of those agents looks like a token. Like, where did that token come from? But it's the opponent's agent that is using the
card
special
style thing.
Yeah, the special card style.
Is Narset.
Akira is down to 6 minutes, by the way. That is definitely something to consider, especially when the opponent's gaining a lot of extra life every turn with cards like Dream Trawler or possibly bouncing the White Omen. It is going to take a while for this game to finish. There's still Yorion waiting to be played for the opponent, so this is definitely a game that can come down to timing out. And that is part of the game. That is why Arena is so fast, because you don't get to just leave your computer for 10 minutes and leave the opponent waiting. You just have to make plays, otherwise you're going to time out.
Right, ECD goes down, and
that opens up a big attack for all these agents on all these planeswalkers. So that's actually going to sort of
clear out all
the
of them,
opponent's side of the board here.
Yeah, clear out all three of them.
That was a good attack, yeah. But Akira's down to 7.
Yeah, the Dream Trawler could end things in 2 hits here. There needs to be some kind of an answer for the Dream Trawler. Now it's not going to be able to attack for 5 because of the Narset.
Yeah, you need like a ECD on Narset to start with. That leaves you with 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. So you would be able to play, let's say, Omen, like Blue Omen into Teferi. Would that be enough? That is, well, there's ECD. So okay.
Kicking things off nicely here. Maybe the Dream Trawler can get across the line.
Can you draw enough cards here? Double Omen would do it, right?
Double Omen would also
Omen
do
and
it,
Teferi would do it, or Double Omen would do it. Oh, there's
one
it is.
Omen. Is there a second Omen? Because this is going to put the Dream Trawler to 6 power.
Yeah.
And a second Omen here would be one of the weirdest pump spells that you've ever seen. Shark Typhoon also gets it done. There you go. Pumping up the Dream Trawler to a 7 power creature. And unfortunately here for Akira Asahara, going down to the might of the Dream Trawler. And that, my friends, is that. And that completes our coverage of this round, my friends. We're going to chuck it back over to Niels at the news desk right now. And we'll be back live here in the booth before very much longer, of course, with more Magic for your viewing pleasure. Stay with us, my friends. Coverage of the Red Bull Untapped Tournament Series 2 2020 International Qualifier number 1 continues. We'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the studio, and we are ready for another giveaway after those set of amazing matches and insights. You've seen it here first. Maybe Shark Tornado as a pump spell to get your Dream Trawler into a lethal range. That's, hey, man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, right? Giveaway time first. This is our Ikoria Collector's Booster. 12 booster packs that are infused with the essence of Gojira himself or herself. Is Godzilla male or female? Does it matter? It's a monster. That's what matters. Godzilla's badass. You can get Godzilla and their friends in here. Mothra's in here. Dorat's in here. All the good stuff. All you need to do is listen to our moderator right now and get your command in the chat, and you'll have an opportunity to win this prize. In the meantime, our event is left with just 32 players. One of those players is somebody that we have seen yesterday as well. That is Zachary. Zachary, are you here?
Hi.
All right, Zachary is here. Now, those of you that weren't here yesterday, Zachary is one of those players that I think 90% of the people in this tournament are. They just entered out of curiosity, out of fun. They're not a pro player or anything. They're just here to be part of the experience. Is that a correct description for you, Zach?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Okay. So you made day 2. What was your record yesterday, and how did the day go?
It was 6-1-1. Dropping the one game or the one match to Obosh Red, which was tough.
Mm-hmm.
But managed to 3-0 Jeskai Luka, which was
nice.
The plan. And so far today we're 2-0 versus Jeskai Luka, so I'm hoping to continue that.
Hey, that sounds good. Did you do something to celebrate making day 2 yesterday evening?
I went to bed.
That sounds like a great celebration, Zach. So you say you are currently 5-0 against Jeskai Luka, the most represented, most successful deck in this tournament. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I think everybody is super curious about what you're playing. Let's get it on the screen over here and have a look at that, because everybody that was here yesterday knows I'm super excited about anything that is big and green and beating. So what do we have here? I'm going to describe it a bit, and then I'll ask you a little bit more input. You are playing Umori, so you've chosen to only play creatures. Umori makes all these creatures cheaper. You have a bunch of ramp in there. Well, not that much ramp in there. I just see the Grazer. Pretty much, yeah. Just see the Grazer. But then we have all these super condensed drops on turn 3, on turn 4, on turn 5. And you already said yesterday that you heavily favored cards that also have haste to play around all of these super annoying sorcery-based interactions. Did I miss something? Do you feel like I'm missing an angle that your deck is trying to achieve?
No, like that's pretty accurate. It's very much like a hybrid ramp aggro deck because of all the cost reduction and from Raptor and Amori, and the ramp from Grazer and Greathorn is going turn 1 Grazer into turn 2 Greathorn. You've got 5 mana on turn 3.
Yep. Yeah, I missed the Greathorn.
Got Eternal Ruinous. It could be any number of things, and yeah, it's mostly just a lot of threats that are hard to deal with. It's really fast.
Yeah, and that's what we went over with as well when we were talking about it yesterday. It is pretty much every threat. Half the cards you put on the table are a must-answer card. And I'm guessing you're beating the Yorion decks by overwhelming how much they can interact with you. Like at some point, you're just, now do this, now fix this problem, now this one. And yeah, is that a correct guess here, or do you have a different battle plan against them?
Well, their most efficient card against me is Shatter the Sky, which a lot of decks have been shitting on. And the fact that they play 80 cards means that they're going to get less shatters consistently. So it's you kind of just get to abuse it by having haste creatures and then pseudo haste creatures with all the mutates as well.
Yeah, so you're taking advantage of the fact that all the Yorion players thought that Lurrus was public enemy number 1 with the cycling decks and the recursion decks. They went to the Clarion, the 3 damage sweeper, instead of playing Shatter the Sky that doesn't care about how big the creatures are. And you just slotted right into that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw opportunity. Okay, you are currently in the top 32. Zachary, you have all the best wishes for me. And I said it last time, I'll say it again. Let's hope I get to interview you one last time in, let's say, 5 rounds or so.
Sounds great.
Sounds great. All right, Zachary, have a good day.
Thanks.
Okay, that was Zachary, everybody. In the meantime, we have our pairings up for the next round, but I will be giving you some more information while we get the players set up, get those screen shares going, because there's a lot happening behind the scenes here. We have social media. We went to have a look at the different clips you made from yesterday's stream, to have a look at what you thought was the most impressive, the most memorable moments. And the first one we have is somebody being a bit dramatic with a certain card. Let's go have a look at our crazy Zenith Flare.
And I mean, look, it's not over. The opponent can rip a White Source and a Zenith Flare, and this game is done. But here, yep, okay. Is it, which one is it? Oh, there's this is unbelievable. There's the planes and there's the Zenith Flare. Oh my goodness, what a remarkable and dramatic end to this game. After stealing 3 lands last turn, the opponent needed exactly a White Source and exactly Zenith Flare.
There, the player, to me, that looks like our active player was just stunned, staring at their sideboard screen. They saw the good game when they got rid of the white mana source for their opponent, and then you think like, okay, we're good, we've got this wrapped up, and then bam, there's the planes, bam, there's the punch. That's something I'm guessing a lot of people will remember. Most of all, the person that was on the receiving end of that. The second one is our casters going off on a rant on how you can next level your opponent by choosing a Yorion and then giving them the biggest curveball that you can do. Let's have a look at that clip as well.
As it turns out,
Karuga
you can in fact play Yorion.
Oh, cool. And
what you suggested earlier, playing an aggro deck with Yorion as your companion just to throw your opponent off. When we were talking between the rounds, I was reading Twitter, and somebody did post a screenshot of, this just happened to me. You know, my opponent is showing Yorion as a companion, and they started with Mountain into Tin Street Dodger. So that is a thing you can be doing right now.
Yeah. And then sideboarded down, had an empty sideboard and sideboarded down to 66 cards. Just insane. Like, just 5,000 IQ. Galactic level brain plays there.
That really is
brain plays. Yeah.
That really is cool.
Yeah. It's so sweet. Cauldron Familiar getting busy here.
Big Galaxy brain plays indeed. And that is coming right here from, like I said, our studio in Belgium. Everything's going on all over the place. We've got casters in the Czech Republic and the UK. We've got analysts in the Netherlands and in Germany. We have a streaming studio taking everything in and sending it to the world in Germany. We're just all over the place, and so are the players. But instead of going to the players... No, let's actually have a look at where you, the players, are from. Apparently, our feature match is actually ready, so let's skip over to Martin and Riley to have a look at what they have to say.
Hello and welcome back to the feature match area here for more coverage of the Red Bull Untapped event, round 11 coming your way. I'm Riley Knight, joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User, and we've got this sweet Gruul Umori deck. Martin, ready to go. Look at this, attacking on turn 2 for 4 damage. You love to see it.
Yeah, that was one of the that's just one of the coolest decks in the tournament, I think. But I just wanted to say that I do want to see the viewer graphics that Niels was just about to show on the screen before the game started. We had to jump quickly into the match, but those graphics about where all the viewers are watching from, and that's always an interesting thing to look at.
Another 4 damage coming across from this Gem Razor, and Uro might be able to take the pressure down a little bit here.
This deck is fast. Like it just beats down really quickly, and Gem Razor is pretty well positioned because there's so many enchantments you can destroy. Wilderness Reclamation, Fires of Invention are the 2 ones that come to mind. But even something like an Omen, even after your opponent has already used it, we know that Yorion is a huge part of the format, and one of the ways you get additional value in those decks is by blinking your permanents with Yorion. So even after your opponent has already drawn cards from Omen of the Sea or made tokens from Omen of the Sun or used Elspeth Conqueror's Death to exile one of your cards, even then using Gem Razor to destroy it is still a pretty good thing to do.
We're in a situation where, as is often the case with life gain, main decked, dedicated disenchant's probably not where you want to be, but incidental disenchants on cards like Knight of Autumn, cards like Gem Razor, are actually very powerful. You see Umori here, no sweeper of any kind in the hands of Kraus. This is Nicholas King that we're watching play here against Zachary Barotzik, of course, on the Gruul Umori list. And
Negate's not going to be a great card against the...
No, Stone Cold Blank, right?
I believe so. I believe there's no...
Well, they're playing Umori, so...
No target. Yeah.
So, yes, it's going to be creatures all the way down, unfortunately. Actually, no, you know what? The only thing it could hit is something like a Stomp. But those are in the board.
Those are in the side. Yeah, those are in the side.
You're not leaving Negate in post board, of course. So yeah, drawing a blank there is not good. And is this just a lethal attack now? This means that the Stonecoil Serpent is going to be a 7/7. So you attack him with 2 Tramplers. You can Shark Typhoon. No, I think this is it. This attack is just so much damage. Look at this.
I wonder if you could make another build of red-green by playing Edgewall Innkeeper and some of the adventure creatures. You would be playing, Bone Crusher Giant. You can play Rimrock Knight. Mm-hmm. You're still obviously playing, cards like Questing Bees, and you can play Shifting Ceratops in the main deck as well. And, you can still play Embercleave. That's the thing.
I love green-red decks. Yeah. I love green-red decks, and I'd love to see more of them.
Especially when players are using a lot of tokens to chump block your big creatures. When players are cycling Shark Typhoon, Omen of the Sun is making 2/1/1s, Castle Ardent Veil is making chump blockers. Having access to Embercleave does sound pretty good too. But yeah, here Zach is just using the mutate version, and he's been putting on a clinic the entire tournament so far.
Art of Dominance, and you saw there one of the ways that the green-red deck can just really go bonkers straight away with an early, an Arboreal Grazer into Gem Razor on turn 2, and the pressure just didn't stop. That was something, I think it was a turn 5 win, was it?
Something like that. And the problem with using cards like Edgewall Innkeeper and maybe Paradise Druid to ramp up to like a turn 3 Questing Bees or turn 3 Shifting Ceratops is that then you are going to be playing right into the cards that everybody has in their sideboards. Like by playing, Edgewall Innkeeper and Paradise Druid and all the cheap creatures, you're going to be playing exactly into the Glass Caskets, into the Omens of the Forge, into Deafening Clarions. Like here, the deck that Zach is playing is more about just bigger creatures and 4 is kind of the magical toughness. Mm-hmm. And none of that stuff really cares about all these Clarions and 3 damage or 2 damage burn spells.
So bring in a copy of Mystical Dispute here as well. It's not great, but I guess you got to do what you got to do. And we'll see how things pan out in game number 2 between these two players. Very convincing win from the green-red deck in the first game. Never really let the Wilderness Reclamation deck find its feet, which is exactly what you want to do when you're playing aggressively. You never give them a chance to actually, start to enact their game plan. So it was almost a textbook game 1 there from the opponents. See if they can run it back.
This is exactly the kind of spot you're putting these decks in. We see the Team of Reclamation player with all the Scorching Dragonfires and Flame Sweeps. Those are the cards that you're used to boarding in against the creature decks. And now you're playing against the creature decks, and those cards are just not doing anything. So this is exactly a really nice way to try to exploit the metagame a little bit. Yeah, everybody's using all these small burn spells or all these Flame Sweeps, Deafening Clarions. If I just build my deck in a way that my creatures don't really care about that, then I can try to kind of catch the players off guard and bring something to the table that they're just not expecting to play against.
Arboreal Grazer turn 1 puts a Stomping Ground into play, and there's no turn 2 play from Crows here.
Yeah, and if this Grazer was like an actual Llanowar elf, then you would be seeing Crows, keeping those Scorching Dragonfires in his deck, for example, because then you would actually be able to kill the Llanowar elf and deny the opponent the acceleration. But here, Grazer just puts an extra land in play from your hand, so even if you kill the Grazer, that's not really going to do anything other than deny the opponent mutate target, which is obviously valuable. And here Cloth is on turn 2. That's the perfect kind of answer for Uro, which was the plan for Crows.
Yeah.
It was exactly the turn 3 Uro. I'm going to ramp up a little bit. I'm going to leave Uro in my graveyard, hopefully bring it back soon after playing, some of these opts or cycling cards like Shark Typhoon. But yeah, this Cloth is just completely saying no. How about if you want to do that, and the Uro is going to get exiled, and that's one of your best cards in the matchup. So that's a really, really, really cool play.
Clothis Cloth's definitely a weird one. If you've never seen the card before, it's a 4/5 with the normal multicolored god mechanic. It needs 7 devotion to wake up, and you can exile a card from. Well, no, this is the thing. You can't. You don't. It's not that you can exile a card from graveyard. You have to exile a card from a graveyard, and you either gain a mana or you drain them for 2. And the really interesting thing about Clothis, Martin, is that it's mandatory. So if you have something in your graveyard that you want to stick around, you actually cannot not do the Clothis trigger, right? You actually have to exile something, even if it's in your own yard. So just a word of warning before you start jamming it into your lists, be mindful of the fact that you do actually have to exile your own cards, before you want to play it in a deck like Uro or anything else like that. You may end up having to feed something to the Clothis there. Aethergust on this mutated Gemraiser isn't a bad one here. And an interesting decision now for Zachary, whether to put both of these cards on the top or the bottom of the library. You can't split it. You can't go 1 and 1. So it looks like they're both going below. Yeah.
I believe you can choose the order, though, right? You're the one choosing the order. So you can choose if it goes Gemraiser, Grazer, or the other way around. But yeah. You don't really want to draw Arboreal Grazer at this point, so I also like the decision to just put it on the bottom. And Cloth is already doing work. That's the first card in the graveyard. That means we're gonna exile it. You're gonna take 2, and that means the Uro is gonna be much less likely to ever get escaped back.
And you sort of look at this, you go, well, how good is Clothis really against an Uro deck? They can play around it so easily. They don't have to put their Uro in the graveyard. Yeah, the thing is, you're still eating a card every turn. Like, for them to assemble 5 other cards in their bin and then have 7 mana to play and immediately flash back an Uro, very difficult with a Clothis on the battlefield. Very difficult with her munching away at your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of work if you ever want to bring back Uro. I guess at this turn we can play Growth Spiral, cycle the Triome maybe. That puts 2 in the graveyard. Next turn Uro, you would need to draw like a Fabled Path. You would need to stack your library pretty much to draw the 4 perfect cards in a row to be able to bring back Uro to raise the Clothis. But you're also dealing with all the opponent's creatures in the meantime. And right now the Devotion to Red and Green is 6. So one more
pip, and that is it's gonna wake it back up. Here is Shark Typhoon now. X equals 3. So a double block on the Umori now possible thanks to the Shark and the Wolf. And no blocks on the Questing Beast here. Would you rather be a shark or a wolf, Martin? If you had to pick, would you rather be a shark or a wolf?
That depends. Would I rather be a shark?
Yeah, if you're a wolf.
Well, I would rather be a wolf, I guess. I wouldn't want to live underwater.
Yeah, it's scary down there. But then again, you're the king of the seas if you're a shark. No one's going to mess with you.
Aren't whales the king of the seas?
A whale's not going to mess with a shark, though. A whale's going to ignore a shark like we would ignore a blowfly.
Sure.
Don't even worry about it. Wolf's a strong choice, though. Wolf's a strong choice. Wolves are pretty sweet. All right, Clothis exiling the Shark Typhoon here. Martin, would you rather get caught in a Shark Typhoon or a Wolf Typhoon?
Neither. Can I just stay at home and watch it all on the news?
Oh, dear. All right, so now let's see what Zachary has got to say for himself here after this questing beast. Now, pretty well contested. I mean, you can still attack. You're going to do some damage to their board, take out the wolf and the shark, or the knightback ambush they're going to block there. But there needs to be more pressure. Waking up this Clothis would be great because as a 4/5 indestructible attacker, it's going to do some work.
Yeah, Nightback Ambush is really doing work here. And that double block last turn was really important because now it's going to be much harder to turn on Clothis, which would have been a free attacker every turn because it has indestructible. So it would pretty much just need to get chump blocked by a wolf token every single turn. All right, this is two cards in the graveyard for crows. Is he going to be able to... Nope, land. So you would need to Uro into like opt, Fabled Passage, something like that. Is it going to work?
But then you're never flashing it back.
But then you don't have enough mana to do it. So yeah, we're going to have to wait at least one more turn. But now you have at least Castle Von Trust to activate. So you're going to be able to scry, try to set up your draws, maybe find another copy of Shark Typhoon to start attacking in the air.
Oh wow, no, might just actually fire it off here. Yeah, just going to use it as an explore. Gain 3, draw a card, draws another land. Oh, you hate to see it.
You hate to see it. Yeah, at this point, just Crow's recognizing, well, I just need a little bit more gas. I guess it's just time to, cash in that Uro just for an extra card and hopefully, draw another ambusher, draw something I can play this turn. Just something that I can keep up with what my opponent's doing. But it's another land, and he's at least going to be able to activate the castle, so it's not all that bad. But
yeah, hopefully find something next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, you really don't want to find lands. You just want to find more gas. Something like Expansion Explosion would be a perfect draw. Shark Typhoon would be really good. That'd be a really, really big token. So he's going to be looking for something like that with the castle activation end of turn.
Oh, gonna exile the Triumph instead. Okay, so this might be a turn here for Zachary, who's wanting extra mana now, and it's Endray's Forerunners. Yeah, that's the card that immediately comes to mind because they're thinking, what do you need? What do you need for 8 mana? What do you need 8 mana for? And that's also going to wake up the Clothis, which does get it does get the trigger as well. That's sick. So now a big attack. All of these have haste, of course. So I don't think the combined 10 toughness is going to be enough to block this. What is it? 18, 25? Yeah, this is way too much to overcome here.
Wow. Yeah, and chump blocking the Questing Beast doesn't really do a whole lot because Questing Beast has both trample and death touch here.
Yes,
so by blocking with a token, yeah, you're basically just saving 1 life.
Yeah, so it goes to -4 as a result. So wow, look at that. Big win for Zachary, who I think is now in the top. Is it the top? Are we already in top 16 now after this round?
Top 32 or top 16, yeah. But Red, Green, and Worry just doing work. You love to see it.
Yeah, you do love to see it. I do hope to see a lot more of it. Maybe it can go all the way. We're going to switch over to another table now with a friend of yours and mine, Tobias Fielander. Maybe a familiar name to any of you who have been around for a long time. He was a judge, worked at high-level events at Pro Tours and the like, and now is involved with DreamHack. He was one of the blokes who brought you and I into coverage of the DreamHack event a couple of months ago in the before times, and playing here Team of Reclamation against Lovell Sucillo, who's playing Jessica Luca. We've seen Sucillo a couple of times already.
Yeah, Tobias on a deep run here in the tournament, and yeah, he has a lot of experience from being a Magic Pro player back in the days, turning into a Magic judge more on the organization kind of side these days. As you said, doing a lot of work for DreamHack, and yeah, it's good to see him with a deep run in the tournament, and he's up a game here against the Orion Fires deck from the opponent.
Wilderness Reclamation an option this turn. There's also Fry to deal with the Teferi.
A lot of cards in hand, so there's a lot of options. The opponent has three creatures in play, but they're not hitting super hard. So that 14 life is still going to give you enough turns to possibly turn this game around still.
Yeah, I think the driving towards a Wilderness Reclamation, then I don't know, either getting Nightpack Ambusher or just going for the classic explosion kill here with the Wilderness Rec. Moment of the sea to close out the turn here, and you can see, look at this. Tobias is playing with stops on all of his opponent's phases and steps here. Always wanting to represent something.
I definitely recognize the screen name scale from Ladder. I have definitely played Tobias on Ladder without realizing it was him, but it's definitely somebody that I remember running into on Ladder every now and then. And that Wonder, the Wonder, that is a card that players are mostly using against the cycling decks, where you're using it to get rid of like a giant Flourishing Fogs that grew a little too big for your burn spells, or Deafening Clarions, or stuff like that.
And protecting you from Zenith Flare, of course.
Protecting you from Zenith Flare. And in this matchup, it kind of works the same way. It's protecting you from a big expansion explosion. It's protecting your other Planeswalkers from expansion explosion. So if you have something like Narset in play that is stopping your opponent from drawing cards, this is the perfect way to protect it. So we have actually seen that quite often in the matchups we've already covered of Jeskai against Team Reclamation, where the one player would just have both Narset and Wonder in play, with like the deadly combination of you can't draw extra cards, and you're not going to be dealing damage to anything other than the Wonder either. So you're kind of just locked out.
It's really, really brutal, hey? Agent of Treachery is going to steal the Blast Zone here after Luca brings him into play, exiling one of those 1/1 human soldier tokens. And an Expansion Explosion now for 2. Not great.
You can sacrifice the Blast Zone in response, but there's nothing other than Omen to destroy. So you're going to lose the land one way or the other. Using Expansion Explosion in response lets you deal 2 damage and draw 2 cards. So Wonder down to 3 loyalty counters.
And now, a Fabled Passage gets a 6th land after the Blast Zone was stolen. I like the. I mean, obviously there was nothing else to steal, but I like stealing the lands. I think Agent of Treachery stealing lands is slightly undervalued. A lot of people will do it very readily, and I think it's a real way to push yourself ahead, especially in games where that you expect to go long, because so often it does come down to mana. So often both players do play with a lot of resources in hand. They're not just playing off the top of the library, and so mana is very valuable. You can see here that with 7 cards in hand on one side, 3 cards in the other, that Yorion can come down immediately, get more value, get more cards in hand, and as a result of that, just having more mana is it's always a good thing. It's always a good thing to have.
Yeah, Yorion would be quite a bit of value right now, giving you extra triggers from the 2 Omens, resetting Luca back to the original loyalty, and the same thing with the Wonder. So this game is almost over, I think. Just looking really, really good for the opponent.
Look at this, Tails End, a card that you really do love to see. It it deals with so many things, including the exile trigger from Yorion. But right now, just countering it to Fairy. With 5 damage coming across, going to put Tobias down to 1 life. And I don't know what there is. It's and he recognizing as well. Read it writing on the wall, and goes down in game number 2. So there will be a 3rd game here between Tobias and his opponent here, Lavelle.
I've been wondering, by the way, what happened with Opt in the Team Reclamation deck, because early on, when the deck kind of became a thing with Uro, everybody was playing for Opt as a way to bring Uro back as fast as possible. Like Opt doesn't really do much by itself. It's just card selection that we call those cards just cantrips or sometimes air. Like if your deck is full of Opts, it's a lot of air. You need cards that actually win you the game or do something relevant on the battlefield. Early on, Opt was used as a way to bring back Uro into play as fast as possible, and then we started seeing slightly different kind of teamer decks with perhaps a little bit more counter spells in the main deck.
Yep.
And I think players just started cutting Opts for just more relevant stuff, and using maybe the Scrylands to get that card selection. And in the last couple days, or maybe like a week or 2, I've just started seeing 4 Opts in all the Team Reclamation decks again, and I'm just kind of wondering what changed. Like if for 2 months it seemed to be correct to not play Opt, what is it that changed in the last week or 2 that kind of made everybody jump back on the op train. I wish I could tell you, but I really don't know myself.
No, I mean, maybe is it a sign of the format speeding up a little bit? You're working on thinner margins. You want to be able to cast this card with more regularity. You feel maybe a little more pressured to. I'm not sure.
Decently looking hand for Tobias. Not loving the fact that you have to mulligan to 6, but that's a pretty good hand. Brazen Borrower can bounce a token from something like Birth of Meletis, gives you a 3/1 flyer to pressure the Planeswalkers. Mystic Dispute, always good to have in your opening hand because you really, really want to be able to counter that Teferi. Looks like the opponent mulligan to 6 as well, so this is gonna be a fair game. Shark Typhoon gonna give you additional ways to get rid of the fairy by making a flying token at the end of turn that they can't really counter with anything like Dominguez Veto or Mystic Dispute of their own. Yeah, here you can easily play the tap plan. You're not gonna cycle Shark Typhoon. You're not gonna bounce the birth of Meletis. You're not gonna bounce the enchantment because the token's gonna get created next turn. So here there's no real reason to play an untapped land. You're still keeping 1 mana for Mystic Dispute if you really want to counter like an Omen main phase on turn 2, but that's never going to happen. And here you can either, depending on what's going to happen, if the opponent just plays a land and passes, you can play Growth Spiral into Castle, into Brazen Borrower for Petty Theft and bounce that token. That looks like a really good play. Or you can just cast the Borrower as a 3/1 and possibly start attacking, but then you might be exposing your Borrower to something like a Mystic Dispute.
Omen of the Sun creating more tokens here, getting the stage set for Luca to make a grand appearance here. And the Birth of Meletis procs gains 2 life. 24. A bit of incidental life gain in this Jesco Yori on deck as well, between Omen of the Sun and the Birth of Meletis.
In this attack, when you're watching from Tobias' side, it might look, very like a very nice option to just cycle Shark Typhoon and just snap block one of the 1/1 tokens.
Yeah.
And, sort of get a little bit of value that way by just killing that creature in combat. But you really, really want to keep your mana untapped for that Mystic Dispute, because if the Teferi resolves, that's usually where the problems begin. So great play by Tobias, just recognizing that I'm not interested in killing your 1/1 token. I'm really interested in keeping my mana up for the counter spells in case you're gonna try to cast a post combat Luca or Fires of Invention or any of the Planeswalkers.
And the value of taking out those tokens, of course, is if there's 1, you're very interested in doing it. If there's 2, it becomes less interesting because Luca only needs 1 token on the battlefield in order to do its work in here. I mean, in a pinch, if the opponent somehow manages to force through a Luca, you can bounce the token that he targets in response to the ability, so they don't get the agent. But here, without a double red, you don't have to worry about Luca coming down this turn.
This game's looking great for Tobias. He doesn't have the usual Wilderness Reclamation in play to have a lot of mana, setting up for Expansion Explosion, but he does just have like a lot of counter spells. He does have the flying instant speed threads here, so he's going to be able to eventually add the Brazen Borrower into the mix as well, start attacking for 6 all of a sudden. But you also have to keep in mind that your opponent is also playing Shark Typhoon, so they're going to be able to start making tokens as well, possibly even bigger if they hit their 6th land drop. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting game still.
Is Uro.
I think you want to be a little bit aggressive in this kind of situation, just to get as much value as you're out of your Mystic Dispute. Like the longer the game goes, the harder it's going to be to actually counter something with it. Even though your opponent's still showing that Yorion, so that at least that's going to be a really good target for you. But you don't really want to give your opponent too much time to develop their mana and maybe start playing around your Mystic Dispute. And there's the Shark token, so that's now the game is actually turning into a real damage race, and this is why I actually like Omen of the Sun in this matchup over something like Birth of Neletus when you're sideboarding out cards and you're looking for something to board out. You don't want to leave in too many cards that make tokens because the tokens are not super relevant. But the 1/1 tokens from the White Omen are actually, you know, capable of dealing a lot of damage, and even in the mirror, they're able to pressure the planeswalkers, which is really important. Fry looking pretty decent against cards like Narset or Teferi, but none of that stuff is in play right now. You can still use it to kill the Shark token though. So that is a card you can decide to keep to possibly deal with another Shark token. Tobias choosing to keep one of the Shark Typhoons on top, and he's gonna be able to create a, what is it, 6/6 now?
Yeah, it looks like it, a 6/6. And of course, that means he can keep up Mystical Dispute, Negate, and Petty Theft all this turn. So no matter what happens, looks like Tobias is actually in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, Tobias choosing to keep that Brazen Borrower in hand is really paying off here, because he's going to be able to soon use that to cast Petty Theft on that Shark token, which is essentially going to do, you know, basically the same thing as Fry. Obviously, it can be countered by something like Dovin's Veto. But by holding on to the Brazen Borrower, he's going to be effectively able to turn it into a removal spell. And yeah, like here, waiting for the Yorion with 2 mana up, that pretty much signals that Dovin's Veto could very easily be one of the cards that is going to be in the opponent's hand.
Nope. Just going to get that value off the Mystical Dispute, just like you said, Martin. That was what he was looking to do there. And now Shark Typhoon being cycled, X equals 5. Making another big flyer.
Wow, this is turning into a 2-turn clock. Now this is 8 damage coming in, puts the opponent at 7, and with dispute, negate backup.
Yeah, you can Petty Theft the blocker next turn.
Really good.
Yeah, I would say that Tobias is overwhelmingly favoured to win this game from this point. Of course, you know, the opponent could have anything, but with negate, dispute, and a Petty Theft in order to bounce the only flying blocker the opponent has, you'd think Tobias is going to take this one out and knock his opponent out of the tournament. We're round of 16 here.
Yeah, we're gonna be moving into top 32. No,
yeah. I think we're in top 32 right now.
We're gonna be moving into top 16. Yeah. This is moving really fast.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Yep.
About 1 hour before we have our top 8, and then the players are gonna start playing for a lot of money for qualification for the Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament.
So here's the attack for 2. Sure, go down to 7. And if there's nothing else from the opponent, you just bounce the Shark. Can fight off, contest any other interaction they may have.
The best your opponent can do is pretty much just cycle another Shark Typhoon, because that is a thing that cannot be countered. Oh yeah, this is perfect for you. If you're sitting there with 3 counters like Tobias, you know,
you just let this happen.
If you ever tap out for something, that's great. And yeah, Elspeth Conquers Death. Fortunately for the opponent, just not doing anything here. It's literally just an enchantment that says in 3 turns this is going to do something.
You just let this one happen. That's fine. I mean, or if you want to be generous, you play the Brazen Borrow into it, so they've got something to exile with it. But no. I think you just you let this one resolve, and I think we're considering the Petty Theft in response. I'm not sure why you would do it in response here, but that's all right. You get the job done all the same. Bounce the Shark, and the opponent may just have nothing here and be stone cold dead to the 8 damage that's coming across tomorrow, next turn. And there's Dovin's Veto. Oh dear. Okay. Well, the game continues then, because you can't use your counter magic to fight off a Dovin's Veto. So there was a Dovin's Veto after all, Martin.
Okay, so now you can choose to either counter the Elspeth Conquers Death, because you do have a lot of counters. It is going to tax you next turn, even though it doesn't seem like that's going to be super relevant. Or you can choose to activate the Castle Von Tress.
Well, you can do both, though, right? I know you can't, because it costs 3 for the dispute, of course, yeah.
If you activate the castle, you can also do it in your upkeep afterwards. So you're basically looking at 4 and then your draw steps of 5 cards next turn if you want to do it. And if you find a copy of Fry, that would kill the 3/3 blocker. If you find another copy of Brazen Borrower, that would do it. I'm not sure if there's anything else that bounces, but if you leave your mana untapped, that way you could possibly cast Uro from your graveyard.
Well, Witness Reclamation's not a bad one. You can play Uro, untap. You've got 3 counter spells.
Yeah, having Wilderness Reclamation in play is just always good for the teamer player. Just look at just how much extra mana you're gonna get out of the Reclamation. You have 2, 4, 6, 8 lands, so you're getting at least 8 free mana every single turn.
Yeah.
And compare that to something like Llanowar Elves or Births of Paradise, which is one of the best ways to get extra free mana. Obviously, casting that on turn 1 is a lot different than on turn 4. But just put those things into perspective. Like a 4-mana enchantment that gives you 8 mana every turn. That's so crazy. Like that's the Fires of Invention kind of power level. You're going to be able, you don't have the Expansion Explosion here to immediately cast it for a lot and draw a lot of cards, finish off the opponent. But you can still use your Castle Wantress multiple times, basically guarantee that for the rest of the game, you're just never going to draw a land again.
Oh no, can't flashback Uro. Not enough green.
There might also not be 5 cards in the graveyard, I think, at this point.
Oh, right. Okay, sure. That's a good point. Yeah, Uro's not glowing, right?
All right, Tobias floating the mana to use the castle here. He doesn't really know. He doesn't really know what he's like. Not that he doesn't know what he's looking for, but if you scry now, you don't have all the information what is going to happen in your opponent's turn, right? So that could be a little different. Here Tobias is going for the float a lot of mana, maybe bluffing a.
I think trying to bait the concession out here. Yeah, I think trying to bait the concession out. Yeah, and it didn't work as well. So the opponent there, I don't know if you saw, but they emoted good game. And so if you float all the mana there and they just concede, then that's a free win. So trying some of those Jedi mind tricks online rather than just in paper.
No, yeah. I think Tobias was just playing along with the. Oh, you think it's a good game? Well, there's the mana. Are you actually going to concede, or what is happening here? That happens a lot on Arena where players just like emote the good game, and then a lot of times, or at least when I play, they're just like trying to bait me into attacking into cell direct.
I hate it. I hate it. I think it's extremely rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's extremely rude. Anyway, Castle Vantress end step now. You wouldn't do something like that in paper, and so you shouldn't do it online. Anyway.
Yeah, you don't like shake somebody's hand, saying,
and then,
like, hey, oh, by the way, here's a fireball, you're dead, or whatever. Like, what?
Like one time I played, in the first ever PTQ I played in, right, I played against a guy who attempted to get me to concede by pretending to concede, right? He picked up all of his lands as though he was going to like shuffle them back into his deck, and then looked at me to see if I was going to scoop up all of my cards as well. He made a motion that made it seem like he was going to concede, right?
Yeah,
which was just such a scumbag move.
Yeah, and that's weird things happen. Yeah.
And while that, what we're talking about here isn't necessarily on the same level of that, it's definitely on the same kind of spectrum. Here's a huge shark now. Shark X equals 7.
Wow, that is big. Like that gets rid of the 5/5 attacker and presents a big threat for next turn that is able to attack for lethal possibly.
Well, actually, I mean, what can you do? You can bring back an Uro that puts you at 8. And if you don't draw any interaction for the 7/7, then it's going to run you over. Especially with those 2 tokens, you can block 1. Yorion's coming back as well. Oh, this one's starting to get... Oh, dear, down to 3 now. Okay. I'm starting to get away from Tobias a little bit, I think.
Oh, you can scry first.
Yeah.
To try to find that expansion explosion or something. Shark Typhoon also works.
Yes, Shark Typhoon. You can make a 6/6.
I think you can make a 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 9, 7/7 actually. You have 9 mana, but you might want to keep up some.
Oh, sorry. I was assuming you were playing Uro.
Yeah, you're going to be untapping all the lands afterwards.
So you can make a... Oh, sorry, it is larger, isn't it? Yeah. All right, never mind. Okay. Exile 5 cards. Uro comes back, and then you can make a... yeah, you're right, a 7/7. Okay. So contest the other shark quite nicely while buffering the life total here.
It's going to be a little tricky because do you actually want to make a 7/7, or would you like to keep up, some mana for counter spells for something like a Luca or... Oh, wow, this is not good. Yorion getting resurrected by the Elspeth Conqueror's Death is going to give you a pretty big attacker. Possibly a blocker if you need to. Blinking that Omen gives you 2 more life to play with, gives you 2 more tokens.
And now an Agent of Treachery.
Perfect target for a Mystical Dispute.
Yep. Yes, for sure. They've both been sandbagging these Mystical Disputes for a long time. Finally gets to
Tobias tapping that island manually, making sure the castle doesn't get tapped by the auto tapper. But anybody who's ever played Arena knows that the castles just never get tapped.
No. They get tapped in the situation like this. Definitely.
In my experience, the castle just never gets tapped.
They never. No. But that's when you cast like a 5-drop. It'll tap 3 Triumphs and 2 Duels, and leave your castle untapped.
Yeah.
You play an Opt or a Mystical Dispute. It's like, oh, I'll tap down, and you've got 10 mana available. Yeah, I'll just tap down this castle. No worries.
We're obviously just joking around.
Well, you are.
I still really, really, really appreciate the auto tapper. That's why we love Arena so much, because the games are so much faster. You don't have to tap every land one by one, and that actually makes the game a lot faster in the process. But yeah, sometimes you have to, when you play a deck like this, you do have to pay attention to this kind of stuff where you need different colors of mana for all the expansion explosions, blue, red, Uro, double green, double blue, while keeping up Mystical Dispute or whatever. So it is definitely a good idea to pay attention sometimes to what are the lands that you have being used for exactly.
So a Shark for 1 here, which allows you to activate the Vantress, end of turn, double Wilderness Reclamation on the top. No, it needs some kind of business. Expansion Explosion would do it, right? Yeah, you got Expansion Explosion with negate back up.
Tobias is looking at 2 more draw steps. One in his draw step, one when Uro attacks.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be able to activate Castle 1 time, so he's going to be looking at least 4 times. And yeah, he's making sure to put that stop in his upkeep to reevaluate. Like, do I want to activate it now? Do I want to take my draw, then attack, then see what I draw, then before attacking with Uro, I can scry. There it is. So now it comes down to the opponent having or not having a Dovin's Veto.
That is huge. So Expansion Explosion threatens to end this game on the spot here.
This has been a sweet game.
Yeah, it's been a lot of back and forth. It's been a lot of to and fro, a lot of ups and downs here. So in comes the Uro, gain 3 up to 9. Scry off the Temple of Mystery. Of course, this will be blocked. It's not just going to be led through. Otherwise, that'll be the end of the game here. Plenty of blocking options now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a wall chum block. The token can attack, so it's better to just leave the token for that.
Mm-hmm.
Uro doesn't have trample or anything, so you're not worried about Brazen Borrower bouncing your token and trample damage getting dealt or whatever. That none of that stuff is going to happen. And now it's coming down to, do you have the Dovin's Veto, or is this lethal?
A Dovin's Veto. That's the only card that matters right now. The opponent with 2 cards in hand. Explosion in hand here for Tobias, and can send what will be here's another good game. All right, another extension of the hand across the table. It's the second handshake we've seen. And now Expansion Explosion. We're going for an X equals 6 here.
I'm fully expecting the Dovin's Veto after the good game here. That's just like the baiting you into playing it, because I'm sure I'm kind of like saying I don't have anything.
Just absolutely savage BM, absolutely savage BM. But no, it doesn't have it. And there we go. Tobias improves now, continues on to the top 16. That is huge. My goodness me! Congratulations to him there. He'll be very, very happy with that result as we continue to winnow down the field. Round by round, it's halving every time, and our top 8, of course, is coming up very shortly indeed. We're going to move over now to a pre-recorded game between Mattia Di Piano and Brian Hart. We're waiting for the last couple of rounds to finish. This game was taken from earlier in the round. I think these two have already finished. That explains why we're jumping back to game number 1 here.
And this is exactly the kind of start you want to have with the Mono Red deck. Turn 1, 1-drop. Turn 2, 1-drop, 1-drop. Attack. And nothing better than having 2 Fervent Champions if you're going to have a lot of 1-drops. But looks like both players are stuck on 2 mana here.
Which is definitely a situation that favors the red deck.
Yeah,
it's just going to be able to leverage a broad proportion of its cards. Let's see what's up next here.
And this is where you're going to see why it is better for the mono red deck to be on 2 lands, because they're playing a lot of cheap cards. They're playing a lot of 1-drops, so they can easily operate on 2 mana. They can easily still double spell by playing 2 1-drops. Whereas the control deck, the deck with the expensive cards, if they're stuck on 2, they're just not going to have cards to even play. Like at some point, they're just going to run out of cards they can play, and their hand is going to be full of all these Elspeth Conquers Death, Luca, Agent of Treachery, all that expensive stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also why you're seeing the mono red deck play 21 or 22 lands, and the decks like Luca, if they're playing 60 cards, they're usually running 27, sometimes even 28 when you're playing cards like Growth Spiral.
And look at that, on 2 lands, an easy breezy mac and cheesy win here for Trogdor, stuck on 2 lands. Didn't have any problem closing that one out. So we move now to the sideboard, and you can see some juicy options there. Deafening Clarion, Glass Casket, Archon of Sun's Grace. These are all fantastic options here, ways to interact with the board, gain life, keep it nice and clear, or even, give all your creatures lifelink potentially with an Archon. Now, this means that Luca and Agent of Treachery come out, but that's fine. You're not looking to resolve 5 and 7 drops in this matchup. You just want to stay alive and then overcome whatever your opponent's doing, with, again, that Archon. There are lots of enchantments in this list. Archon of Sun's Grace paired with all the omens. You can see, look at that. How many omens is that? 11 omens, plus the Birth of Melita. So plenty of ways to start popping out those 2/2 lifelinkers. And Archon of Sun's Grace, a great post-board option. I think here with the Jesco player very ready for the mono red matchup with this sideboard.
Yeah, and look at the sideboard. This is exactly what we talked about when we talked about Zach's red-green Umori deck.
Mm-hmm.
3 copies of Omen of the Forge, 4 copies of Glass Casket, 2 copies of Deafening Clarion. All of that stuff, being used as this is my stuff to answer creatures.
Mm-hmm. Not
if you're playing against 4/4s and cards that cost more than 2 or 3 mana. So yeah, none of this stuff is really, really good against the red-green Umori deck, and this is exactly how Zach is kind of trying to exploit the metagame.
Right, yeah, because none of those cards actually really do anything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Deafening Clarion kills the Raptor, and that's it. Yeah, Glass Casket is pretty embarrassing against all, because the curve most of the curve is just 4 drops, made cheaper by the Raptor. Stuff like whether it's Umori, whether it's Questing Beast, whether it's Nullhide Ferox. An interesting hand here. Look at that Tails End. You really do love to see the Tails End. I think this hand is fine, right? You've got the Omen, you've got Shark Typhoon, you've got lots of velocity. You can draw, find those lands. Doesn't have a lot of interaction, so you are liable to potentially be overrun. But if you can find even like a single Deafening Clarion, that could turn things around. You'd also find a White Source, I suppose. All right, well, it's a close one. You've also mulliganed already, so here, I don't know, I think I just keep this one. I think it's difficult to pass this one up.
Not a great hand against mono red, though. I like Tails End against, Bant, Ramp, and in the mirror, where there's a lot of Planeswalkers. But mono red, how many targets do they have for that? You don't really want to bring in a card that just counters Obosh. Like, how many legendary cards are there in the deck? Obviously, Annex is one of them. That's an important one.
Mm-hmm.
So it does answer that. Maybe like the 3-mana Chandra, something that comes to mind.
Potentially, yeah. Tybalt sometimes comes in post board as well.
Maybe Tybalt. Yeah, maybe there is a lot of Planeswalkers in the sideboard that would explain the Tails End. It would also explain the Dovin's Veto, because Dovin's Veto otherwise also isn't something that you really want to have too many copies of in your deck against mono red, because this is exactly what's going to happen. You can be sitting there with Dovin's Veto in your hand.
Yeah.
When your opponent doesn't have that Heraldic Banner or doesn't have that Chandra or other cards. But maybe this is the situation where you just have too many cards in the deck that are good against other control decks. All the Mystica Disputes, all the Dovin's Vetoes. And then after sideboard, even if you bring in all the glass caskets, all the clarions, all the omens of the forge, because you're playing an 80 card deck, you're just not going to have enough cards to bring in and to fix your deck exactly the way you would like it to have against aggro, because there is just too many cards in your main deck and only 15 cards in your sideboard. Wow, this is really unlucky for our hero, just being stuck on 2 lands in both games.
That doesn't make any sense to me. If you've just scryed and looked at 2 lands and you bottom both of them, I don't think you can be unhappy when you don't draw another one. Like that is extremely perplexing to me. You can, I mean, you take a lot of damage, I understand that, and you need to find an untapped white source so you can cast a Deafening Clarion straight there, but that seems so reckless there. If you look, I don't know, maybe that's the way that you have to. You've just got to really take the risk and try to get there. But you bottoming 2 lands there that what would have allowed you to cast a Deafening Clarion the turn after this one. Yeah, you take 5 this turn, and that's really rough. But wow, bottoming 2 lands, Martin, to be stuck like this is pretty brutal.
Yeah, this is not looking good. That Talesand not doing a whole lot. All right, finally there is a target for that.
There's a target for it. All right,
we're going to be able to use the Talesand right now.
Best card in standard. There it is. Get rid of that annex. No, thank you. And still no lands here. Can't go and get something with the Birth of Meletus. You can cycle the Shark Typhoon, hoping to hit a land here. And finds an Omen. No, this one's not going to last very much longer, my friends. Even something like a Heraldic Banner here is really going to turn up the heat. Another attack for 5.
This is going to be a game where a total of 9 lands are going to get played across the entire match.
The entire match, yeah.
It was 2-2 and 3 and yeah. So there's a Tibalt. So yeah. So good on our hero for recognizing, that Talesand's actually going to be a reasonable sideboard card after sideboard, probably, because if you have Tibalt, if you have Chandra, if you have Annex, then that actually adds up. And especially when you're on the draw, having something like Talesand to be able to counter that can be pretty valuable.
Well, that is that for this game, and indeed for this match, my friends, as we see the mono red player once again beating out the opponent quite easily there and continuing on to the round of 16. But that is that for coverage of this round. It looks like we're going to go back to Niels. We are shaping up for the top 16 at this point. Of course, it's single elimination all the way down from this point onwards, and we do hope that you'll stay with us as we continue to bring you coverage of this Red Bull event with special guest Martin User and his special guest, his cat, whose name I don't know. What's the name of your cat?
Croquis is his name. It's not really a word.
What is it? Croquis? You named your cat after Croquis?
It's not Croquis. He does. What is it? He has nothing to do with the streamer.
Okay. All right. Well, in any case, me and my special guest will be back before very much longer. But right now, we're going to chuck it back to Niels at the desk. Stay with us for more coverage of Red Bull Untapped.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, and thank you very much, Riley, for that pass-through, and our little mascot on the other side as well. That's Croquis, nothing to do with the streamer. We got it. All your secrets are safe with us there, Martin. We are giving away another bundle and commander deck, straight out of the box, 100-card deck, awesome to play with your friends, or the bundle, pretty nice addition to your set, also has this nice collector value. Good box to store stuff in as well. So we'll be giving away these two together in the chat. So look out for our moderator, and they will give you a command to fill out. In the meantime, we are going to have a chat with Tobias Fielander. Tobias, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Tobias. Now, we saw you just winning with a pretty well-deserved and hard-fought expansion explosion. That was a pretty interesting match to watch. Well, let's get to the basics first. Who is Tobias Fielander?
Yeah, I'm a long-term Magic player, playing like 15 years now. And the last few years, I work as a product manager at DreamHack, doing other esports and mostly other card names not named in this channel. But right now I'm I'm playing Magic. It's nice.
Cool. That's awesome. You're also, or you used to at least be a pretty active judge, right?
Yes. Before university studies and work life, I was level 2 judge and judged a few Pro Tours, played a few Pro Tours, and I really love playing competitive Magic. So this tournament seemed a good fit.
Yeah, perfect. So touching on all sides of the community here, you're a player, you went to that top level, you're a judge, you judged at that level. That's pretty nice to see. And then it seems like something organic to a lot of these people that get stuck to that esports, that card gaming culture, moving on to helping organize other stuff.
Yes, I have one of the best jobs in the world, I think, and certainly my dream job, and I'm fortunate to have it.
That's perfect. That's how I feel about my job right now as well. So it's good to have a fellow enthusiast going. But most importantly, though, you made it through the field on Red Bull Untapped on day one. You were one of those 128 out of over 2,800 that made it through. You're still in there now in the top 16. Let's have a look at your deck and what you are playing. So I'm just gonna read out a little bit because there's something pretty interesting going on, and I'm curious what your input is on them. So first and foremost, you are Team Reclamation. It's one of those standouts that doesn't play a companion. Apparently that's something that we need to highlight these days as special and unique. Tell me, you don't like companions, or where's the decision here?
I wanted to basically play. I expected the Giordano Luca to be the most popular deck, and I wanted to have basically a flash deck against them, while also having some game against the rest of the field. Companion is fine, maybe slightly too strong, slightly too long, but like, let's see what can happen first.
Yep, that's totally right. And with Team Reclamation and Adventures as well, pretty much being those last two standouts that are really trying to perform without those companions, we still see people that are dedicated to good old classic Magic. We're talking pre-Ikoria ages. Somehow that's apparently an era now, pre-Ikoria. Did you make any specific changes to the deck? Because you analyzed the metagame pretty perfectly there with both Yorion Luca decks and a bunch of aggro decks being the biggest decks that we see played here.
Yeah, I think my counter suite is slightly skewed towards facing more Yorion decks. There's no Essence Scatter, there's no, like, as few removal spells as possible main deck. So that after sideboard I can either be all removal and instants or all counters and instant, depending if I need aggro or counters.
Yep. All right. That totally makes sense. All right. So Tobias, you are in the top 16. Was that something you were aiming for? Was that something you hoped? Was it something you were expecting?
I lost my round 2 on day 1, and then it was a long grind back, and now it's more like every game is a new game, and you just need to mentally reset for everyone, because the one game you don't reset, that's the one game that you're gonna be slightly less observant of what you're playing, and then you might lose. So just another game going forward.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty impressive. Losing your second game, we've seen some pro players, especially from the States, since they were getting up really early, that just straight up dropped after losing their second round. Just like, this isn't worth it. I'm not gonna get there anyway. Managing to keep your mental composure at that point is super important. It's like protecting yourself against the tilt, pretty much.
Yes.
So you got that down, and then we go back to what we've seen over and over again with very successful people, that they just know when to focus, and hey, this is just this game, and that's all that matters. But we've seen enough of your deck. We've heard enough about you. I'll let you take your break before the next round as we go over to our next segment. Thank you very much, Tobias, for taking the time to have a chat with me.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye.
Bye.
There we go. That next thing that we want to talk about is you. Yes, you, the people on the interwebs that are sharing and hashtagging and atting everybody. Let's have a look at what we found this time on the internet. What is this? Martin Juza covering day 2 of Red Bull Untapped 2020 with the best companion. I think that's Kahira, but we've learned that it is actually Krokik, which is a Czech word that doesn't mean anything, but it has nothing to do with Kroki. There's things happening here. There's things happening here. That's we have another one though, so let's cut back and let's see at what our next find on the internet was. We didn't have another one. All right. Never mind, apparently. Let's go back to the people that we showcased all the way in the beginning of our tournament. We made a list of featured players, and today we only had 2 of them left. So let's have a look at those 2 players that are still in the tournament this morning. Smooth. Okay, so that is Li Shiqian playing from Hong Kong, and Javier Dominguez. Javier, our mainstay, our pretty much the extra featured player that we have. Li Shiqian playing out of Hong Kong, still in this tournament. Unfortunately, Javier is not. That is a bit too bad. We saw him play, and I do believe we saw him winning round 1, but then falling in round 2. Li Shiqian still on that X1-1 record, so still going for that top position in our tournament. And we are still looking for matches. We have another set of information for you. We have the country breakdown. Let's have a look at what our players registered as, where they're coming from, and see how we're shifting, what our target audience is here. So we see the biggest part of our players coming from the United States, actually, surprisingly, seeing how that reach is across the borders, how America is represented in this tournament. Next up, we have Italy, one of the countries that has their own country qualifier, followed by Brazil. We've seen Willie Edel, who went 1 and 2 and then made breakfast for his kids yesterday. Spain, we saw Alfonso Bueno, Cito in our interview today. Of course, Javier Dominguez is coming from there. Germany, another country that has their own qualifier going. And then France, and then a bit surprisingly maybe to see Japan here, but if you have followed especially our social media fragments, it was super clear that the Japanese are very much invested in these tournaments as well, tweeting around a lot as we were going through these social media posts looking for things. And there's just this super wholesome group of people, it seems, because every time we find something on the internet, it's about how amazing their opponent is, how much fun they have had with their matches so far, how great this experience is. And then finally, we have England, Portugal, and Canada in the group there, each 3% of the registered players. So we are going to go have a look at what we are playing for now. That is our prize pool for this series of events. That is a top 8 is only getting something. So the people that are currently in that top 16 will be duking it out for one more round before they get in that echelon where they will win at least $250 in prizes. If they make it into top 4, that becomes $500. If they make it to the final, it's $1,000. If they win that final, it's $2,000. On top of that, the winner will be getting an AOC screen just like this one, and the runner-up will get a HyperX mouse and headset to call their own. So I'm not sure if we have the top 16 available now. No, we're going to the tournament schedule. Things are getting a bit mixed up here, but together we will figure this one out. We will grind this out. We are currently in that first online international qualifier that started yesterday, May 16th. And then we will be going in June for some country qualifiers, Germany, Spain, Italy, each getting their own event to really cater to those players. And then we move into another one of these online international qualifiers. So let's have a look at the top 16 players, the people that are left right here, right now. Who is still playing? Who can you still root for in our tournament? There we go. So we have that Shichian Li Shichian, I'm so used to seeing backwards, but also Masahito Masuda and a bunch of people we might not be so familiar with, but let's do a little shout out here. Nicholas King, Sergio Preto, Takumi Utsunomiya, Tobias Fielander, which we just had, Yuuki Ichikawa, of course, Zachary Barotzik, that's our featured player, well, not featured player, but dual interviewed player that we had playing red-green, Stompy pretty much, and then Brian Hart, Christopher Varula, Dmitro Pidlivalchev, wow, they're really trying to break me here, Gobeto Enrico, Yang Wo Cho, Carl Sarap, Kazuki Tata, and Kenichiro Omori. Wow, I got all the way through that one. And that's thankfully because we are done with me. We're wrapping this one up. We have another feature match for you in the top 16 already. So let's go over to Martin and Riley and hope they still have their brain in one position and can give you that cool insight that we have come to expect from them.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the feature match area. Round number 12 is coming your way with our top 16 players. Riley Knight joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. And we're kicking things off with Trogdor, who we just saw win a match in which a grand total of 9 lands were played, Martin, playing against Li Shi Chan, a very famous player. Tell us a little bit about Li Shi Chan.
So Li is a member of the Magic Pro League. He just got inducted into the Hall of Fame last year, so very accomplished player, and I think he's the biggest name we have left in the field at this point. We're down to top 16, and if you want to know the deck archetypes, I believe we're looking at 4 Team Reclamations left, 4 Jeskai Luka as the most popular deck in the field and widely regarded as the best deck in the format, 2 mono red aggro decks with Obosh as the companion, which we're looking at in this game right now, and then 6 different one of each kind of decks, including the red-green Umori deck from Zachary that we were watching a few times already that I find really cool. And this game is off to a really fast start. Mono red with the land 1-drop into another land 2 more 1-drops kind of draw, which is exactly the kind of draw that this deck wants to have. Ideally, you would follow it up with something like Heraldic Banner, but here we see our hero recognizing that, you know, Inspiring Veteran is the way to make all the creatures bigger on the other side of the battlefield and stop my attacks, maybe. So this could be a turn where Bone Crush Giant is better rather than the 2 1-drops, because it's just going to stop the opponent from developing their board to maybe having 2 veterans in play, at which point your Bone Crush Giant would not be doing a whole lot, because they would be 3/3s. And yeah, that's exactly what Lee ended up having. And Lee's on the Marley Knights deck that he found a couple days ago. I saw him post on Twitter. And he was like, "Hey, this deck is still good, right? Like, it was good in last season. It's
still might be a bit of a stretch. I've tried every combination under the sun to get this tribe to work, because obviously I'm a big fan of the Knights tribe, and I've never actually found a list that was particularly convincing. So I think Lurrus is what's really pushing this deck into the upper echelons of playability. I mean, you know, again, people who are even remotely familiar with me, I just love the Knight tribe, unsurprisingly. I mean, you know, they named it after me, Martin. They named it after me, so it'd be very ungracious for me not to. But yeah, my best efforts, I mean, I'm not a particularly gifted deck builder, but even just as a filthy net decker, copying the other Knight lists, it never was there. There was a Rakdos build that was okay for a while with like Rotting Regisaur and Embercleave, but this one with Lurrus, it's on a whole nother level, dude. It really, really is.
Yeah, and like one of the versions people used to play had a Rotting Regisaur and Embercleave as a way to just go really big. Like you can go wide with a lot of smaller creatures, but you can also go really big by just putting Embercleave on your Rotting Regisaur. So that was one of the previous versions. Obviously, when you're using Lurrus as a companion, none of that is possible, unless you're using Lurrus as just one of the cards in your deck. But we clearly see Lurrus being chosen as the companion for Lee, which means that he's going to have to play cards that cost 2 or less. And that is exactly what this deck is doing. And Lurrus is just a way to sort of guarantee yourself that even if you get hit by like a sweeper or something, you can just play Lurrus next turn and play something from your graveyard and rebuild.
And it's not free. Like you do lose you lose like Midnight Reaper, you lose Murderous Rider, you lose obviously Embercleave, which is one of the best cards in the deck. But it has forced innovation, and all of a sudden these second stringers, the Rimrock Knights, and a card I really want to talk about, Smitten Swordmaster, right? These are coming back. And so, you know, you've got the 1-drops, you've got Fervent Champion, you've got Knight of the Ebon Legion, you've got Venerable Knight, all of which are, you know, powerful. It's hard playing 1-drops across 3 different colors, but this deck makes it work. But Smitten Swordmaster is what really takes it to another level. We've seen Zenith Flare in Boros Cycling, right? And Smitten Swordmaster does a little impression of that. You play out 4, 5, 6 Knights maybe, right? And then you can just burn them out.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah, that sort of gives the deck this little bit of reach, where if your opponent stops you from attacking, they fill the board with like an 0/4 blocker from Birth of Meleades, maybe some tokens from Moment of the Sun. Maybe, you know, they're gonna steal some of your attackers with Agent of Treachery. You can still put some knights in play even if they can't attack. You can use the Swordmaster to just drain your opponent out. And yeah, there's obviously the deck restriction on Lurrus, so you can't use you know, Murderous Rider, as you said, which is a card that you would otherwise very likely play in this deck. But there are some new tools for this deck, and one of them is Dire Tactics.
Yeah,
which is a black and white instant. It says exile target creature. If you do not control a human, you lose life equal to that creature's toughness. So a lot of these knights, I believe, are also humans.
Well, every single one except the Rimrock Knight and the Knight of the Ebon Legion, in fact.
Yeah, alright, so you do have a lot of humans. You basically have a 2-mana exile any creature at instant speed, which is pretty decent removal. And I believe there's also Fight as 1 as a 1-mana trick that sometimes, you know, can save your creatures from a sweeper. Sometimes you're going to use it as a combat trick to make sure your 2 creatures survive, you know, taking damage from your opponent's stuff. Yeah, pretty interesting deck, and definitely something worth looking at. And, you know, a lot of people were saying on Twitter, like, oh yeah, this standard format's getting a little bit old, like it's the same Fires of Invention, everybody's playing that. We're clearly seeing in this tournament that the invention is still there. Like just you know, try different kinds of decks. Try, you know, red green Umori. Try you know, we saw some white aggro decks with Karametra's Blessing. You can try Mardu Knights, and, you know, even if it ends up after a week or 2 not really being, you know, one of the top decks, if you bring it to a tournament, you are catching people off guard. You are bringing something to battle that your opponents are just not ready for. Like, this is just something that your opponent doesn't have in their sideboard guide. Like,
that's right.
Their sideboard guys, their sideboard guide is going to include, you know, Jeskai Luca, Team Reclamation, Mono Red Aggro, maybe Rakdos Sacrifice. But if you show up with Mardu Knights, or if you show up with this white weenie deck, or this Delver deck we saw in the first round yesterday, then nobody's going to have any clue what exactly they're supposed to be doing against you.
And look at this, double Inspiring Veteran here, thanks to the Lurrus flashing them both, flashing one on the back. And you can see Smitten Swordmaster ready to come down, another way to buffer the life total. Knight of the Ebon Legion, very difficult to attack through. I mean, this deck is, the more I look at it, the more I like it.
the mana base is also exceptional. You'd think it's terrible, right? You'd think playing Fervent Champion and Knight of the Ebon Legion and Venerable Knight in the same deck is hard. You've got 7 Tri-lands, one of which is untapped. 7 Tri-lands, right?
Yeah, Tournament Grounds is amazing in the deck. That's basically like better than the Legacy Dual lands at this point for the deck.
This deck, it almost is, yeah.
The Mardu Triumph, that comes at a real cost. Like
it does.
You are playing an aggro deck where curving out is really important. You really want to start with the 1-drop, follow it up with one of these Inspiring Veterans or Rimrock Knight. And curving out is just super important for aggro. And this is a real cost. Like playing a Gaslight on turn 1 means that you're not going to play that 1-drop. You're not going to get to attack on turn 2. You're not going to attack with that 1-drop on turn 3, and so on. So that is a real cost.
Yeah, you are only playing 3 copies of it, and it does cycle away. But
it does cycle. Yep.
There are no temples in this list. It's 12 Shocklands, a few basics sprinkled here and there.
I completely agree with you. The mana is good in this deck, and even before like playing this deck, playing Rotting Registrar, Embercleave for double red, 1-drops for white mana.
Yeah.
You would be thinking like 3 colors, like double red, black, turn 1 white. Like how do you get all of this? It actually worked out really well, and
well, maybe newer players
really.
Maybe new players are a little confused because they look and say, well, hang on. There's Jeskai, there's Bant, there's all these 3-color decks at the top of the table. Like, why is this any different? What are you talking about? There are heaps of 3-color decks. 3-color mana base is no problem. A 3-color mana base is fine when you can afford to play all these tap lands. The reason we don't see 3-color aggressive decks very often is because they need an untapped land basically every turn. And that means you can't play temples. It means you can't go deep on the triumphs. And it's much harder to collect. Like, the difference between Jeskai and the Jeskai, like Lorien late game deck, and this Mardu aggro deck here, is that this deck is trying to play on turn 1 either Fervent Champion, Venerable Knight, or Knight of the Ebon Legion. That means it needs 3 different colors of mana potentially on turn 1, whereas Jeskai Luca needs no type of mana on turn 1 and can just play a tap land and set up for maybe a play on turn 2, probably only a play on turn 3. The difference that is very difficult to overstate, and the mana, when we talk about having this deck having exceptional mana, if this were a late game deck, it has fine mana. For an aggro deck, it has exceptionally good mana, and that, I think, more or less is the secret hidden VIP of this deck. The thing that makes it impossible in the first place is Tournament Grounds.
Yeah, like that's a really good point. Playing temples, getting the scry value from them means that you're doing this in the mid-range and control decks that are trading tempo for additional card selection. You are building your deck in a way where you don't have anything for 1 mana. You are sort of giving up that tempo, allowing your opponent to be the first to have something on board. But you're gonna have additional card selection. Your deck is probably gonna be a little bit more consistent, maybe. Whereas the aggro decks, they're trading it in the other way around. They're trading consistency for speed. They just want to be faster, and if they draw too many lands. There's usually not a whole lot they can do. If they flood out, there's usually not a lot of we call it mana sinks, unless your deck is playing something like Experimental Frenzy, which is an excellent card to have. Even if you're flooding out, you can play cards from the top of your deck for free, but I don't think that card is currently in Standard, unfortunately. But if you are a fan of maybe Mono Red with Experimental Frenzy, maybe other decks, you can play it in Historic on Magic Arena, which is another popular format.
I want to point out a couple of things about this Knights deck as well, one of which is very relevant to the current board state. As you can see, it's very stalled out. This Knights deck is also uniquely positioned as one of the aggro decks of the format because it has a lot of life gain. For an aggro deck, it can gain a ton of life with Blacklands Paragon, with Curry Flavor chips off of the Smitten Swordmaster there, right? But what's really key to note here is Lurrus, right? In a position like this, normally, you would just suicide your Smitten Swordmaster in turn after turn after turn, right? They could have a 10-10, and you just attack your Swordmaster into it every single turn of the game, gain 4, gain 4, gain 4, gain 4, and keep recycling it with Lurrus. Now,
you can't. I mean, you could do that here in this situation, but because there are 6 first striking blockers on the battlefield,
that's not going to.
This is a very unique position where you can't do that. But normally, even in a stalled out game, because I'm sitting here and thinking, what does the Mardu deck need here to get out of this situation, get out of this position? Now the Phoenix of Ash has been drawn, it's looking pretty grim, and they do have a lot of ways to contest the late game. Worthy Knight can help you go wide. A card like Smitten Swordmaster, as we've already said, is a good finisher. Knight of the Ebon Legion, very difficult to block usually, but in this situation here, 6 first strike blockers that are all going to deal 4 damage to you. And this is a desperation attack here because you can just line up a bunch of first strikers and this card's never getting through.
Yeah, the first strikers are doing a really good job, especially when they're all bumped by the heraldic banner, and that's kind of just completely stopping Lee from being able to attack, and there is not a whole lot he can actually draw. Like, he would just need to draw a Smitten Swordmaster pretty much every turn to play it for the adventure side and try to drain the opponent out, but that's pretty much all I can come up with in a situation like this. There's just too many first strike attackers, and even if you go for some kind of all-out attack where maybe you force your opponent into some blocks that are not ideal for them, those Grim Initiates are leaving a token behind, so that's still not gonna be a very profitable attack for you.
Yeah, the situation you're in here, I mean, this looks like a desperation attack. I sense there's probably a fight as 1 coming.
Yeah, Lee needs fight as 1, or he needs that dire tactics. That is a card that would get rid of the Phoenix here. But other than that, let me look at Lee's list. I don't think there is much else.
I'd say a whole lot, to be honest.
You can use Blacklands Paragon in a situation like this to give your Knight of the Ebon Legion lifelink, and you would still have 6 mana to pump it twice. So that would be 11 life for you. That would be a pretty good turn too. Although, how much first strike is it? 2, 4, 6, 12 first strike damage. So your Knight would be, how big? 5, 6, 12. Yeah, so that was actually not available there either if your opponent puts all the first strike blockers in front of the Knight.
It's really not looking good for Lee, and this, I would have to say, this is definitely like an aberration. This isn't how this normally goes, this sort of game. You don't see Mono Red usually sitting back, defending, blocking with all of its Grim Initiates and its Fervent Champions, waiting to draw that Phoenix of Ash that is probably going to win the game next turn, given its fire-breathing ability and the fact that Lee is only on 9 life here.
You can make one really interesting play, by the way.
Go on.
If you attack with a lot of creatures and your opponent blocks with first strikers on the Blacklands Paragon, like if we just go back and everything attacks, the Blacklands Paragon ends up being blocked by a bunch of first strikers, it dies in first strike damage, goes to the graveyard, then you can replay it from your graveyard with Lurus to give something that doesn't have first strike, that hasn't dealt damage yet. You would be able to give it lifelink and still gain life in that same combat. All right, Phoenix of Ash.
Another Phoenix of Ash here, and I mean, this one should be it, right?
Well, if you have, double dire tactics, you can keep yourself alive. But other than that, these Phoenixes are dealing double damage because of Obosh, so not a situation looking great for Lee.
Yeah, it really doesn't look good here for Lee, because a single dire tactics, he might be thinking, okay, well, I can deal with this Phoenix and that's fine. But the second one is so brutal here. The second one is so brutal.
And Lee's in a tank. Like, what does he possibly have? He can play no.
All right, here's the Phoenix.
Results. I'm looking at Lee's sideboard. What is he going to be able to bring in a matchup like this? Deadweight looks pretty good against all the 1-drops, all the cheap creatures.
But this game is over there. The second, I imagine probably a copy of Dire Tactics in hand, but not both. And so we move now to the sideboard. And as you mentioned, in the sideboard, another copy of Dire Tactics, dead weight. Not a whole lot else though, right?
Yeah, if I'm mono red, what am I bringing in? If I'm looking at this, Tybalt looks pretty decent. There's a lot of creatures with 1 toughness on the knight side of the board, so I think I would bring in those Tybalts because they are great at blocking and they can be pretty good at attacking later on as well. Blazing Volley, not necessarily a 2-for-1 like Tybalt at all times, or at most times, but it can be pretty good too. On the other hand, if your opponent does have Venerable Knight, Inspiring Veteran, sorry, if they have the Knight Lord, then you're not gonna get a single creature with it. So not sure if I would bring the Blazing Volley in. It doesn't kill Knight of the Avon Legion, which is one of their best 1-drops. It does kill Rimrock Knight, Fairwing Champion, Black Lens Paragon. Yeah, I think it still looks good enough. Although, a shock is still gonna be kill one of your creatures almost every single time. Whereas Blazing Volley can just be like, okay, well, it's a sorcery speed, something that if you do have that Inspiring Veteran, it can just do nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Radcap Melee is another interesting option because there is a good amount of red cards in Lee's deck. Inspiring Veteran, Fervent Champion, Rimrock Knight that is already 12. And even if you want to kill something that's not red, later in the game you want to kill Lurus or something, you can just sacrifice a mountain. Yeah, we're seeing our hero board in just one copy of each. One Blazing Volley, one.
Yeah, I don't mind that, right? Like, if you draw one, it's not the end of the world if it's not going to do anything, and the blowout potential is pretty huge, especially that Blazing Volley when you look at Blacklands Paragon, Rimrock Knight, Fervent Champion, Venerable Knight, all the tokens from Worthy Knight as well are 1/1s, and they don't get pumped, as well as the Smitten Swordmaster. So, yeah, you're right, there are a lot of 1-toughness creatures.
Yeah, that's a fine way to do it. If it's something that you don't want to draw 2 copies of, you can just board one of them in, and that way you guarantee that I'm never going to be stuck with double Blazing Volley in my hand or something. And just if I draw 1 and it's good there, that's great. If I draw 2, at least I'm not going to be stuck with both of them in my hand.
Good to see a shock on the Knight here. There's no real attacks available otherwise. The 1/2 body is very good against both Grim Initiate and Fervent Champion here. But what we might be seeing instead here from Trogdor is playing out this 1-drop next turn. If Lee doesn't attack, well, this makes it a little different, I guess. I guess you can still shock, play the champion, Fervent Champion, get in for 2. Let's see what the follow-up play is there. Just a Triome and another Knight of the Leben Aegon. All right, so the obvious play here is Fervent Champion, shock the untapped Knight, get in for 2.
I'm curious if Lee sideboarded in Ember at Shieldbreaker. That is the card that you usually have in the sideboard for cards like Lucky Clover, for cards like Witch's Oven. But here, the Heraldic Banner is pretty much doing the same kind of work. It's one of the most important cards you have in this red deck, just so you can just so these 1/1s actually turn into decent, not just attackers, even blockers, as we saw in game 1, where everything has first strike. Yeah, if all of that has +1, then it's going to be really hard for your opponent to attack.
So there's the shock on the Knight, away it goes, and in come the 2 1/1s here. That light up the stage obviously can't be cast here.
So here, one of the options that you had was playing shock first, then attacking with just the Grim Initiate, and then using the 1 mana that you had left over to cast a Light Up the Stage, to hopefully find that 3rd land, which would allow you to cast Heraldic Banner next turn, and you would still be able to use the mana from that to cast the Fervent Champion. So in a situation like that, if I was playing the mono deck, I think I would be looking at prioritizing finding the 3rd land over dealing that 1 extra point of damage with the champion right away. Because if I find that 3rd land, I'm going to be able to play the champion next turn anyway with the mana from Heraldic Banner. And that way, I am developing my board a little bit faster. I'm going to have access to 3 mana plus banner is 4. So next turn, if I draw another land, I can cast Obosh already. So that way you would be developing a little bit more. And instead, now you're still stuck on 2 lands. But obviously, you're in no way guaranteed to actually find the land on top. So it can also backfire.
Knight of the Ebon Legion getting busy here after the loss of the Inspiring Veteran thanks to that Bone Crusher Giant. Done, of course, when Lee was tapped out, and no 3rd land for Lee here. Done while tapped out to play around the copy of Fight as 1, which would be pretty brutal.
And here you would be thinking, okay, well, Lee didn't play anything. He has 2 mana. He still didn't play anything, so I guess his hand is full of 3-drops. you have to keep in mind that Black Lens Paragon is one of the cards that this deck plays as well. So he always has the option to play at end of turn instant speed 3/1 flash creature.
Which unfortunately that is pretty, and there you see it there. It's pretty bad against the 1 power first strike creatures that you see here.
That's true. Yep. That is definitely true. That would be something, that's definitely something to consider when you're sideboarding. But Lee's deck has so many X1s that it's just too hard to board all of them out. He would need to. He probably
wouldn't have a deck. You wouldn't have a deck left.
He probably boarded out the Rimrock Knights exactly for the reason that you're saying. 1 toughness is not great against all the 1 power first strike creatures, but Rimrock Knight also can't block. So that's an additional kind of downside that the creature has against the red deck.
There's another untapped land here, and we'll see. I would imagine Lee probably with another instant speed, something to do with instant speed here. Could have Fighters 1, Dire Tactics, another Black Lance Paragon, perhaps. Here's Heraldic Banner. Could indeed just have a battle display from the Embereth Shieldbreaker here.
I was a little confused. I thought we could play Stomp from Bonecrusher Giant because those 2 cards were exiled from Light Up, but I guess it was 1 land and Red Cut Melee, and now the Bonecrusher is actually in an adventure zone, and the Red Cut Melee is exiled to Light Up. So it's
very clear. You can see because one has weird flames on it and the other doesn't. The UI is just abundantly clear. It's abundantly clear. I think they'd be useful if they could label these zones somehow, but I don't know. I mean, it is just all exile zone, I guess, but in Paper Magic, you've got ways to make it a little clearer what is exiled to what. In any case.
But then again, in Paper Magic, you have to shuffle your own deck, and you have to keep track of all of the stuff. So when you play on Arena, all of that goes away, and the program just does it for you. So that's
Red
really
Cap
nice.
Malay going after the Knight of the Ebon Legion. You're going to sacrifice a land, but that's all right. You've got another one to play next turn in order to power out Obosh, and this Knight is a little... Oh, look at that. There we go. Fight as 1. And wow, just 2 for 1ing yourself here.
That was a really, really strong play. Like 1 mana, save my creature. You have to sack a land. Now I'm attacking into a tapped out opponent.
Yep.
Looking pretty good.
The only problem is you're on 8. You're on 8. What would be great here was another Blacklands Paragon to buffer that life total a little bit.
Yeah, and that was the reason why Trugdor decided to play that Red Cap Melee on his own turn. I guess he kind of needed that because it was actually exiled to the light up the stage.
Yes.
But even if it was a card in his hand, you know that your opponent is playing Fight as 1. So if you're gonna kill one of those creatures, you might as well do it on your own turn, because if your opponent doesn't have the trick, that would make the creatures bigger. You would be taking more damage. If you do it in your own turn, they still want to play to save it, but you're gonna be taking 2 less damage. Yeah, and there it is. Lee recognizing the power of the Heraldic Banner, bringing in that Embereth Shieldbreaker and getting rid of Banner, which makes these first strike attackers a little bit smaller, and now the Worthy Knight is able to block them. But we also see another Heraldic Banner in Trugdor's hand.
So impressive to see the way that Lee has utilized interaction to contest this game, as we're going to see Bone Crusher Giant join the fray here, and can now get to a point where Worthy Knight will start to contest the late game. You're guaranteed a token at least 1 next turn with Embereth Shieldbreaker. You could have better stuff in hand as well.
Yeah, I think that was the reason why Lee wasn't playing all that much in the early turns. Like, we know that his deck is full of 1 and 2 draws because he's playing Lura. So even with those 2 lands, he's going to be able to function normally. And I guess his hand was just full of like answers. Fight as 1 is an answer to your opponent playing some kind of burn spell on your creature. Embereth Shieldbreaker is something you bring in to destroy the Heraldic Banner, so you don't really want to play it just as a 2/1. And yeah, I think that was most of Lee's hand was just answers, or situational cards rather.
All right, Anax the play instead of anything else here. But don't forget the burnout potential of the Knight deck using Curry Favor from the Smitten Swordmaster as well. That may be something that we see in the coming turns. 3 Knights on the battlefield now, a 4th one in the exile zone.
Worthy Knight creates human tokens, right? Those are not knights.
Yes, they're not knights. No, they're just 1/1 humans.
Because you would be able to go really wide really quickly for those sword masters otherwise. All right, Lee in the tank probably doing the math on, all right, how do I attack? What is the most likely way for my opponent to block here? Should I try to go for it? I can pump mine out of the Ebon Legion. If my opponent maybe doesn't block correctly, I could finish them off with the Sword Master, but then I'm exposing myself to maybe a counter attack for lethal. Not an easy situation. He does have access to Lurus, which is allowing him to play Knight of the Ebon Legion from the graveyard, further advancing his position, which I like quite a bit. But he might also be considering maybe I want to keep up that untapped mana. Forfeit as one, in case my opponent has a removal for the Lurus, because Lurus is one of the most important cards in a situation like this, where both players are trying to improve their board position by playing more stuff. Eventually, you're going to run out of cards.
The thing is, in this situation, it's wild. The mono red deck is the one with worse reach. Like, Curry Favor can end the game on the spot. Red doesn't have the old flurry of burn spells that it used to. It used to be able to go Lightning Strike, Wizard's Lightning Shock, you're dead. Whereas here, it contests on the ground, and if you can just put a bunch of 1/1 human tokens in the way of all these attackers, if you can keep recurring blockers with Lurus, they're never going to get through. And you see this here, no attacks available.
Yeah, game one, the mono deck just had way too many creatures and double banner, which meant that Lee could just never attack. But after sideboard, he has ways to destroy the banner with Ember Shieldbreaker, and with the double Knight of the Ebon Legion, he might just build his board with like big enough attackers and too many tokens to eventually punch through, or maybe just draw the Sword Master and finish off Trogdor.
Just burn him out. Yep.
With the drain. With the light drain.
You can see the Inspiring Veteran there as well. Not too bad on this board. You can see it played here as well. Yep, makes sense. Buffs up half the team here. And the knight count is 5. So we're getting very close to a lethal Smitten Swordmaster, if indeed that's one of the cards in Lee's hand.
Yeah, interesting situation. Like, something that'd be great in a spot like this would be Evercleave, right? That'd be kind of the perfect card to put on Annex, but we know with Obosh, Embercleave is not a card you can have in your deck.
Don't have to worry about it, yep. Alright, in comes a Knight.
I really want to see the red players, try the original red version again, because as we're seeing, we saw that earlier in the tournament. Everybody's playing Jeskai Luka, but there was a lot of players just playing the original Jeskai Fires deck with Karuga, with Cavalier of Flame, and they were doing pretty well. I don't know if we have any of them in the top 16. Obviously, that speaks about just Jeskai Luka Fires probably being slightly better, but it's still there. It's still available. It's still something you can play.
All right, Martin, I'm calling it. Curry Favor next turn. It's going to end the game.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you're gonna need that. You might just attack for lethal. What is it? 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 creatures on the Lee side of the battlefield.
Oh, versus 75 here? Oh, 6 now. Okay.
6. Okay, so that is, you need one more attacker to attack for lethal, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Yeah, you need one more attacker to attack for lethal. So like a Fervent Champion, with haste.
Yes. That's the only haste creature.
Maybe fight as one. That would be an extra.
Oh, yep. As a little pump spell. Yep, sure. Okay. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Let's see what Lee has here. Hitting the tank. Go on.
And having access to the Triomes, that does come in handy in these kind of situations when the game goes long. Obviously, you're an aggro deck. You don't really want lands number 5, 6, 7, 8. In those kind of situations, having access to cycling lands was a pretty big deal. Oh, here,
single attack with a Venerable Knight. What's going on here, Martin?
Yeah, here Lee is just using that Venerable Knight, exactly what he pointed out game one. You can just, in a situation like this, you can keep suicide attacking with one of your creatures because you're going to be able to bring it back from the graveyard with Lurus to get some kind of value from it. And Venerable Knight, dealing, putting counters on your creatures when it dies. That means that you get to do it every turn.
And now double tokens as well. That's not bad. You play the Venerable Knight and you get 2 human tokens.
Yep. Yeah.
Jeez, and this is a much better situation for the late game for this Knights deck here. And you're going to be able to attack with, 15 creatures next turn?
Yeah, this is actually a really cool match so far. Like normally, you're used to all these aggro decks just finishing off these games, on turns 4 or 5, just the game's going really quickly. But this is actually a really cool match where
it's been a grind.
Where it's actually a really big grind, and both players do have ways to get ahead. For Lee, it's Lurus and the Knight tokens that he's able to create every time he plays a Knight from Worthy Knight. For Trogdor, it's playing a lot of creatures with First Strike and basically stopping Lee from attacking, and then using something like Phoenix of the Ash in combination with Widow Bosch and those heraldic banners to basically deal unblockable damage, because we know that Lee doesn't have anything with flying.
Huge attack here. You're attacking with 16 creatures, with only 6 blockers on the other side of the battlefield. Of course, there's no way you can soak up enough damage. A very quick way to count that, of course, is that if you have more attackers than they have blockers, if you can get that number to equal or exceed their life total, so for example, their life total is 7, you've got 16 blockers. So as long as they can't block 10 of those creatures, then you're guaranteed lethal, because all of your creatures attack for at least 1. So you don't need to work out which specific blocks they'll make in a situation like that. You don't go, they'll block this one, they'll block this creature, they'll let that one through, they'll block this one. You just count it up. You recognize that each of your attackers guarantees at least 1 damage at a minimum after the blocks have been done. And so if you can exceed their life total with the number of unblocked attackers you've got lethal. Now that may sound very obvious to a lot of players watching, but for newer players, it's a useful trick in order to figure out when you can or can't alpha, rather than going through and saying, okay, well, the Obosh blocks this Knight, they block here with a Fervent Champion like that. If you can get more attackers unblocked than they have life total, you'll win the game, and it's as simple as that. Also, there, of course, only 1 card in hand meant that there was a maximum of 1 removal spell. That's another one another thing you can factor in there.
Or they can have something like Sell the Wreckage, as Riley Knight likes to play.
No. That's not a card you ever should worry about, even when they have it. There's just no way to play around it. As I don't want to talk about. I've never had a positive experience. I get wrecked every single time. But my wreckage gets settled so often, and you really do hate to see it.
I like Sell the Wreckage in the format quite a lot. I also enjoyed having Gruul Spellbreaker, for example, which gave you hexproof, so you couldn't be targeted with Sell the Wreckage. So that was a lot of situations where the opponent was expecting to play that for a lot of value, and they just couldn't. It was just an interesting card to have in the format. And especially in limited too, there was a lot of situations in limited where you don't really count on your opponent to have those kind of rares, but sometimes it does happen, and you hate to see it, as they say. So game 3 underway. Trogdor with a really good draw. Had to mulligan, but turn 1 drop into late of the stage, and another 1 drop on turn 2. Looking for that 3rd land, so you can play the Phoenix. Phoenix is going to be one of the most important cards on the play against Lee, because he's not going to be able to block it. And we see Lee with a little bit of an awkward start, I think, because he would like to play a 1-drop ideally on turn 1, but that Triome obviously coming into play untapped, maybe messing up a little bit with his curve, but it just depends on what is the rest of his hand. So he does have a little bit of a slower start here, but if Trogdor does not find that 3rd land, not going to be a whole lot he's going to be able to play. Lee taking his time. So this pretty much signals just having multiple options. So he might have multiple 1-drops he can play. He may have something like a Deadweight. And wow, there's the land of the top. Yep, that's exactly what we needed.
And bam, Phoenix of Ash comes across.
So normally in a situation like this, you would think about possibly playing Annex, because that might be a really big attacker next turn. If your opponent is forced to double block it, to trade it, you're still going to leave 2 tokens behind. You have another Annex in your hand. But here, because you revealed the Phoenix into light of the stage, you were pretty much just priced in to playing the Phoenix.
Another Venerable Knight, and it's going to come in and attack here. Lee definitely under a fair bit of pressure. Wonder if he's got a dire tactics or something to deal with his Phoenix. Yeah, there it is. That's a really good answer to the Phoenix. Of course, exiling it so it can't come back. And not paying it life because of those humans.
Yeah, great answer for Annex as well, not leaving any tokens behind. But right now, with Trogdor on the play, having this kind of draw, I think you would have to favor him a little bit, especially if Lee has to shock himself every now and then with some of the shock lands. Like being on the play is a pretty big advantage in this matchup. And one of the key ways for aggro to work and play out well is if you're able to use every mana every turn, just have effective ways of using your mana or using the mana the most effectively. That's usually a good sign that you're doing something right. Like in this game, Trogdor used turn 1, he uses Mountain to cast a 1-drop. Turn 2, play light up the stage, play another 1-drop. Turn 3, play line number 3, cast that Phoenix. So far he was able to spend every mana every turn.
Yep.
Play something meaningless to add more stuff to the board, and that's how you get ahead in basically any matchup in Magic.
Now, slight misstep there from Lee Shi-Chan, who missed the opportunity to play the dead weight from the bin on the Grim Initiate.
And Lee would not just forget about having dead weight in the graveyard, so you can be pretty sure that there is a fight as one in his hand.
Oh, he sold it. He had me hook, line, and sinker there as well. I was like, oh, geez, that's an unfortunate misstep. And then I was like, I was trying to rationalize, like, I guess killing the Grim Initiate isn't that bad. He can probably come back from this. It's fine. But no, just fight as one. Played me like a fiddle. Played his opponent like a fiddle as well. Martin, that was masterful. Did you see that? Did you see that coming?
Yeah. I mean,
of course he did.
You know that Lee, a Hall of Fame player in that, but he's not gonna miss just playing something from his graveyard for more value. That's the reason why you play Luro. So like when you play Luro, the first thing you do is look in your graveyard.
Yeah, but what can I say? It was the most masterful piece of theatre from Lee. I don't know if you noticed, right? But it happened so fast that it almost looked like he didn't even have a chance to cast it. So what he did, right, was he put Lurrus on the stack, and while it was resolving, pressed Shift and Enter in order to auto-pass through the rest of the turn. Yep. So it looked like he missed it. It was a brilliant piece of theatre. The Oscar goes to, that's right, Lee Shi-Chan, and a second one as well to keep that Lurrus around.
Wow.
The value train keeps rolling out of the out of the station here. And just recurring a dead weight every turn. This is big brain stuff, mate. This is big brain stuff.
This game is definitely not over. Like now, both players are going to be trying to get a little bit ahead on the board. Obviously, There's still Annex on the red side of the battlefield. We know there is a Phoenix of Ash in the hand. That can get escaped back from the graveyard eventually, which I believe makes it a 3/3.
Yes. Yep.
And then if you combine that with Obosh later on, you're dealing a lot of damage. It's something that doesn't die to dead weight. So this game is still up for grabs.
I just want to give Lee full credit for the play that had even me fooled. And Martin, as you know, I'm a very difficult man to fool. It's only happened 4 times now in my entire life. So. Well done to Lee Shi-Chan for joining that exalted club of people. Yep. One time, 22nd birthday, when my mum and my ex organised a surprise birthday party. When one of my viewers once duped me by playing Simic Flash with Sultai Commander, and now this as well. And the 4th time, I can't even tell you about the other time. It was so embarrassing. Anyway, dead weight now, an option to take out this zombie army. It doesn't really do too much else against the rest of the board, but just recurring -2/-2 every turn is very strong.
Yeah, that's a great choice of removal. Like Lee could have just played. Lee could have just been playing some kind of like Doomblade or some kind of 2-mana removal spell that says destroy target creature. But he chose to go with Deadweight, which is maybe a little less powerful. You can use it at instant speed. If something is bigger than 2 toughness, you're not going to be able to kill it. But you can replay it with Lurrus from the graveyard every single turn. So if you're playing against these decks with a lot of small creatures, you can just bring it back every turn and kill one of their cards every single turn.
It's a great attack as well, giving the Vulnerable Knight, I keep thinking it's vulnerable. The Venerable Knight a +1/+0, so it trades up. The Knight of the Ebon Legion, obviously with the threat of activation. And the Fervent Champion, yeah, sure, you can block it and it will die, but you can just bring it back with the Lurrus, or use the dead weight to polish off the Bone Crusher Giant or the Annex if they block like that. So no, look, this is actually this is a pretty good attack. I like this attack here a lot. You don't lose too much by this, and you do start pushing through a little bit of damage here too, which is great.
I like the block by Trogdor though, just blocking the Fervent Champion with the 2-2, because you know that the 2-2 would very likely die to the dead weight anyway, so he just goes for the block. That's gonna mean he's gonna what's the best way to say it? Lose the least value this turn, because that 2-2 was very likely dying anyway. Lee's not that interested in killing the Satyrs because they can't block, so they're the least value creatures that Trogdor has at this point. So if he is forced to play deadweight on that, then that's good for Trogdor. And keep in mind, Lurrus can only, let you play one card from the graveyard every single turn. You don't just get to machine gun everything with deadweight by just replaying it over and over and over. You only get to play the card once, or one of the card once every turn. Trogdor's still stuck on 3 lands.
Yeah, and a handful of 3-drops as well. So an interesting decision for him here. Wait, can attack with the team to guarantee light up the stage, right?
Let's see.
Yeah.
You don't want to attack with the 1/1s because they get blocked by Lurrus, and Lurrus has lifelink, so those would be pretty awkward attackers. If you drew a land, that'd be very different, because then you would threaten pumping your team with the castle, making the 1/1 Satyrs something that you don't want to block with Lurrus. This way, Lee goes for the double blocker on the Bone Crusher Giant.
The 2 more Satyrs and a +1/+1 counter to be put, looks like, on the other Venerable Knight here. And no luck with the spectral cost of light at the stage. The old post-combat haste creature potentially here. Trogdor the Burninator.
And this should tell Lee that, okay, that's weird. Like, why would you play Phoenix after combat, right? That's unusual. So what could that mean? And one of the reasons why you would wait with Phoenix for, second main phase is that you might have wanted to cast light at the stage. So, in the round of 16, you're not gonna face players that just forgot about haste on their Phoenix. So this should tell Lee that there's very likely a light of the stage in the mono-red player's hand.
Yeah, this is something I notice about you, Martin, because I think a lot of players potentially wouldn't think that deeply. Before we were playing a game where there was a revealed copy of Slaying Fire in hand for the opponent, and Martin's immediate thought was, hang on, how did that happen? How did that happen? And that's completely irrelevant to the game state. It's like it's not a thing that you're looking at being like, well, I need to puzzle this out in order for me to win. But that's immediately where your mind went. You're like, no, that's to be an answer. This is a puzzle, right? And so it's interesting that the way you look at this, you see a post-combat Phoenix of Ash. I look at that and I go, okay, sure, post-combat haste creature, GG. Whereas you look at that and go, what's the reason? Why did that happen? Why is it being cast post-combat? And with a little bit of thinking, a little bit of deductive logic there, you can realize, well, there's a card in the deck that makes them do that. That card is light at the stage because that is a card you want to wait to cast until after combat. I blocked and they weren't able to push through damage. And yeah, I don't know. It always fascinates me to see this sort of thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things with pretty much every deck. For example, let's say you're playing against one of these blue decks like Just Luca or something.
Yeah.
If, let's say it's turn 3, your opponent played land go. It's turn 3 and they play a main phase Omen of the Sea. That is something you usually play at the end of turn. That's usually something you keep your mana up or whatever. So in this situation, it's pretty obvious that the opponent's looking for lands, right? Because you're never really going to do it on your own turn.
Yeah.
Especially on turn 3. So in that situation, you can puzzle out that, all right, well, I guess the reason for that is that your hand is just full of non-land cards, and you're just trying to find land drops. And there's a lot of small details and situations where you can try to read into it and try to puzzle out something from your opponent's hand, and that's how you get these little small edges in the games.
So here's an attack for 6 now after the Lurrus is finally taken care of by the Bone Crusher Giant. And Venerable Knight can jump in front of one of these, put an extra counter on the Knight of the Ebon Legion, which will then be 4 and won't quite be threatening lethal next turn with the removal of the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think Lee is flooding out a little bit here, and the red deck can easily operate on 3 lands the entire game. Actually, that's That's pretty much the ideal amount of lands you want to get. Obviously, there was a point in the game where you would have liked to get that extra land to be able to double spell, to be able to still play that Phoenix plus maybe a light at the stage in the same turn. But overall, if the game's gonna go long and you can choose if you are the one with fewer lands or the one with more, then it's usually the deck that draws fewer that ends up just winning because they have more cards to work with.
There's that blazing volley, but I think this one is going to be all over here.
Yeah.
Lee, with only one card in hand, facing off a lethal army of satyrs created by Anax.
That's the thing about the Mardu deck. There's no like one big card, like one experimental frenzy that you play and it just wins you the game. No like Embercleave that you can put on this Knight of the Abon Legion that can give itself Death Touch. So combined with Trample and the pumping ability, it wouldn't really care about the number of 1/1 first strikes or little blockers on the other side of the board. That's the thing about the Lurus decks. There's usually not a big card like that. No Embercleave, no Experimental Frenzy, stuff like that. It's just a bunch of little creatures, and even though we saw Deadweight being put to some really good use, like in the end, it's the more expensive cards from the Obosh deck that are going to decide this game, I think.
There's Smitten Swordmaster, but here is a blazing volley, removing the final blocker here for this army of satyrs that can get in straight away. A 10 straight dodger to add insult to injury as well. But Lee, no cards in hand, a tapped blocker, and 6 1/1s ready to contest his life total. So this game was, it was a fascinating match. We saw so much to and fro. We saw so much back and forth. But at the end of the day, it looks like the mono red deck is going to be able to take it out here with a lethal attack, 7 damage coming across, and Li Shiqian, unfortunately for fans of the Knight deck everywhere, myself included, he is out of the tournament. Well done indeed to him, and especially well done to his opponent, Trogdor 3026. A big win there, finding their way into the top 8 of our Red Bull Untapped first international series, international qualifier part of Series 2020. Martin user Riley Knight. Looks like we have another. We've got another feature match to bring you here. We're lining it up now, and we're going to jump down back into some more magic here. Of course, we've still got the top 8 to bring you after this, so do stick with us. Hope you're going to stay with us for the rest of the broadcast here, my friends, as we move to one of our back tables. And here, as you can see, both these players under a bit of time pressure. To be us here on the bottom of the screen, 5.5 minutes to the opponent's 8, and broadly speaking, a whole lot of nothing going on apart from that.
Wow, Team Reclamation Mirror. Yeah, we were looking at top 16. There were 4 Team Reclamations left, and one thing I noticed also, and that is not 100% confirmed, but I believe if I counted correctly, I wanted to give a shout out to the Japanese players. I think we have 5 Japanese players in the top 16, so they are showing really good results. And Constructed is definitely something that I have always admired about the Japanese pros. Like they brew the craziest decks and always the coolest decks and the sickest combos.
Yeah.
A lot of the times that comes from the work of the Japanese players.
An innovative country in the world of Magic for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
That was where Death Shadow began. I don't know if you know this. Death Shadow got played, I think, at an LGS somewhere, or maybe it was a mid-level tournament somewhere, as kind of a joke. Death Shadow plus like Tarmogoyf and Wild Nacatl and all these like there's 4 colors, all just shocklands to get your and it was called like Super Crazy Zoo. And it was played almost like as a joke. It's like, oh, look at this silly thing you do. Oh, the Death Shadow. Oh, remember this card. And then people worked on it, developed it, and slowly cut the green, moved over into blue. And I mean, it's not a deck anymore, but not a very good one in Modern anyway right now. But yeah, the deck wasn't originally I remember a very innovative list to emerge from the nation of Japan many years ago.
Yeah, like who would want to play a deck where the goal is to deal as much damage to yourself as possible?
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, as it turns out, it's one of the best decks in Modern, and you go fetch crack take 2, Dotsies the opponent, go to 15, cycle a Street Wraith, and all of a sudden you can easily play that Shadow on turn 2.
Actually, I'm just having a look at some recent Modern results here, and I'll have to correct myself because no, it is still played. It is still played in Modern.
It is one of the it is still one of the best strategies. I mean, you get to play a lot of 1 mana spells, Dotsies, Serum Vision, whatever that is. As long as you're playing 1 mana spells, you're playing a lot of them. That's usually a good strategy in any format.
Well, it's also just been overrun with Lurrus as well, like so many other decks. Burn, Jund, so many other decks are playing Lurrus, and it was one of them. Picked up the benefit there. Anyway, on the match in front of you here, we've got a couple of tokens dueling off against each other here. Commence the end game, pooping out a 7/7, while we've got Shark Typhoon online here.
That commences the end game looked pretty strong because that's something you can't counter. So having a negate or whatever is not going to help you.
Yep.
7/7 token is pretty big to buy us down to 5 life. So that token is threatening lethal. Mystic Dispute, great in the early game. Doesn't look as great right now, and both players have around 10 lands in play. They also both have Reclamation, so plenty of mana to work with. We do see an Expansion Explosion in Tobias's hand. That copied with that combined with another Reclamation, I think that's way more than enough mana for a lethal explosion.
It does look like it here.
The reason why Tobias attacks so quickly is this is kind of like a bait for the opponent. Oh yeah, I'm gonna attack.
Yeah.
Maybe I forgot about your own shark tokens. Oh wait, you had a shark token? Well, that's okay. If your opponent taps out here, that gives you a higher chance of resolving this Reclamation into Expansion Explosion. And I also like keeping the Growth Spiral for Tobias because he does seem to have enough mana. So he's going to play the Growth Spiral as a bait yet again, where, okay, well, I just need to draw some more cards. If the opponent goes for a negate, thinking, okay, well, I guess if they don't have anything, I'm just going to counter it. Then you can just play that Expansion Explosion for lethal without really worrying about too many other counters. So yeah, it looks like Tobias is going to go for Expansion Explosion, keeping up Negate and Mystic Dispute, hoping that the opponent doesn't have enough ways to counter back. Wait, was it not enough? I didn't count all the mana. It looks like it was not enough, but we do have a Shark Typhoon in play, creating flying tokens.
Yeah, I mean that will pare down the life total to the point where that something like that will be very lethal very quickly here. So
yeah, I guess no real need to go for the Expansion Explosion then when you're threatening to just close out the game with the flying tokens anyway. So yeah. I should have looked at the board a little bit better before I said that, but there's definitely the thought process that you have in those kind of situations anyways. And now Tobias is just stockpiling on counter spells to make sure that his opponent now can resolve a game-winning Expansion Explosion.
So a block with a little 2/2 shark there. And yeah, double Wilderness Reclamation, Expansion Explosion, and 2 counter spells. It's definitely a very advantageous position for Tobias here. The only problem is, of course, the opponent with 7 cards in hand and is going to improve that the next draw step, you would think, with okay, are we seeing an expansion from the opponent here?
Expansion Explosion? Might be. So you need what? You need 9 mana to fire off a lethal Expansion Explosion. We know there's no life gain in Tobias's deck, so that'd be enough to fire off a lethal explosion. So that's 8 mana floating. So you need to use 1 more to make it lethal, and then you have 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 mana left over. So there's going to be a counter war. Tobias is going to play a negate very likely.
Worst comes to worst as well, you can use your expansion to copy one of the counter spells. But and that, I mean, with the shark plan that you're on at the moment, actually that isn't as bad as it sounds. So pay 3. Here's negate now. That's going to make another 2/2. So at the moment you're looking at 12 power attacking across the battlefield as it is. There's a negate on the negate. So now what you have to do is Expansion Explosion.
Now you have 2 choices. You can try to fire off Explosion to draw into that negate and then play it, but that does
seems a little risky.
That is bad against Mystic Dispute.
Yeah,
because you're basically gonna tap out in the process. you can use expansion, still keeping up 5 untapped mana to just copy one of those negates and try to counter the expansion explosion from your opponent. So you do get less value that way.
Yeah.
But you're not exposing yourself to just losing the game to a copy of Mystical Dispute.
All right, let's see if the opponent has the answer here. Because expansion, copying negate, we'll deal with another, and now an Ether Gust. Oh, because expansion explosion is red.
Yeah, I believe that is lethal in that case.
So that's going to be that. That's going to be that. It's an expansion. It's an explosion for 5. Pointed at Tobias's dome here. Away goes the negate. Away goes the expansion, and 5 damage going upstairs. And unfortunately, Tobias Fielander going down in the Teamer mirror match. Well done to the opponent there, Manahito.
This is the kind of stack that we're used to seeing in like Legacy, where somebody goes, spell Force of Will Dad. Here's a spell pierce, Force of Negation or whatever. Well, this was very similar.
Yeah, exactly. It's it did get pretty wild there with all these triggered abilities flying around, all the counters and all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, well, Team of Reclamation, obviously Team of Reclamation 1 was a Team of Reclamation mirror, but in the hands of the opponent there, rather than in Tobias's favor. But it's still a top 16 result for him. That's he's got to be happy with that. It looks like we've got another feature match to bring you here. We're going to jump into this one as soon as things are set up and ready to go. And unless I'm mistaken, again, this one was this is a pre-recorded one that we're bringing you while we wait for the rest of the top 8 to assemble itself. And that's why we're going all the way back to game number 1 here. And this is that good red-green energy that you love to see. Umori the Collector in a Gruul deck. And we've seen this deck do some incredible things. I'm certainly hoping for it to see it do some more.
Yeah, the first time I saw this deck yesterday when we covered it in one of the early rounds, I was like, yeah, this is, red-green fires, that Arboreal Grazer. And you're like, no, look at that Umori. That is something different.
Yep.
And yeah, it is a red-green, I would call it mid-range deck, just full of creatures, but
yep.
You get to put the creatures in play pretty quickly by ramping up with Arboreal Grazer, making them cheaper with Marauding Raptor and Umori, and eventually you can put in the big hitters like Questing Beast, like Shifting Ceratops, and end it all with Endrace Forerunners.
That's the end of game number 1 there. That Gem Razor removing the final blocker needed to push through what was presumably going to be lethal, I think. And now we move to the post-board games, and you can see that this deck has one of the weirdest curves you're ever going to come across. Look at this.
That shows you how important the Grazer and the Raptor are in this deck.
Yeah. Bear in mind that the Gem Razor and the Migratory Greathorn are actually there. You go. Look, that's the curve readjusted just for us there, because you could see the mutate creatures are secretly 3-drops. That's why you've got the Serpent and the Grazer, as you say. But the other thing is, you get a Marauding Raptor, and all of those 4-drops, they come down a turn earlier, of course. Umori being one of the best ways to do that. The other thing about this is that all of those 4-drops can have their cost reduced by both Marauding Raptor and Umori, and they become then 2-drops. So that is huge. We've seen more than one Questing Beast cast for 2 mana. We've seen Shifting Ceratops do a lot of work out of this deck here.
One thing that I would like to know is, this is round of 16, right? So at this point, Zachary played 8 rounds yesterday, and he played 3 rounds today. So that is 11 rounds already. We know that the maximum amount of rounds he could have lost is 1, maybe 2 if he had good tiebreakers.
Yep.
So he has a really good record with this deck at this point, and I'm just wondering how many times he faced Jeskai Luka, because we have been watching him play against Jeskai quite a few times already, and he won every single one of them. So can this maybe be one of the good answers for that deck? We'll see.
So no turn 1 play after the Temple of Abandon, but we will see Marauding Raptor turn 2. And just watch all of the cost of all of the creatures in hand fall. Now, have that sweet mana cost reduced, shaved off. This means Umori next turn even.
Yeah, the more I'm watching this, the more I would be bringing Glass Casket if I was the Jeskai player, I think. Even though, obviously there are all these, shifting stratos, questing beasts, all that stuff that, I'm not gonna deal with if I have Glass Casket.
Yeah.
But it's the early creatures that are really important for this deck. Obviously, playing Glass Casket on an Arboreal Grazer that already got to put a land in for the opponent just feels bad. But then your opponent's not going to be able to use all those mutate creatures to put it on that Grazer and start attacking more. Maybe destroy one of your enchantments with Gem Razor. If you have Glass Casket to deal with Marauding Raptor, that means your opponent actually has to find the 4 lands to cast that Umori, that Questing Beast, that Shifting Ceratops. So I think I would still like to bring that in. It's also one of the answers that you have for Stonecoil Serpent. So even though it looks like it's a bad card against half of the red-green deck, I think I would still probably bring in, or at least I would be thinking hard about doing that.
So here with 3 mana, a lot of different options available. Thanks to the Marauding Raptor, you could play the Umori, and then next turn, if you draw a land, just start slamming double 4-drops into play.
I'm looking at the day 2 metagame breakdown.
Go on.
So what do you think was the most represented deck?
Jeskai Yorion?
Yeah, Jeskai Yorion, Luca, 37.5%, so just a little bit over a third of the field in day 2. And then Borocycling and Reclamation, both at 13.3% as the second, or tied for the second most played deck, followed by Mono Red Obosh at 10%, and then a little bit, a mix of the rest for the additional 25% of the field. So yeah, Jeskai Luka just kind of dominating the field and just being, well represented, also doing well. Sometimes you have a deck that's, maybe the most popular, but it's not doing as well. But we clearly see the reason why Jeskai Luka is the most popular deck, because it does have the best win percentage. It plays the most powerful cards in the format. It is abusing Yorion for some absolutely crazy turns where you get to steal a lot of permanents with Agent of Treachery. You get to reset your Planeswalkers. It lets you use Elspeth Conquers Death multiple times. So that deck is pretty clearly right now, I think, sitting at the top of the power rankings when it comes to Standard.
Shifting Ceratops an option here if you want to get in for 11. You can give it haste, otherwise play a little slower, maybe cast something like, there's the other Nullhide Ferox. You could cast a Mori and maybe a Stonecoil Serpent here. I don't know. I don't mind the idea of shoving. Like, what are you worried about? An Omen of the Sun? Doesn't do much.
Do we have the option of casting multiple cards? I mean, you can cast like a big Stonecoil Serpent here, maybe, but I think I also like attacking, especially with another Shifting Ceratops in my hand. That means that even if there is a sweeper next turn, I still get to play another Ceratops, still keep up the pressure by attacking. So yeah, I like Ceratops here. Give it haste, give it trample, so that it doesn't get possibly chump blocked by the Omen of the Sun that you just mentioned.
Yep.
And one thing I want to mention, I want to give Mikhail a shout out, or the whole Brazil a shout out, because I really like the sleeves with the country flags.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed that Czech Republic doesn't have a flag, even though we've had multiple Pro Tour winners and we have 2 players in the MPL, so like a full 1/12 of the MPL is from the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
But maybe in the future. I just think it looks really cool. So, shout out to Brazil and all our Brazilian viewers.
Geez, look at this. Another Shifting Ceratops. This card has done so much work. And getting in for 11 there. And so that means that another top 8 contender here is our Gruul Fires player here, Zachary, doing an incredible job with a deck that, again, Martin, no one really saw coming.
Yeah, and Questing Beast looking great, Shifting Ceratops looking great. You have all these blue counter spells. You have all the Yorion, whatever, Teferi to bounce it. None of that is going to work against protection from blue.
I'm happy to. Always happy to see a Gruul deck getting it done, and this one it's really inventive. It does play a bunch of spell-like effects, with stuff like Gem Razor, stuff like Migratory Greathorn, but really just the pressure it can unload, and also not necessarily its reliance on the shifting Ceratops. I don't think that's like the hinge that the deck like the axis that it operates on, but it is like I think it's a really, really good way to contest standard at this point, just because of how many counterspells there are, how many blue decks there are, how many of the best answers in the format are blue. Yorion can't block it, Teferi can't bounce it, Shark Typhoon doesn't even touch it, and I don't know. I want to see more of this Gruul deck, and I'm glad it's in our top 8. Anyway, that is that for our coverage of the round of 16, my friends. We're going to wrap things up here and send it back to the desk. We're going to put the finishing touches on the top 8, and then that will be coming your way very shortly indeed. So stay with us, my friends. Live coverage of Red Bull Untapped continues throughout the rest of the day, so please stay tuned.
Welcome back to the studio. We have for an interview Yuuki-san. How are you? Yuuki-san, are you there?
I'm good though.
Very good. Okay. Yeah. Yuuki-san, congratulations on making top 8. Very good. What deck did you choose to play?
Giant Stadium. Because I love this deck, Giant Sacrifice.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Yeah, so playing Giant Sacrifice, very unexpected in the metagame. It's cool to see that the Japanese are coming in all the way from pretty much the other side of the world. So congratulations on making it in the top 8, and good luck, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye, Yuki. Okay, that was Yuuki-san. I always forget to put the suffix behind their names. I really need to get more familiar with that. We also have a giveaway for you before we go to the top 8. And again, we have one of our collector's boxes, 12 booster boxes infused with the power of Godzilla. That's super appropriate to go from a Japanese player into Godzilla-themed cards. You can win this one by listening to our moderators in the chat and using that command. Somebody will get randomly selected and go home with this nice prize. Then we went over our social media again. We went looking for what you had to say about about this tournament, about Red Bull Untapped 2020. You used the hashtag and you are getting featured. Let's see what our first one is here. Christopher Verula, top 8, the Red Bull Untapped 2020 tournament. All right, 3 more to go. That's the spirit. Let's take this down. All right, this person has the eye on the prize. He is in the top 8. Indeed, we have it confirmed. And we have one other person that we have found that we would like to highlight, and that is the following. There's no following. Okay, they made a mistake there. Okay, we're moving over to the deck lists. We are going to have a look at the 7 deck lists that we already have confirmed for the top 8, and then the outstanding match. We still have 1 match playing that needs to decide who's going to be the final player. So first up, we have Brian Hart's deck list. Let's have a look at that on Mono Red Obosh. So even though we really dropped in success rate as we've seen in the metagame analysis earlier with Frank, still there punching through all the way into the top 8. Next up, we have Christopher Verula. We just saw him there in that social media highlight. He is on the Boogeyman, the big deck on top of the metagame. Yorion Luca. Let's go over to Dapton. Dapton, at this point. Not sure what the real name is. Temur Reclamation, the first deck without a companion that we have in the top 8, wants to get that Wilderness Reclamation going, wants to overwhelm their opponent with a bunch of stuff happening at the end of turns with that mana advantage. Next up, we have Kenichiro Omori with another Yorion Luca deck, really living up to the name that it has been given as the top deck of the format. You get Yorion 80 cards, you get that punish, that fires, and you get that Luca Agent of Treachery engine going in your deck. And then next up we have Mashito Masuda. He is playing Temur Reclamation as well. So again, ramping up that mana advantage, the sole survivor of pre-Ikoria pretty much. Yuki Ishikawa, now that's the person we just had a little chat with. He has a spicy brew for us. Junt Sacrifice here, so that entire interaction with the food producing cards, with Trail of Crumbs, with Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar. We all love to hate it or hate it to love it, depending on what side of the table you were at in months go past. And here he brings it back, shows that it's still a deck, it's still a contender. We cannot forget about these strategies. It's not, companions are the hot new tech today, but we still need to keep in mind that there was a reason that these decks were up there just before. And then the last one that is confirmed is, drum roll, the Rumble of Trample coming in with Zachary Barotzik's Gruul Omori deck. I think everybody needs to fall in love a little bit with this deck for two different reasons. The first one is that this is a deck, the kind of deck that people make when they start out playing Magic. There's a few of those archetypes that just resonate well with beginning players. Like it's mono white weenie, it's your first taste of control, or it's that green ramp big stuff deck that everybody seems to gravitate to all the way in the beginning. Zachary took this deck to Red Bull Untapped, not because he's just playing his pet deck. No, he decided, he chose, he analyzed the metagame. He expected those Yorion, Jeskai, Luca decks to be in there. He expected the aggro decks to be in there. And rather than playing the deck that would be the best in that Yorion Luca deck, he went with something that is designed to destroy the deck. Every card is a must-answer card. All those haste creatures in there really put pressure on the opponent that can only act during their own turn most of the time, because they're playing these Shatter the Sky and Elspeth Conquers Death spells that only do something in their turn. At that point, that creature with haste has already attacked. It has done the damage, and the next one's coming, and the next one's coming. And that's how Zach has been wrapping up most of his matches. The next two decks that we'll be seeing is the two that are currently still playing. So we are going to look at both of them, and we'll see which one ends up actually going to the top 8. First one is Sergio Preto, Yorion Luca. Copy-paste, same old. We've seen the deck. It's good. It's really good. And it might shove another one into the top 8. The next player that we have, the last one, is Gobetti Enrico. He is playing against Sergio with another Yorion deck. At least there's something original here. Gobetti has chosen to forego Luca and the fires altogether, going for a more control-y build, more focusing on its own finishes. We have that main deck Dream Trawler, and we have way more control spells than what we've seen in other Yorion decks. And we went over how you can attack a metagame. And one of the big things is saying you want to go way under or just over what your opponent is trying to do if you want to have success. Going under means you want to be significantly faster. That's how these aggro decks try to win. They build an overwhelming board position, and either force you to interact with them straight away or win, or at that point you have to interact, and if they're red, they can just burn to the face and finish you off that way. That is not what we see here. In fact, we see the exact opposite. This is going slightly over what is used to. Instead of trying to race somebody, you say like, you know what? Let's take it easy. We're going to wait a little bit. I'm going to be a bit more controlling. I'm going to shut down everything you are trying to do in this game until eventually the only possible outcome is that I win. That's what our last player, Gobetti and Rico, is trying to do to their opponents. They made it all the way to the top 16 already, but now have to overcome a final Yorion player to make it into the top 8. Now, we are currently still waiting for that match to finish. In the meantime, we'll have a look at some of our very, very talented cosplayers that made a few clips for us just to lighten up the spirit, say hello, and be part of this, because Red Bull Untapped in many, many ways is that kind of event that last year we really emphasized on having those cosplayers there, on having them interact with the players, on keeping things animated, keeping things fun and light, and showing that there's more to Magic than just sitting in a room playing with some cards. It's the social aspects, it's different kinds of people coming all together, it's cosplayers, it's artists, it's the players themselves, it's the judges, it's organizers. There's so much going on in this game, and it's amazing that Red Bull is now also involved. So cosplayers, we couldn't have them here this time. Let's go give them a little spotlight just to show that we still remember them.
Wait a minute, you're all in this cool, awesome plane with a bunch of dinosaurs and scary monsters, and no one invited me? Oh man.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped. Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Hello and welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
All right, so like I said, we currently have most of our bracket available already. Seven. No, this way, 7 of the 8 names have been locked in already. We had a look at their deck list, but let's have a look at the bracket for the top 8 now. Let's see who they are pairing against and what you can expect in the near future. So we have Kenichiro Omori playing against Christopher Virula in the first match, Brian Hart against Yuuki Ishikawa in the second, Zachary Stompy Barotzik, that's how I'm going to call you from now on, against Masahito Masuda, and then we have Dmitro I still get Podivalchev. I am a horrible person from the Ukraine. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Still waiting for their last opponent. Whoever wins in those first 4 matches will advance to the semifinals, and we are going to show you both matches in the semifinals. We're going to hold one of them and make sure that they only start when we are ready with the first semifinals and give you all that high-level Magic. We're guaranteeing that one for you, as long as technically possible, of course. Now, after that, we're moving into the final. We crown our champion. We give them $2,000. We throw a screen at them. The one that loses in the finals, they're pretty well off as well. $1,000 there, a headset, a mouse, an awesome desk protector mouse pad. So they should be going happy home as well. The rest, $500 for losing that semifinal, for reaching that semifinal is their prize, and for reaching the quarterfinals it will be $250. That's pretty juicy, if you ask me, for a free event. And this is just a reminder to myself, I need to say the word juicy less. Let me just get it out of my system first. Juicy, 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 juicy. Okay, they're gone. What is completely the opposite of that word is dry. is that mouth feel, that little bit of crumble that you get in your hand. Let's get rid of that top 8 brackets, show my beautiful face here. It's my time in the spotlight here while we're waiting for the things to unravel, moving into the top 8. Like I said, dry, crumbly. Am I describing a very bad waffle? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I know somebody who is a little bit of an expert when it comes to waffles. Let's go to see this clip from last year.
And waffles, apparently.
And Belgian waffles.
And Belgian waffles. The best Belgian waffles come from Australia.
Yeah, the Australian Belgian waffles.
If Belgians are trying to eat Australian waffles, when the rest of the world's trying to eat Belgian waffles, that shows you. That's the S-tier waffle, man. That's the S-tier waffle. Had a kangaroo on the logo and everything.
I haven't seen them, but okay.
I didn't try them, but I know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm going to stuff my stupid face full of Australian waffles.
It was Vegemite on it.
I love Vegemite, but that would be utterly disgusting.
Yeah, okay.
That would just be
I could see that.
Oh, we got a Belgian waffle here. Here it comes. Let me try this.
I
Belgian waffle.
think this
Let's see if it stacks up against an Australian one here. Look at that. All right, here we go. Let's have a go at this one. I was eating popcorn on stream last week, so it's very on brand for me.
Yeah.
It's not Australian. You can tell it. Yeah. The mouthfeel. The mouthfeel is all wrong. How about some ASMR? Riley eating waffles for everyone.
Yeah.
That's just quality broadcasting. That's just top-tier quality broadcasting. Me, in some stupid jacket I bought from H&M. What has my life become? When did this happen? What would my mother say? Riley, you can be whoever you want. Follow your dreams. You can do anything. 12 years later...
Eating waffles
on stream, talking about a children's card game. What a life I lead, ladies and gentlemen. Follow me on Twitter, at RileyCrewTower, channel5.com. Watch Arena Boys. It's great. All right, my friends. White, blue control. Jund. Serious business and magic back at hand. Enough giggles. Enough laughing. Let's get our game faces back on because these players are ready to rumble. So down we go back to the feature match area here.
So we made sure that we contacted all our players that could have made the top 8 just before they played. So in the top 16, we asked the players, hey, how are you doing? Could you answer a few questions for us so that we could make a few player profiles for them to present to you better? Because some of these players, they're not as known as the other ones, and we want to make sure that we get their beautiful faces on the stream as well, even though that is, with the whole remote desktoping thing, pretty hard to do. This is how we try to bridge them. Let's see which ones of them actually reply to us and made sure that we had the data available to present our players to you. Some of these will not be seeing in the top 8. Like I said, this is the top 16 players. We needed to have some time to work out how to present this. Our graphics worker frantically went on their keyboard. And do they use keyboards? I guess they also use that's more mouse thing and like dragging and sweeping and cleaning up things on Wacom tablets and everything. But you know what I mean. Let's go have a look at some of our top 16 players. Hopefully some of them have made the top 8. All right, and we are ready. We have started the top 8. Let's have a look at that bracket again as we get ready for our first feature match in that top 8 between Brian Hart and Yuuki Ishikawa. That is in the middle there. They'll be fighting against each other for that slot in the semifinals. So let's move over to Riley and Martin, who are going to be casting that match and giving you all the insights that you might miss. And in the meantime, our other players, Kenshiro Omori will be playing against Christopher Virula. Christopher playing from Guatemala, so another non-European player making it into our top 8. Zachary Stompy Brodsnik is there playing against Masahito Masuda. Again, European player against a Japanese player. That Brian Hart, American player against a Japanese player. So super international here. In fact, I think that Enrico and Dimitro might be the only Europeans we have next to our Zachary. So 3 Europeans out of a possible 8. And we are ready to go. Let's see what our match Brian versus Yuuki-san looks like. Martin and Riley, you're up. You've got the mic. You've got the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals here, the top 8 of the Red Bull Untapped Series Qualifier here. Riley Knight joined by Martin, who's the Hall of Famer, and we have Mono Red back on top, baby. And on the other side, this is a deck we haven't seen for a long time, Martin. It's Jund Sacrifice.
Yeah, I want to point out 2 things right now.
Go on.
One of them is, if you ever play on the arena ladder in the mythic ranks, or in the high ranks,
it's something we can all relate to. Yeah.
You are used to seeing the screen name 1 against you a lot, because that is Yuki Ichikawa. He does play a lot of Magic. He plays a lot of ladder, and he is always placed in the super high ranks of Mythic. So that is definitely somebody you're gonna have to fight through if you wanna get into that top 20 or something.
Yep.
And the second thing I wanted to point out was that we saw Shuhei Nakamura earlier yesterday. I believe Shuhei missed day 2 by 2 spots, placing 130th when top 28 made the cut. And Shuhei was also on Jund Sacrifice, and we see Yuki here also on Jund Sacrifice. So I believe maybe the Japanese pros got to talk about Standard a little bit, and they just figured out that, hey, maybe this deck is fairly well positioned. Then Shuhei went 6-2. Yuki made it all the way to the top 8 with Jund Sacrifice, and I believe this is one of the matchups that he is happy to see, because Mayhem Devil is exactly the perfect card to have against all these X1 creatures. And you see why. Like, all the X1 creatures just die to every trigger from Mayhem Devil, and Bone Crusher Giant in hand for Trogdor, not enough to kill a 3 toughness creature.
All right, the Grim Initiate bites the dust as well, leaves a 1-1 behind. Scorch Spitter also on the battlefield, but look at this, just mono X1s. It's not going to go too well here if this Mayhem Devil is allowed to continue to do what it's doing. Oh, Bolus's Citadel. All right, Bolus's Citadel. Jeez, all right. On 15 life against Mono Red, how much can you afford to play off your Bolus's Citadel?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey.
And yeah, if you're speaking of ways to help you sacrifice permanents, Bolus's Citadel is definitely one of them.
Actually, that's true, right? You can just sacrifice 10 with the Mayhem Devil. You just deal them 10 straight away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 permanents on the battlefield now. 9 permanents, including the Bolus's Citadel.
I think it has to be non-land, but next turn you can very easily,
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, of course it does. Yeah.
Cards like Gilded Goose or Trail of Crumbs. Those are coming into play with an additional food token. So next turn you can very, very easily see lethal from Yuki by just flooding the board with these permanents that are bringing extra food tokens, and then the 10 life from Bolus's Citadel plus the triggers from Mayhem Devil would just close out the game.
I don't think you can afford to go too low. However, here we've got Obosh now entering the battlefield. This token still only deals 1, but you sort of look at this, and with the Citadel, you go, yeah, great, I'll just play a bunch of cards, no worries, it'll all be fine. But 14 it's fine, but you're not on 14 if you play too many cards off the top with the Citadel.
Well, the thing is, if the game is going to end this turn, it doesn't matter if you're going to 1, if you then just activate Citadel and the game ends, right? Yeah, this is it, basically.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
10 from Citadel, and a lot of extra triggers from the Mayhem Devil, and the game is over.
So that will deal 10, and this is, I guess, this is the huge thing. Look at that. So the opponent loses 10 life, goes to 3, and then Mayhem Devil deals the final points of damage. So this is the ridiculous thing. Bam. There are so many cards in the Jund Sacrifice deck that create 2 permanents, right? as you said, Trail of Crumbs, Gilded Goose, Woe Strider we saw there as well. So you actually don't need to have 10 cards when a lot of the cards actually make 2 permanents that you can sacrifice to the Citadel. That is tech. I never thought you'd want to draw a Bolus of Citadel against mono red, but it was insane. Wow.
Yeah, and like a lot of the cards are really cheap too. You know, some like Witch's Oven costs 1 mana, Gilded Goose costs 1 mana, Trail costs 2. So if you're playing those cards off the top, it doesn't really cost you that much life. Something like Cauldron Familiar is actually just free because it costs you 1 life, but then it comes into play and gives you the 1 life gain trigger. So that is actually just a free card off the top of your deck. So
so I guess the biggest thing you got to worry about really is just hitting the hitting big clumps of lands. But even then, you've got Woe Strider.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That was an interesting twist. Like we probably didn't expect the game to end this way, but you know, if you're at a high life total, Bolas' Citadel is gonna do its thing.
If you said to me, "Hey, we're gonna watch some mono red," and so the opponent's gonna play a Bolas' Citadel, and the game is gonna end next turn, I'd be like, "Yep, I'm not surprised. I'm sure they lost," but no, it's in a stunning turn of events, it was exactly the opposite here. So putting the finishing touches on the deck here, we see Red Cap Melee coming in. We see Irreverent Revelers as well. This is because, of course, so many of the shatter effects cost 2 mana, whether it's Embereth Shieldbreaker or what have you. And so Irreverent Revelers.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it the red 3-drop that destroys an artifact.
Yeah. Not going to try to say Irreverent Revelers.
It's already hard enough for me to say some of the English words, but this one is just a little bit too far. I was going to say that, you know, what are these Red Cap Melees still doing in the sideboard when we started sideboarding? But yeah, now all of them made it into the main deck, and that's one of the few ways the mono red deck actually has to get rid of a Mayhem Devil.
Yeah. So many of the spells Shock and Stomp and whatever else do 2 damage, which isn't enough. And the Mayhem Devil really is such a problematic card for the red deck to deal with. This is a stinker. I don't think you can keep this.
This is a weird hand. You have a lot of mana that, you know, you're not going to really be anything. You're not going to be able to do anything with outside of maybe just bumping the Phoenix of Ash. But if you keep this, you're just all in on the Phoenix. If your opponent has any kind of interaction, the Phoenix dies. You're just sitting there with a lot of lands, a lot of banners, and a lot of mana that you can't really use.
Yeah, this is a better hand here. I like this one a little more.
Yeah, Discipline Mulligan from Trogdor, I like that a lot. There's a lot of players that are just gonna, you know, see 4 lands, 3 spells, be like, all right, I keep, you know, this is fine. But yeah, those banners are not really doing anything if you don't have the early creatures that you can bump with the.
Yeah, you need those 1-drops. Now, 10th Street Dodger's going to attack past the cat here, and leaving up Red Cap Melee, but I mean, probably not going to find a target for it.
Yeah, no 2-drop here, or not a 2-drop. No follow-up to the 1-drop on turn 1. Obviously, you're not going to have a 2-drop with Obosh, but usually the red deck sometimes comes out of the gates really fast with 2 more 1-drops on turn 2, you know, followed up with that banner attacking for a lot of damage. But yeah, here we're just ramping. We're going from 1 to 3 with 10th Street Dodger into a Tybalt. That is going to stop any life gain shenanigans from the Cauldron Familiar.
And we will see a block on the Cauldron Familiar, of course. And away goes the 10th Street Dodger. Tibber's still here ready to party.
That was an aggressive attack. Like if you're Yuki, you're really happy to make that trade. Because you get a 1-drop that can potentially gain unblockable later in the game from the other side of the table. Plus, now you actually have a way to sacrifice your food token without actually paying the 2 mana for it. So now you can just sack the food token at any time to bring back the Cauldron Familiar, which is basically the main combo of the deck, the synergy between Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven and all the extra food tokens that you're making.
Yeah, you're actually paying a real cost, especially while killing this Mayhem Devil, because it means that before the Mayhem Devil dies, it can take out this Devil token, or it can deal an extra damage to the Tibbers. And so, yeah, the attack there, it's funny, often, you know, there aren't many cards that you'd rather have on the battlefield than in the graveyard when it comes to your opponent. But here, it would be much better for Trogdor if the cat was still on the battlefield. Okay, no, the
Yuki deciding to keep the food token around because he sees that he's not under a tremendous amount of pressure. So if he waits a turn, he's going to be able to bring back the cat, but also pay the 1 extra mana for the Trail of Crumbs to look at the top 2 cards of his library and maybe try to find that Witch's Oven or another Trail of Crumbs, or just some more value cards.
All right, no activation of the Tibbers here. Interesting. Just Anax. Also an option to play the Chandra. Next turn, if you draw a land, you can start getting in there with Obosh, having juiced up some things. Now, the cat, of course, not gaining any life. You saw Tibbers glow red there, like a disappointed Narset, as the cat's life gain trigger was well, not stifled, but at least put on hold. And now we've got a Chandra. Okay, now this is interesting. Chandra put a loyalty counter on each planeswalker you control, allows you to actually buff up the Tibbers and get more counters on. Now, obviously, that's not happening here. You snap flash back the red cat ballet to deal with a second copy of Mayhem Devil. And this really, Martin, goes to show just how important that card is in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of players, see Chandra as just, I guess it makes 2 tokens every turn, right? No, there's a lot of other abilities that you can use it for. As you said, you can put extra counters on your planeswalkers that allows you to create more tokens with Tybalt over time. But you can also use it to flashback, light up the stage from the graveyard, or in this case, Reckon Melee, which is really important. It effectively turned into another removal spell for Trogdor, so we're very, very good play there, getting rid of the Mayhem Devil, but unfortunately this Massacre Girl is gonna completely destroy the board, including the tokens that are getting created by Annex. But Yuki is down to 6 life, so all those shock lands, that is a real cost, and we know that he's not going to be gaining in life this game unless he deals with that Tybalt that is sitting in play, because that is preventing any life gain.
All right.
So Obosh, and now it's an interesting choice. Do you put the loyalty counters on your planeswalkers, or do you basically attack for 1? You get to make 2 1/1s. If your opponent blocks,
I think you start juicing up. Yeah, I like this. This is much better because it means that you can make a Devil straight away as well, and contest the board a little bit more. And then next turn, start pooping out those 1/1s there from the Chandra. It's safe. The block is kind of safe here. Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's very little you can do in that situation. I mean, maybe that was a premature concession. I'm not sure, because remember, the tokens don't get pumped by Obosh. The tokens don't do extra damage. They even is 0 is even. 0 is even. So
my best guess is that Yuki just had all lands in hand, because he's not going to concede just like that. But in that situation, Massacre Girl, not really a great blocker against Obosh, because Obosh is dealing double damage. He does 5 toughness, so Massacre Girl is basically just chump blocking. And if Yuki just has a handful of lands, there's nothing he can do.
I remember reading in a Frank Carson article on channelfiber.com after the printing of Void Winnower that explained why 0 is an even number. I've just pinged him in the Discord to find out exactly what, because I've completely forgotten. I'm going to ask him again, then I'm going to give that information to the viewers. Martin, here's my clever plan. I'm not even going to credit Frank for it, so no one's going to know that I asked Frank. It's going to sound like I just knew off the top of my head. It's going to be fantastic. He's typing right now, so look forward to that. Decent opening hand here, looking much better than the other one. So Martin, just to explain why 0 is an even number. A number is called even if it's an integer multiple of 2. For an example, the reason that 10 is even is that it equals 5 times 2. In the same way, 0 is an integer multiple of 2, namely 0 times 2. So 0 is even. And I just knew that.
Riley is literally reading off Frank's answer in our
fake news. Fake news.
In our Discord.
No. Look, I'm a very well-respected mathematologist. I know all the numbers. Do you want to prove it? Here we go. This is how good I am at maths. I know all the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Oh, hang on. 5 and 6. Also then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Speaking of this stuff, I was actually looking something up.
13 at some point as well.
I was looking up a proof of why.
What's the other one though?
0.33333 basically equals. What is it? If 3 times 0.3333333.
It's 12. It's 12. I got it. It's 12. And then 13. Yes. And then, and it goes on from there. Yeah. Are you talking about why 0.999999 is equal to 1?
Yeah, like those kind of proofs.
Ridiculous.
I don't know why I needed to find it. It's actually super easy, or like it's not it's not super hard to find that, but
yeah, it's easy to prove, but it is ridiculous. So for those of you who don't know, right, 0.999999999 recurring, like infinite nines, is equal to 1.
But how do you prove it?
You prove it by dividing 1 into 3. Right? If you divide 1 by if you go 1 divided by 3 equals 0.33333 recurring, and then if you add them all up, the 0.333, it equals 0.99999, and then I think is it called the transitive property? If A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C, or is that the commutative property? I don't know. But apparently, look, just a bunch of fancy, nerdy maths talk, and that apparently means that a number that isn't 1 is equal to 1.
I'm just trying to remember why I needed to find that, because that doesn't sound like a magic problem. But yeah, I'm not really sure what happened.
Someone attacked you for 0.999999999, and you're on 1 life, and you're like, well, I don't die. And then they're like, well, excuse me, math says that you do.
Either way, the only numbers you need to know with Obosh is basically counting from 1 to 20 and being able to multiply by 2.
So mate, I can do both of those things. I can do both of those things. Don't even worry about it. Now that I got 12, now that I remember 12, I can get from 1 to 20. Not a worry. Don't even worry about it.
So this is game 3 already. So whoever wins this one moves on to top 4, where all players are guaranteed at least $500.
Yep.
And in the finals, the winner gets $2K, plus on the top of that, you are qualified to the Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament.
Yeah. Where
I believe there's $75,000 in prizes, which if there's 16 players gives you about 4.5 or 6,000 for 4.6 in expected value. So that is actually a pretty big deal, and something really cool to qualify for.
Yeah. Now that we approach the pointy end of the tournament, it's really hot. It's really hotting up. Some big numbers are coming. Numbers even bigger than 12, Martin, are coming into focus here as we head towards the spiky end of this tournament here.
And there we have it. The red 3-drop that destroys an artifact in hand for Trogdor.
What's that card called again, Martin? I can never remember. What's that card again, Martin?
Yeah, you're gonna have to say that one.
Irreverent revelers. I'm convinced. I know probably many people watching the stream have already heard me talk about this, but I'm convinced that there is a subversive element in Wizards R&D in the creative department that is just out to get casters, because they give cards names like Irreverent Revelers and Blind Breath Catablepus and other cards like this just to catch us out.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that they aren't like super constructed playable, so we're not having to say them every time.
I'm glad that I get to play the English is not my first language card.
Exactly. You can just be like, no speak, no English, no English.
No English, sorry, no understand. Here we see a pretty cool play from Yuki using Claim the Firstborn on Annex. Not to just deal a few points of damage, but to sacrifice it into the Priest of Forgotten Gods, which is going to give Yuki an extra card, and it's going to give Yuki an extra token from the Annex leaving the battlefield. So good stuff there from Yuki.
More sacrifice fodder for later on. You can see Priest of Forgotten Gods not at its best against this board full of satyrs, so removing the Annex is actually quite key.
It's actually pretty good. Like having a 1/2 blocker, that's doing quite a lot of work against Trogdor's board here. Just all the 1/1s, they don't really get to attack through a 1/2.
And now the Mayhem Devil also pinging off a couple of creatures as well. Look at this. Oh my goodness, because you sacrifice a creature, and then the Mayhem Devil can destroy the one of the other sets. So that is just, that board was utterly just savaged and ravaged here. Went from about having 7 creatures in play at the beginning of the turn down to 2.
Yeah, Mayhem Devil is that was the reason why we stopped seeing Mono Red in Standard for quite a while. It was because Ragdoll Sacrifice was really popular, and Mayhem Devil just completely destroys these decks when they don't have an answer, like Shock and and Bone Crusher Giant are the only 2 damage spells in the Monora deck, and they both only deal 2 damage, so they don't really get to get rid of Mayhem Devil.
So here is the Irreverent Revelers going after a food token, which may seem a little innocuous, but the every food that lies around for too long with the Jund Sacrifice deck is eventually turned into something worth having, usually with the Trail of Crumbs. Can be turned into a new card at the top. Also represents damage with the Mayhem Devil, of course.
Yeah, this game is not looking great for Trogdor. Yuki is just going to be able to, use all the value cards and Mayhem Devil to just clean up the board. And
Yeah, that's what we're going to see here. And by the time Obosh comes down, there's just not going to be much of an army for him to buff up here. I say him. Looking at Obosh, it's very difficult to tell. Like a parrot, you have to take it to a specialist to find out. Here's another Woe Strider. And another activation of the Priest of Forgotten Gods. And of course, because of the way that the board's being managed by Mayhem Devil, the sacrifice... I mean, sure, you just sacrifice the 1/1, right? But that means another point of damage from the Mayhem Devil, and you're left with a lonely 2/2 here.
Yeah, at this point, Yuki is drawing like 3 cards every turn. He gets to use the triggers from Trail of Crumbs if he finds some food tokens. So his board position is just going to get better and better every. I
love this as well. Look at this. I love this sacrifice. I was going to say you could sacrifice the Woe Strider to the other Woe Strider in order to finish off that 2/2. But an even better Witch's Oven, making a food token, sacrificing Woe Strider, putting it in the bin when you've already got one is fine. You can flashback that one if you ever get the chance to. But the main thing is getting rid of that 2/2. And now Heraldic Banner, Obosh. Yeah, Trogdor's not coming back from this one.
He has 4 mountains left for Trogdor, no creatures, and that Chandra that basically doesn't even get to make 2 tokens because the tokens are gonna get sacrificed at the end of turn, which is 2 more triggers for Mayhem Devil. So
it looks like we're gonna see a concession here from Trogdor, reading the writing on the wall, and GG WP here for Ichikawa as Trogdor finally concedes the game and indeed the match. So we have our first top 4 competitor there. It was the Japanese superstar. Very well done to him, Martin.
Yeah, and good job by Trogdor as well. Taking Monora to top 8 and earning himself some money, and just a good showing by Red, just good showing by the aggro decks in this tournament. But also congrats to Yuki for making top 4. Now he's still alive to make the Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament, and he's doing it with Ragdos, with Jund Sacrifice, which pretty much nobody really expected to see in the top 4.
We're going to move over now to one of our other quarterfinals, being played between Gabetti and Rico, who is playing Azorius Yorion, not something we've seen too much of, and facing off against Dapton, Dmitrio Pilyavalchev, who is playing Timo Rek, a much more popular and common choice. But interesting, very interesting indeed, seeing the white-blue version of Azorius rather than playing green for Uro or red for Luca. Just straight up Azorius, PV style.
Yeah, speaking of which, this made me wonder real quick. Yuki is not using a companion, is he? Nope,
no, there aren't any. We did this yesterday. You can't play, like the Jund Sacrifice deck, just there aren't any companions that fit the bill without significant restructuring of the deck. At that point, it's not even, because you can't play Lurrus because you got 3 drops. You can't play Karuga because you've got... Actually, you know what we realized the problem card was? Trail of Crumbs. Trail of Crumbs prevented you from playing Obosh, Karuga, Umori.
Yeah.
All of these cards you can't play. I mean, you could. I guess you could play Yorion in your Jund deck. I guess you could play Yorion if you
wanted to,
juiced up those numbers a little bit. Yeah.
I just wanted to see how many players are not using a companion, because we see Dapton as well on the other side of the battlefield. With Teemo Reclamation, that is one of the decks that doesn't use companion. Teemo Clover is another one that normally doesn't use a companion. So I believe we are at 6 out of the top 8 are using one, and 2 players are without a companion.
Yeah.
No, it's actually 3. There's 2 Teemo Reclamations. Sorry, excuse me. 2 Teemo Reclamations and 1 Jund Sacrifice.
Yeah.
So actually 3 of the 8 players are not using a companion here. Azorius Control, the difference with from the Jessica Luca Fires deck is just that if you're straight up Azorius, you don't play the Luca combo with Agent of Treachery, and you were playing more interactive cards like Dovin's Veto and like extra counter spells, maybe an Absorb, and it's a little bit harder for you to close games. Normally you do that with cards like Dream Trawler, maybe Shark Typhoon, but here Yorion helps you with that a little bit too, because you're basically always guaranteed to have a big 4/5 flyer, which normally you would never play an air elemental kind of card as a finisher. But if you can blink three omens with it and draw 3 more cards, or 4 omens even, then we're talking about a lot of additional value. At which point,
you and I had this discussion earlier on in the format where we were saying that, if you can play a companion at no cost or even at a little cost, you should. The example we use is if you're playing a creatureless control deck, just play Kahira. Like, there's no reason not to play Kahira. People argue about, the 15th sideboard slot's so important. Well, not as important as having 8 cards in hand every turn. And even if it's just a 3/2, the companions have completely overhauled Magic by now. Everyone knows that. It's funny. We live in a world where it's surprising where not every single deck in the top 8 of a tournament is playing with them.
Companions are great. They are the new standard in Magic. It's something that you have to get used to.
Yeah. It's the new modern legacy and vintage as well.
Yeah, it's obviously Lurrus is really, really powerful in these older formats, and who knows what's going to happen, but
who knows what's going to happen? Mate, I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to get banned on Monday. That's what's going to happen. It's going to get banned.
Well, we don't know that for sure, but you can make an educated guess based on how much
wild speculation. Are you ready for this? Here's my hot take, volcanic take incoming. Like a meteor in the late Cretaceous, my friends. Here it comes. Lurrus is going to get banned on Monday. You heard it here, not even close to first. You heard it here for the 1000th time.
All right. What now? It's going to be really funny if it doesn't happen.
If it doesn't happen, we just have to scrub this from the internet, because I've never been more wrong about something. Oh my goodness.
And just to clarify, we have no information about this. We have no clue what's going to happen. So obviously, the circumstances have been pointing towards Lurrus being a little too powerful in the older formats, and just basically everybody running Lurrus in their decks. So maybe that is going to change, maybe not. We don't know, but clearly that is if you want to make a friendly wager with your friend about what's going to happen, I think this is the most likely outcome.
And if you've got a friend who's willing to make a friendly wager on that sort of stuff, send them through to me, because I got a bridge to sell them. At twitch.tv/RileyCrewTower or twitter.com/RileyCrewTower. Send them my way, because I tell you what, I got a beautiful bridge that I'm ready to offload to a very, very welcome gullible buyer.
All right, back into the game now.
It's been going pretty slowly here. Got a bunch of omens ready to be blinked by Yorion, but both players really not being the one to wanting to blink first here, playing at instant speed. We're seeing a Shark Typhoon for 4.
Wow.
With a handful of counter magic, it's not surprising to see both players, things being slowed down a little bit.
Are you saying that in the Yorion mirror, the player who blinks first is most likely to lose?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good bit of gear, hey?
Is it the one who blinks first? All right,
it usually is, right?
Yeah. All right. So here, obviously, as you're saying, tapping out for Yorion could just be a really, really big problem. Like it looks like a great play. You're gonna get to scry a lot. You're gonna draw a lot of extra cards from the omens. You make 2 extra attackers with the Omen of the Sun, but that opens up your opponent to just resolving whatever they want on their own turn. So I like the patience from Gob, just waiting for a better turn in the future where he maybe has a lot of untapped mana left over to still keep up the Dovin's Veto or Absorb, and we're gonna see a patient game from now.
So what's the draw to playing the Azorius version, the straight up white blue? Two copies of Tail's End in the sideboard. That's good technology. But look, it goes very deep on counter magic, Mystical Dispute, Absorb, obviously. There's also Chemist's Insight as a 3-of in the main deck. The Dream Team of Nasa plus Teferi. 4 copies of Brazen Borrower and 2 copies of Dream Trawler as some late game threat, or the Dream Trawler at least late game threat there. And only 3 copies of ECD, one of the best cards in the format, but 4 copies 4 copies, Martin, of Shatter the Sky, a card that will have served Gob very, very well indeed. I keep getting put off by Arrested Development because there's a character there called Job. Enrico is this player's name.
Speaking of TV shows, or I haven't seen a TV show in ages. I used to watch Survivor, which is the American TV show where they put a lot of people on a deserted island that they vote each other out.
I mean, they did a season in Australia. It's not deserted. People live there.
Sure. Whatever it is. I used to watch that every single episode. I think I saw every episode in the first 32 seasons or something. Wow, but lately with Magic being really popular on Twitch, and there's a lot of streamers and other games, I have just been in all my free time, I'm just watching streams on Twitch. I'm watching people stream Magic. I'm every now and then I'm watching Counter-Strike when there's a big tournament. So these days it's just whenever I get some time to either put something in the background when I'm writing an article or something, or just I want to watch something, it's always a Magic stream and just digest more Magic content rather than watch TV shows.
Yeah, a lot of it's going about.
And to actually answer one of your maybe rhetorical questions earlier, what is the possible draw to Azorius control over playing red for Luca? I think it's the counter spells. I think it's recognizing that Luca isn't great against counters because you only have very few cards or not very few, but you have a lot of cards in your deck that are just not really doing all that much if you don't resolve the second part of the combo. Like your Omen of the Sun, your Birth of Meletus, those are not the most impactful cards unless you also resolve Luca. So if you're playing a lot of counter spells and you can stop your opponent from resolving Luca, you can stop your opponent from resolving something like Narset to find it, then you can just leave them with a lot of cards that don't really have a big impact.
All right, another Chemist's Insight here, and you can still see, look at this hand, chock full of counter magic. Teferi hasn't been deployed because of those flyers. Negate on the Chemist's Insight, however.
Yeah, negate on Chemist's Insight just feels bad because you can cast the Chemist's Insight from the graveyard with the jump start cost next turn, and it's kind of like getting 2 for 1, but it looks like the players just want to fight over it here. Just drawing 2 really good. Not sure.
I like that. I think it's fine. No, so that was already jump started, that one. Still feels extremely bad.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
And Field of Ruin going after the blast zone here.
Yeah, I like saving the Dovin's Veto here. Like next turn, you're going to have 6-7 untapped mana. So, if you really want to, you can cast that Yorion while still holding up the Dovin's Veto. You can just keep passing, now with 7 mana up. If you draw the 8th one, you have access to 3 different counter spells. So I think that the one card, though, that Gob really, really wants to draw is Shark Typhoon. Like, he wants to be able to just do something at the end of turn when the opponent decides to not play anything. That's kind of the downside of playing a lot of counter spells. You're just hoping your opponent's going to play into them, and you're going to be able to use them. Once you run them out of resources, you're going to be able to play that Yorion, refill your own hand, find more gas. But if your opponent never plays anything, you're kind of just sitting there, holding all these counters without really doing anything proactive yourself. So if your opponent is able to play this kind of flash game with cards like Brazen Borrower, Nightback Ambusher, Shark Typhoon, then that kind of plays right against your game plan instead of right into it.
Another attack for 5 here. Enrico down to 12.
Yeah, now if Dapton just finds another copy of Shark Typhoon, for example, then this game could be over without Gob getting any chance to even use the counter spells. That is the downside of the counters. Like Shark Typhoon just makes Teferi and counter spells a lot weaker.
Yeah, it makes it harder to contest. When they just blank 3 cards in your hand and pressure the other one with their board, it's it's a tough spot. I mean, if you can get to a point where you can play and defend your Yorion, but the opponent just never has to tap out ever again. This is the thing, right? So Teferi here, if this resolves, then you guarantee the Yorion. You can fight over this, and then you can resolve your Yorion. All right, negate on the Teferi.
Yeah, Teferi would actually be a pretty strong play, even if it's getting killed. Very likely next the one of the flying creatures. It would be able to bounce the shark token, giving you a card back by using the Teferi, so it would basically replace itself.
Yeah,
and you would get to kill the token. So that would be also card advantage for you. Next turn, your opponent kind of has to attack the Teferi with the Brazen Borrower, so it's saving you some extra life as well. So not really surprised to see both players fighting over this right here. Now it's going to be interesting. Do you want to use that last Dovin's Veto to force the Teferi through and kind of stop the bleeding? Or would you rather hold up the Dovin's Veto in the case that your opponent is saving that expansion explosion for that one big turn? That would allow them to draw, 6 cards? 5 or 6 cards. That would obviously be absolutely game-breaking at this point.
Castle Vantress activation here. The Teferi fails to resolve in for 2. But you're playing that Teferi just to force them to have something, because obviously if the Teferi resolves and the rest of the counter spells do nothing, and then you can resolve your Yorion, draw 3 cards, have a great time. But now down to 10 and an Uro.
Okay. Uro is the perfect card here. That plays around Dovin's Veto. That can be countered by that. I believe there will be enough cards in the graveyard to even bring Uro back right away. So, that Dovin's Veto and Absorb right now, not really doing a whole lot. Uro will make it so that there is an additional threat in play. So not only are you losing to the flying creatures, you also have another big threat to worry about.
All right, Urog now from the graveyard.
It's going to be interesting to see how next turn plays out for Gob, if he's going to be forced to playing that Yorion, because he is kind of getting really low on life. If he maybe still waits a little bit longer to perhaps cry at the end of turn, try to find that shark token himself. He does have, how much mana does he have available? 3, 6, 8, plus the castle is 9 mana available. That lets you play Yorion and still keep up Absorb or Dovin's Veto, but not both. But it's still a lot of value here. I think this is a good turn to play. Like, if you're gonna wait, that's okay. But at this point, it is looking pretty dangerous in play with so many bigger creatures and flyers, and you're only down to 10. So this is probably a turn where you just have to go for the Yorion.
All right, so Yorion resolves, brings back. This is pretty huge. I mean, you draw. It's like this is. It's not quite this. It's not quite Scry 6 draw 3, but it is. It's close to it, right? Scrying 2 and drawing 1 3 times is not quite as good as scrying 6 and then drawing 3, but that's still decent. For the first one, you get a Shark Typhoon and a Mystical Dispute. Going to keep that Shark Typhoon. And that is a great draw there. And now, and a Teferi and a Tail's End. Just mono gasoline here. Mate, keep the Tail's End. Best card in Standard.
Yeah, now the Yorion resolving, that's a lot of extra gas, as you're saying, and these are good cards. Tail's End, I would be inclined to maybe keep that Tail's End, because that is a way to counter a Shark.
Absolutely, mate.
That is a way to counter a big flying token. Like, now you might be forced. Well, I guess you're back to 12. Yeah, you're doing pretty well. It's gonna be interesting to see here what Gob decides to do. You can chump block with a token, but that leaves Uro in play, or you can block with multiple tokens and Yorion to try to deal with Uro, so that it would die in combat. But that way you're losing Yorion, which means that you don't have a flyer anymore, and those two flyers from Dapton would be able to start attacking again. And wow, this game just completely turned around. Yorion bringing Gob back to a full hand, using all the scry effects to find whatever he needed is now completely changing the game. Like, now we have 2 counters in hand still, or 3 if you count that Mystical Dispute. Brazen Borrower can be used to bounce that token, block the other borrower, or turn into an additional attacker. So now it's pretty much just Uro and possibly like a bunch of flash stuff from the opponent. And yeah, negate looks great here. Negate is a great answer for Teferi, but that doesn't counter Yorion.
So it can absorb the negate here. Dovin's Veto and a Mystical Dispute still available. So you'd think that this Teferi is going to resolve one way or another. Dapton having a good old think about it here. Must have some kind of response, maybe Mystical Dispute. If that's their only response, that's not going to do it, because not only can Gob pay the 3 mana for it, but also has a range of counterspells in hand for it too. So let's see, hitting the rope here, pretty hardcore, Dapton.
Yeah, I wonder what's in Dapton's hand. It probably is more counters that are like more conditional counters. There could be like an extra Mystical Dispute. It's probably, yeah, there it is. It can be an extra Mystical Dispute. Some more reactive cards that are a little bit conditional like that, because otherwise, you know, whatever you could use proactively, you would have already used.
Interesting choice here now for Gob, because either you can counter the Mystical Dispute with the Dovin's Veto, or you can just pay the 3. Declines.
Or you can just let that resolve. And yeah, I think I like this. Holding up the Dovin's Veto, I think is more valuable than resolving Teferi, because this means that now you have the guarantee that a possible expansion explosion is not resolving.
Yeah. Yeah, an expansion explosion, even if it's not lethal at this point, just have them being able to, you know, kill your Yorion and refill their hand is just way too good. So Shark Typhoon for 5. Oh, if only you had a Tails End. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. You can just bounce with the Brazen Borrow, but still. So 5/5 Shark. And back to Dapton here.
Yeah, now Dapton's gonna need to find a way to get through the Yorion. Obviously, making a 5/5 creature, that's a good start. That's gonna allow you to attack through it. Plus, you still have that Uro, giving you an extra card at every turn. But we know that that Brazen Borrower can be used to bounce the Shark token. I don't think we're gonna do it now. I think now we're just gonna see Gob jumping with the 1/1 again, and just taking 5 from the flyer, because you don't really want to play the Brazen Borrower here, or at least Gob has shown the patience and the discipline in holding up the Dovin's Veto to make sure he doesn't get hit by the giant expansion explosion. So I would be surprised if he used the Brazen Borrower here to bounce the token, just to not take 5 damage. That is exactly what is happening. He's going to 7. Token is jumping the Uro. That Uro is a big problem. Like, we need to find like Elspeth Conquers Death, or at least like a Teferi or something that would get rid of it, because otherwise we're just losing a token every turn while the opponent is up a card every single attack. So that is not great.
So Brazen Borrower going to bounce the 5/5 here. Okay. No, perhaps not.
Yeah, it's risky. That opens yourself up to get hit by the expansion explosion. You still had Mystical Dispute, so it would be X for maybe 3 less than what you would like to, but that would still, how much? 5. You would still be drawing 5 cards. Yeah, I like the decision to just untap and still hold that veto. If you have been doing that the entire game, and the opponent still has those few cards in hand that they have been holding the entire game, I think you should still stick to it and still hold that veto. Obviously, there might be a situation, there might be a turn where you just can't afford to do it anymore. But I think for now, I like the patience.
Right, Teferi still on the stack. Obviously, Dapton has something to say. But if this Teferi resolves, then all that counter magic is going to become a lot more conditional. Well, let's see. Wow, really hitting the rope here. Dapton taking their time to figure this one out. There's going to be a Brazen Borrow in response. Okay. Obviously can't flash that in once the Teferi resolves, so just wanted to use mana. Wonder what that last card is, though. Didn't cast the Petty Theft half of Brazen Borrower there, so obviously something else to do with the mana. Maybe you want to see a Blast Zone activation, maybe a Castle Vantress.
Yeah, it's perhaps both. It's perhaps both Castle Vantress and getting Blast Zone to 3. But now if you want to blow up Blast Zone for 3 to get rid of Teferi, that means you're also killing the Brazen Borrower. Yeah. So that is actually not all that great.
Not great, but the thing is you can also just
5. You might be trying to get it to 5. I think that's what's going on.
Right.
I don't know if there's enough mana to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's actually, yeah. So I think we're going to see Blast Zone getting loaded to 5 to just get rid of Yorion.
Well, there's no way you put it on 3. You've got more permanence on 3 than your opponent does. You've got 2 Brazen Borrows and an Uro, and they've got an Omen and a Teferi.
That's just the first thing that comes to mind when I see Blast Zone and Teferi in play is like, oh yeah, I guess that deck needs to get rid of Teferi. But yeah, in this situation, we're going to see Blast Zone loaded to 5.
Yeah, no, you're right. There you go.
That's going to get rid of the Yorion in an uncounterable way.
Well,
and that means there's going to be no flyers.
This is the thing. It wouldn't be if that Tail's End had been kept on top. Play Tail's End.
Wow.
Play Tail's End, everyone. Tail's End is so good. People do not expect it. It counters all the companions. It counters all of the planeswalkers. It counters ultimates. It counters saga abilities. It counters Fabled Passage and counters Blast Zone as well. And here, this is almost certainly a lethal attack. No, there's a Shark Typhoon that can come and block, at least, and a Brazen Borrower potentially that'll also change things. But, mate,
yeah, there's
play Tail's End.
This looks like a potentially lethal attack, but what's going to happen is Petty Theft is going to bounce a token that lets you play the 3/1 as a blocker. You get to trade for the Brazen Borrower. All of a sudden, there's only 1 flyer left. You're taking 3, going to 4. There's still that Uro. That is a big problem that you're gonna have to find a solution for. But at least you're not dying this turn. Although
no, you might now. You're just going to die to the Expansion Explosion.
You still have a dispute. Now the opponent's actually tapped out.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
They have to use the mana for Blast Zone. So there's only 8 untapped lands. So let's say there's 9 and Expansion Explosion, so that would be equals 5. If you play around Dispute, that's only 2. So that's not lethal. Now it just depends on if Dapton wants to play around Dispute or not. If Dapton does have Expansion Explosion and just goes for it, he's going to get hit by the Mystica Dispute. There's 1 explosion in the graveyard. So yeah, the Timur deck is about 30-ish cards deep, so I think the odds are pretty high that the last card in hand is Expansion. There it is. And
there it is. And wow, blown out by that Mystical Dispute. This is what I said before. They could do X equals 4, but Mystical Dispute, never seen one snapped off faster than that. Now, not out of the woods yet, of course.
And yeah, the patience from Gob was rewarded, because I think that Expansion Explosion has been in Dapton's hand for probably quite a bit right now. It might have been just drawn. Maybe that's just how the cards lined up, but it certainly looked like it might have been in the hand for quite a while. And by keeping up the mana for Devin's Veto at all times, you basically prevented your opponent from ever being able to play that to restock their hand, and that would have basically mean that you would have been dead right now, because those 4 points of life would have been gone.
So here is the Birth of Miletus now, goes and gets another Plains. And from this point, you can use the Shark Typhoon to protect yourself. You can cast Omen of the Sea to make another Shark. You've got Dovin's Veto in case the last card is another Expansion Explosion. Interesting to see no Castle Ardenvale activation upkeep. All right, Ketria Triumph cycles. And now we're going to see an attack. Pretty easy blocks here.
This is one of the very few games where I see Uro attacking every single turn, giving the owner an extra card, where it's actually probably very likely going to end up in the opponent actually winning. Even though you still need to find other stuff, but you don't see very, very many games where Uro gets to attack every single turn, give you an extra card. 30 life doesn't really matter in this matchup, but the extra card certainly matters.
I think the team of players still in a decent spot, drawing extra cards every turn. Omen at the sea here, shields down for just a second. Although you're safe from expand. Oh no, expansion explosion there would have been lethal. Ooh,
There's the ferry. There's the ferry in play.
Oh, there's ferry. Okay, sorry, excuse me. Of course, there's Narset now. That's not bad. And potential scry on upkeep. No, it's going to take a draw. There's another Narset. All right. So Narset does turn off the Uro drawing an extra card at least, which is good.
The card I want to see?
At this point now, you're just popping out sharks. So look, maybe you're right. Maybe the Azores player is pulling ahead. Go ahead.
The Wanderer.
Oh yeah.
Is going to be there. Oh, Man of the Sun. So that gives you a little bit of life. Obviously, with the Dovin's veto now, that's the real. That's the key card here. That's the one way to make sure that expansion explosion doesn't resolve. But yeah, the Wanderer would kind of just be like the best card for the situation, because not only would it make sure that you don't die to expansion explosion, even if you don't have a counter, it will also exile that Uro, which is a big problem that you're having right now. But there's one more thing that players need to be aware of, and that is that Dapton is currently down to 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yep.
And there is still third game that's very likely going to be played.
Yeah, and Dapton hit the rope a fair few times earlier on in this game, and that may come back to haunt him, as he's well and truly behind on the clock. Gob hasn't even hit 12 minutes yet, so... At this stage, it's potentially his game to lose. Now, doesn't draw an extra card, of course. Here's an Omen of the Sun in response to the Uro attack. And this actually allows you to, block and kill the Uro. So that's not too bad at all. Well done indeed to Gob, who dug their way back into this game.
Yeah, and well played by Gob. Like that actually took a lot of discipline to, be that patient with that Dovin's veto. There was a lot of situation where he could have used it. He could have he could have used that veto to force it to ferry through earlier, but no, he decided to save it, and eventually it led to a situation where he was able to counter the lethal expansion explosion and then turn the game around.
So it looks like these players discussing some issue with the timer here. I'm not 100% sure of what's going on there. I'm sure we'll have our judging staff let us know if there's any issues that we need to bring to your attention. Because usually top 8 matches are played untimed. So it looks like there will be a slight delay while this issue gets sorted out in the back end.
Yeah, the players are trying to figure it out. Normally, if you play like a Grand Prix or a Pro Tour, obviously those are paper tournaments, so the rules are maybe a little different, or the circumstances are a little different. There are timed matches. Every round is timed. It's usually 50 minutes per round. But if you do make it into the top 8, it's usually untimed rounds. But the judges will still tell you that you need to make plays at a reasonable pace, because nobody wants to be there till 3 a.m.
I mean, Arena will force you to do that anyway. So whether there's the next rounds are untimed, we'll find out very quickly. It looks like the players are in communication. Let's see if we can find an answer here. Not too many changes being made to the sideboard of this deck.
Yeah, looking at the sideboard, I like not having Dream Trawlers in the deck, because obviously, 6 mana sorcery, that's not really a card you want to have against a teamer deck. And also they have a bunch of Mystic Dispute, so tapping out for a 6 mana blue card in these kind of matchups, that's usually not the way to win.
Doesn't look like we got an answer for the timer situation here. So play will begin, I suppose.
7 minutes should still be plenty of time. Solid hand for Gob.
Right. Our head judge has informed us that the arena timer does count. So regardless of the fact that in Paper Magic you do get untimed top 8s, when you're playing an arena, the timer stands.
The reason why you're seeing Glass Casket in Gob's hand, by the way, is you might be thinking, well, that's a card against mono red aggro. or cycling to get rid of that Flourishing Fox. Here, it's fine to have a few copies of Glass Casket in your deck off your sideboard, because that's a way to remove a Shark token or sometimes a Brazen Boar. Or you can also use it multiple times. Like if you get rid of a token this way, the token just disappears forever, and you can later on play it the Fairy Time Reveler and bounce a Glass Casket back into your hand, replay it, and get rid of another token or that Brazen Boar, or even Uro if the game goes long enough that your opponent is able to bring it back, then Glass Casket is a good way to get rid of it as well.
Look at that, though. Tails End on the Uro. You really do love to see it. What a card. Play this card, my friends. It's so good in Standard. And takes care of Uro, the first half of Uro at least. And now, after that, still got an Ether Gust to play. Dovin's Veto off the top. But here's the problem now. No fourth land. And a lack of lands is really, really problematic for control decks. They can't find... Gob can't find more lands here. Going to be in big trouble very quickly.
And normally you would be cycling that Shark Typhoon on your own turn to try to find that land and make an additional land drop. But in this situation, I do like Gob's decision to hold on to that Dovin's Veto guaranteed, so that your opponent doesn't get to resolve something like Wilderness Reclamation.
Ooh, still no land? Fourth land off the top? No. Oh, dear. So now looking at a point where we're discarding to hand size. Which is really, really bad, yeah. And a Nightpack Ambusher here. That can be Ether Gusted or indeed Mystically Disputed. So the chance of it resolving are not guaranteed, although with 1 mana up, Dapton could very easily have a Mystical Dispute of their own. I'm going to let it resolve, and this, I imagine, means there's going to be an Ether Gust at some point here. And it comes for 4. I'm going to take 4, and this is a very careful play from Gob, allowing the Nightpack Ambusher even to attack. Right? Oh dear! Oh no! Oh, mistimed the stop. Had the stop in the main phase and then changed it. So, okay, happy to let them get the wolf here, at least before the Nightpack Ambusher is gusted.
Yeah, this can be a little tricky if you wait for the end of turn. Then the trigger is going to happen. So you have to either do it at the end of the main phase, at which point if you do that, that player can still play something in their main phase because they're going to get the priority back. So if you do that at the end of main phase, try to put the ambusher on top. You expose yourself to reclamation possibly getting resolve. Maybe even something like Shark Typhoon wouldn't be bad at that spot.
So the wolf enters the battlefield here as the Nightpack Ambusher is put on top, and there is the 4th land. But is it going to be enough after that slight stumble? Missing 2 land drops is not what you want to see. Explosion X equals 2, and that's a juicy target for Mystical Dispute. Still leaves open Absorb and Dovin's Veto here. Dapton not really forced to play anything at all here. There's the Wilderness Reclamation that demands an answer, and it's going to receive one as well. Dovin's Veto here.
Okay, so there was the Reclamation that would have been played if the Gust was used in combat or earlier. Yeah, this is just a rough spot to be in. Like, you don't want to miss your 3rd or 4th land drop for multiple turns, because that means your opponent's gonna develop their own board position. They're gonna get to play more lands, and then they're gonna be able to double spell where you're still struggling to play one spell a turn while maybe holding up a counter spell. So that was just a little bit unfortunate for Gob there.
5 minutes remain for Dapton. The clock is ticking. Right, didn't play the Ambusher into very obvious counter magic there. It does have the faster clock. Here is a Chemist's Insight now. Is that going to prompt a response? Another Mystical Dispute or something like that? And a gate, perhaps? There's no Mystical Dispute backup now for Gob. No pack ambusher in response. Okay.
I like that. This is a great way. This is a great way to sneak ambusher into play. Like, you know that after sideboard, the blue-white deck is not going to have cards like Shadow the Skies against you in their deck. That just doesn't, make a whole lot of sense against the deck that's trying to play cards like Expansion, Explosion, and get extra mana with Wilderness Reclamation. So by waiting for your opponent to tap out for the Chemist's Insight, even if it's on your own turn, getting to play that Nightpack Ambusher there in response just guarantees the Ambusher to not get hit by any counter spells.
So Dovin's Veto goes after the Negate here, after Negate tries to take down Teferi. And let's see if there's a second piece of counter magic from Dapton. Only one card in hand.
Yeah, Dapton's thinking about it.
But no, Teferi's going to resolve, going to bounce the big wolf here. Okay. Well, there's another land, can play that.
Yeah, by bouncing the wall here, you're still leaving the token in play, but that means that if you do it the other way around, you bounce a token, you just leave the wolf in there. The wolf will get to attack, and then if you don't play anything, or if you wait for the end of turn trigger
to make the token, wolf,
then you're going to get the free token anyways.
Down to 4 minutes, Dapton is definitely going to have to speed up here. This game is not going to end quickly, so does need to get a bit of a wriggle on. Potentially thinking about flashing back an Uro here by the look of it.
Yeah, the fairy means that you're not going to be able to do anything at instant speed anymore, at least for the foreseeable future, until you get rid of it. So you're going to have to play the cards on your own turn now. If you can play Uro, I think that sounds reasonable. Oh wow, Expansion Explosion is going to get rid of the fairy by killing the token and attacking it with your own wolf.
And refills the hand nicely as well here. Oh, and leaving one land untapped here, representing Mystical Dispute pretty heavily there. Let's see, going to kick things off maybe with an Omen of the Sea. Right, here's the Omen. See what they can find. Brazen Borrower to Teferi. So the options here now for Gob. You can see it's powerful 3-drop cards here, whether it is Brazen Borrower or Teferi left on top. You'll leave both on top, draw one here.
All right, so what do you need if you're Gob? 5 cards in hand, Uro still in the graveyard, Expansion Explosion still in the graveyard. The Fairy is a good start. I mean, you're still stuck at 6 lands. Well, not stuck, but 6. At this point of the game, you would expect to have around 9. The Fairy is fine, but if you tap out for the Fairy, that only leaves you with 3 mana up for Absorb. So I would be looking for, I guess, there's more land drops. You want to play that Chemist's Insight now at the end of turn, although you are getting into the close to just Expansion Explosion finishing you off. So what is it for? So it's 5 mana left over for Expansion Explosion. I think you just have to go for it. Well, that's certainly going to get absorbed, I think.
Yeah, you can see before it's even properly put on the stack, Absorber's going to take care of it. But there's a Mystical Dispute, I think, in hand for Dapton here.
Yeah, Dapton is just too far ahead as far as lands in play, which means that he's easily able to double and triple spell every turn, which is the key to put multiple things in play even through counter spells. Like it doesn't matter at this point how many cards Gob has in his hand if he's not gonna be able to use them all. This is kind of like how aggressive decks work. The idea is that if I can finish the game so quickly that you don't get to use the cards in your hand, that means that I don't really, I'm not going to let you get all the extra value that you're getting from all these Agents of Treacheries or from these, ECDs and Yorions. If I can make the game end on turn 4, you're just not going to be able to use them.
It's a weird sort of virtual form of card advantage, hey?
Yeah, sort of. Like it's just playing a different kind of like battle, or like not battling or on the card advantage front, and just being like, hell, I'm just gonna play for speed instead of we take our decks and just put all the cards against each other. In that case, the control deck is always gonna win because their cards are just more powerful.
So, Gob now in the upkeep. Well, no, got an upkeep stop, I should say. And now Glass Casket to take care of the Brazen Borrower, but Glass Casket can't get rid of the Wolf. I don't know what the answer to that is, to be honest. There's an Ether Gust in hand. I think Dapton might lose this one to the clock. 1.5 minutes remaining. Hasn't been able to close, and Gob is kind of playing for time, but Dapton also has been playing slow. Playing pretty slow. Another growth spiral now. All right. Can Dapton win in 1.5 minutes? Maybe a big Shark Typhoon, something like that. But I think we're going to see a draw step Ether Gust. Yeah. A draw step Ether Gust on the Nightpack Ambusher. Or maybe even just considering doing it now to play around counter spells.
Yeah, now it's getting tricky. Like 130, that's not a lot of time to work with.
So thinking about it here. And Ether Gust, yep, on the Nightpack Ambusher, away it goes. Above or below decks. Dapton may just want to redraw it. Yes, it does.
I think at this point you might as well play the Omen on your own turn, right? Because, well, like I guess you can be bluffing a counterspell, but you're still going to play that Omen at the end of turn because you still want to make those extra land drops or find those counterspells. So I think I would have probably preferred to just see the Omen being played in the main phase.
Just to find a land.
If you find out the land, you're going to be able to play it.
Yeah. All right. Wilderness Reclamation into Nightpack Ambusher here. All these lands are going to untap. There's a castle to put that mana to good use as well. So it's good news there for Dapton. But the bad news is, it doesn't even do it. And I like that. Running out of time. Doesn't have the time to scry. All right, Shark Typhoon, Dovin's Veto on the top. Both pretty good.
Both of these cards are looking good, yeah. If 4/4 can trade with the Nightpack Ambusher, so that makes it look pretty appealing. And Dovin's Veto means that, Expansion Explosion is not going to resolve. So I think I kind of like both of those cards.
Okay. Yeah, going to keep both. But I think with just 1 minute on the clock, Dapton's going to have to pull a minor miracle off here. Especially with all the delaying tactics. Omen of the Sun to block and buff the life total. Teferi to bounce stuff. And Gob can just play for time. And, another Tail's End. You love to see it. There's Teferi taken care of.
Well, one play you have available is loading up that Blast Zone with an extra counter.
Yeah.
And then blowing up for 2, which would destroy the Omens and the Glass Casket.
Yeah, and you get back your Brazen Borrower
into play. I don't know if there's enough cards in the graveyard for Uro, but I think if there is, then Uro becomes highlighted. So I think there is not enough in the graveyard. Oh wait, no. We're in Gobster. Never mind. Yeah. That's why it's not highlighted. Yeah, it's not highlighted at all times. I think it only gets highlighted on your own turn. So,
well, it wouldn't be highlighted for Gob anyway. The Uro wouldn't be highlighted.
Yeah, is that how it works?
No. You can't see which opponent cards your opponents can and can't play. All right, Omen of the Sun is the play. And now back to Dapton, who, with 40 seconds left on the clock, I think you're right. Can Dapton push through lethal in 30 seconds and a scry as well? One top, one bottom. Needs pressure and lots of it, and needs to deal with it very quickly indeed. Okay, attack with the ambusher. This will probably be chump blocked here. Yep. Reserving that life total, playing until the time runs out.
Now the question is it expansion explosion or not? Well, it turns out it's not.
Okay, Uro. Gain 3, draw a card. And 10 seconds remaining. Dapton, I think, is about to explode here. And an unfortunate way to have your tournament come to an end, but that is the way that it goes, the arena tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're playing a Grand Prix or a Pro Tour, and you also just run out of time, and that's it. It's a draw. There's no way to turn that into a win. Even if you do have that lethal maybe next turn or in 2 or 3 turns. That's just how it is. Time is part of the game, and if you're playing chess, that is the same thing. There's just clock, and if you run out of time, it doesn't matter if you have a queen, your opponent doesn't, then you have an extra bishop and an extra knight. You run out of time. That's the part of the game.
Yes, and that's the way that it goes in arena. And now Dapton is going to go down, and Gob will be one of the quarterfinalists, or so one of the semi-finalists there after a successful campaign through the quarters. So well done indeed to them. So that is the end of the quarterfinals, my friends. We're going to chuck it back over to Niels at the news desk to get things ready for our semis. So do stay with us, because the semi-finals of the Red Bull Untapped Qualifier are coming up very shortly. Stick around. We'll see you back here very soon.
And that was the last match that we have for you in the top 8. In the meantime, we set up an interview with Brian Hart, one of our quarter-finalist finishers. Let's have a little talk with Brian. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Okay.
How are you?
Thank you. Good. Thank you. It's been a long couple of days and leading up to here, but this is not about me. This is all about you, Brian. Let's talk a little bit. You finished in the quarterfinals. That's out of 2,600 people. That's
right.
Impressive. You've won $250. When that sunk in, what was the first thing you thought about? Is it like something you want to buy yourself? You want to treat yourself for something? What was it?
Well, I figured I could throw some more money into the arena account so I can get some more rares.
Yeah, so it's just to justify everything you do with the game, reinvesting everything. Yeah.
Just keep it churning. Yeah, keep it churning.
So does that mean you have you're already looking forward to a different deck, or are you still happy with the one you chose here?
Oh, I was actually very happy with the one I chose. I actually beat 6 Jeskai Luka decks.
That's good. So just remind us, what did you play? What's special about your deck?
So it's like a mono red variant. There's been a lot of them roaming around. It's just playing with the Obosh companion.
Yep.
And it's very strong. It's just throw a lot of 1-drops out, cast the Annex, and cast Obosh and basically win.
Yeah, that makes sense. We also saw in your player profile over here, your favorite card is Kiki Jiki, so I'm guessing you're quite affectionate towards the red side of the color pie in general?
That's correct. My friends were joking around saying, they're like, oh, wow, Brian playing mono red, huh? That's new.
Big surprise, big surprise. Well, you shut all of them up because you made it all the way over here. Is this the biggest thing you've ever finished, or do you have any other Magic accolades?
I feel like this is the biggest tournament I made the top 8 of. I made it to the Pro Tour one time, but that was about it.
Yeah, so you lived dream number one of making it to the Pro Tour. I think 99% of all Magic players like have that as their stretch goal. Like one day I want to play at that stage. You had a taste of that. How does this measure up to that same thing? Did you have the same feeling of excitement leading up towards it? And how was that excitement level during the event for you?
During this event, it was, I don't know, it was pretty high actually. In the very last part of day 2, the last 2 or 3 rounds, I was on edge just every match. So it was very intense.
Yeah, it's very intense. That's what single elimination does to you. Like if you're in a Swiss event, you always have that hope, maybe I'll still sneak in if something went backwards. With single elimination, it's check, you're done, you're out, it's over, and you constantly have that feeling that you're back against the wall, that pressure, that energy, and that, for me at least, that also pushes me forward. Sometimes it helps me focus even. Was that the same for you, or did you feel like it was a distraction or helping you stay focused?
I think it's kind of a bit of both. I started off as 0-1, so I had to win out essentially from the first round, and I didn't lose a match until top 8. So it was crazy. It was a crazy run. I was expecting to go to sleep early yesterday, because it's 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. I was like, well, I'll get my second loss soon, and let's go to sleep. But I just kept, my mindset right and kept playing, and I got there.
Yeah, it's a rough start for you guys in the Americas for sure. Starting at what for some people was as early as 2 a.m. So all the mad respect to you guys over there. Right. That's pretty cool. And then so you made it to the top 8 now. Are you planning on playing any of the future online qualifiers as well?
Yeah, basically I'll probably test a little bit more this time, but I didn't test a whole lot this time around, but I probably could have tuned my sideboard just a little bit better maybe. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play in another one.
Okay, perfect. Let's hope we see you there again, Brian, and maybe, who knows, let's see you perform even better than the one you did today. Thank you very much for your time, and let's just go rest, go celebrate whatever you've got planned for the rest of the day.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye, Brian. Bye. Okay, that was Brian for you, everybody. We have another giveaway for you in the meantime, and that is a bundle 100 card deck straight out of the box. Pretty cool, especially if you have some friends that have the same ones. This one in particular is the Cathril Aspect Warper. It's going to be the entire set. You'll get one of them randomly, and then we have the bundle, 10 boosters, a bunch of promo lands, some dice, and what else is in there? Well, the box itself, it's a pretty neat box to store your cards in. Our moderators will put a prompt in the chat for you to enter, and we will pick one at random from that pool using our trusty MooBot. So look out for those announcements as we have a look at what our top 8 is currently looking like. Let's see it on the screen for me and for you guys over there. We have Kenichiro Mori passing through. He'll be playing against Yuuki Ishikawa for our first all-Japanese semifinal. And then the other one, we have Masahito Masuda against Enrico Gobetti. I'm kind of happy that Gobetti won there, because Dimitro, I love you, but I just can't pronounce your last name. There's not much for me to say. I hope our players are ready to play their first semifinals. No, apparently we still have some time that we need to set up. So let's cut back to the studio and let's have a little bit of story time. We have so much to talk about, all the things that have happened in this tournament leading up to now, all the narrative lines. My personal favorite one is the one with Zachary, Mr. Stompy. this guy came in with Umori, Gruul, Trample, Beats, Insanities. At first glance, I felt like, oh, this is a guy that brought his cool deck, the deck he likes, the deck he knows. But when we went to do an interview during day one, after I think he was 4-1 at that time, it turned out that this wasn't just a pet deck. This wasn't just, I always like to play the big creatures. So that was not what it is whatsoever. This was a choice, a design after a careful consideration of the metagame. He expected Yorion Lucca to be the most popular deck. He expected the aggro decks to be that second tier just below that, and he was like, you know what, I have the surgical blade to cut this metagame in half and get there with you guys. That's what Zachary wanted to show to us, and he kept going and he kept going. That surgical blade, it turned out to be more of a broadsword than anything else. As he slashed through the metagame, went all the way into day 2, went all the way into, I believe it was top 8, before he finally succumbed to the challenges that his opponents were bringing. Now, in the meantime, our first semifinal match is ready to play, and we will be moving over to Martin and Riley with their commentary. Apparently, it's still not ready yet. That's kind of embarrassing. Let's get back to Zachary for a moment. So his red-green Stompy deck, there was a little child involved as well there. We saw a mono-green Stompy deck to be excited about as well. I'm just plugging my personal preference for green big decks at this time, because there's only so much you can get excited over seeing Yorion over and over again. Yes, of course, the interactions with Lucca and Agent of Treachery, they're super strong, and then you add in the fires to make a super competitive concoction of utter destruction and domination. But yeah, like if you see one bomb going off, all explosions look the same, and cool guys don't look at explosions, so I just don't. It's hard to keep getting that excitement level up. I'd rather see some of the other decks going as well. I'd like to see Lurrus cycling as the second top cat of the format. If you add in all the Lurrus decks, we might even get to a point where all the rest becomes irrelevant again, and it gets closer and closer to that metagame share that Yorion took. We started off with 19% of the players playing Yorion. By the time we hit day 2, that was almost 38%. They nearly doubled the percentage they were holding in the field, and that constantly shifted and changed. By the time we hit top 64, it was a bigger part. By the time they hit top 32, it was over half of the metagame. But then something magical happened in top 32. I don't know what it is. It changed. Only 4 of those players were actually capable of winning their matches, and that led to a somewhat more diverse metagame in the top 8 than we might have expected. So let's go over and see what we have for our first semifinals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to almost the feature match area of Red Bull Untapped Riley Knight and Martin Hughes joining you. There we go. All right, we are ready to go now with our semi-final match here. We've got Yuki Ichikawa, who is playing. Geez, this is a blast from the past. Hey, look at this deck, Martin. It's out of nowhere. Jund Sacrifice back happening.
Yeah, Yuki Ichikawa putting on the clinic the whole tournament, and it is not a deck that I expected to see in the top 4. You know, Jund Sacrifice is something we saw a lot of in the previous format, maybe around Christmas. So that's already about 6 months ago. But now it kind of looked like, you know, the deck got a little bit pushed out of the metagame.
A little bit, hey.
But yeah, it looks like it's back, and Yuki is. It kind of looks more like, you know, just green black splash for Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, and it kind of has this almost combo-like finish that we've seen already on stream today with Bolus's Citadel. So if you've got a Mayhem Devil and enough permanents, and often, with Trail of Crumbs, Gilded Goose, what have you, you will have 10 non-land permanents. Look at this, it's turn 3, we've already got 6. You can go Bolus's Citadel, activate, deal 10, and then deal another 10 with the Mayhem Devil. Even if you sacrifice the Mayhem Devil to the Bolus's Citadel, it still procs and you still deal a clean 20.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, we may just see that next turn.
Yeah.
If the opponent taps out for something like Nar said here, we can just see Yuki just win next turn.
So you can play Mayhem Devil, Bolus's Citadel. There's not enough mana to do that next turn, though, right? No.
Well, you can play the Mayhem Devil off of the Bolus's Citadel.
Oh, sure. You play. Okay. So yeah, easy. So you draw.
Oh my God! Is it really happening? There's the Nar set.
It might be possible. You're going to have to obviously run pretty hot through the top cards because you need 2 more.
You need an untapped land, and then you need to chain.
You need 2 more permanents. A bunch of
Cauldron Familiars into more Gilded Geese, into Trail of Crumbs and Witches of Vents and whatnot.
Okay.
Well, there's the land.
There's the land. Okay.
Oh, but that takes away the
Yeah,
mana.
now you don't have 6. Yeah. All right. So it's not happening this turn. Not happening this turn.
We adjusted the screen a little bit so we can see how many players does the opponent have in hand.
How many players they've got in hand? At the moment, they've got five players in hand.
How many cards? How
many players could you hold in your hands, Martin?
Me, 1/3, or maybe half of a player.
No, there's easily a player you could hold in your hands.
Usually
Toffel's pretty small. Dana Fisher, you could. I mean, she's 9. You could pick her up easy.
I'm not the strongest.
I guess not.
Person. I guess
not.
I'll stick to holding cards and
exactly. And leave it to other people to to see if they can lift Toffel up in the air. All right. Narset downstairs once again here. The Bolus's Citadel is online, but didn't come up with anything particularly useful.
Yeah, that's the downside. If you're gonna see a lot of lands in a row, then you're not gonna be able to use the Bolus's Citadel too effectively. But on the other hand, you are drawing those lands anyway. That's kind of the same thing, right? So the good thing about Bolus's Citadel here is that the opponent still only has 3 lands in play, which means that it's not gonna get exiled by Elspeth Conqueror's Death, which is usually the best possible answer for the opponent. They can still go to Teferi, bounce it maybe, but even if you get 1 turn with Bolus's Citadel, that's still usually good for you. Wow, Luca getting discarded.
Yeah, that's pretty huge here. Another priest, another land. Okay, well here, look at this. This is the tech. Check this out. You can Woe Strider, right, and now scry the land away, or alternatively, you can shuffle it away with your Fabled Passage.
Wow, yeah, lots of options for Yuki here. I like that.
Okay. So getting rid of the Narset first. I want to draw a card somehow. Okay, Omen of the Sun. Right, sacrifice the... Wow, playing at a lightning pace as well. You love to see it. Playing so fast. Witch's Oven on the top. That's good stuff. Yep, you can see a little nod of the head. Very happy about that. We were able to... We're rebroadcasting the stream here rather than a direct Discord feed. Just so as to minimize distractions for the players as much as possible here.
Yeah, I think this is going to make it a little bit easier for Yuki as well. If he's already streaming, then this means he doesn't have to set up an extra way.
Nothing else to worry about. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So sacrificing the token, you can see, geez, he's playing so fast. It really is a joy to see. Okay, down to 3 now with the Woe Strider, and you know what? I really love this Bolus's Citadel in this situation. Because your life total is just largely irrelevant against an opponent playing white-blue, right? I mean, I guess at this point they can maybe make a shark and get in there for lethal, but if you go down to 1,
you still have that Witch's Oven, that allows you to transform the token into a food token. You can sack that, go back to 6. This Trail of Crumbs is going to put Yuki at 1, but he is going to get another food token. If he sacks the food token, he goes back to 4. If he finds a Mayhem Devil on the top of his deck, he gets to basically deal lethal right away. So, yep. All right, food token getting sacrificed. Wow, those would be good to have on the. Yeah, those would be good to. Oh, there it is. There's the Mayhem Devil. So
hello.
Lethal?
Is it lethal? He's on 2.
You can sack the cat.
Okay.
You can crack the food. Okay.
Back. Okay, this gains a life. Wait, hang on. No, he can't. Okay, he's short 1 mana to bring it back. Okay, now Witch's Oven.
Okay.
And can bring. Okay, sacrifice this. Go up to 4.
There was a lot of ways to do it. You could just actually sack the food token
as well. Yeah, but has he got lethal here? He goes to 4. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Plays a Mayhem Devil and now can sacrifice 10 permanents. Right. The Citadel deals 10. And so does the Mayhem Devil. That's a 20 damage, 1-turn kill. Remarkable, unbelievable scenes. And look at his face. He can't believe it. He's so happy with himself. Playing at the speed of light as well. Martin, I am in shock. This is an incredible victory.
Yeah, that was great. Yuki untapped with 5 or 6 lands in play and maybe a Gilded Goose and like a cat and a 1/2. That certainly didn't look like a turn that he was going to finish off by dealing 20 damage. So.
No, I mean, I think he untapped with Priest, Cat,
and like a Gilded Goose or something.
No, and the Citadel. He didn't have any geese. Okay. It was Citadel. I think it was Citadel, Priest,
and a Trail
Cat,
of Crumbs,
and a Trail of Crumbs, and a Trail of Crumbs. Yeah. Maybe a food.
All the scry triggers, making sure you keep good spells on top that you want to play. All the shuffling with Fabled Passage to find even more gas that allowed him to.
And you look at that position, and you're like, if you're the opponent, you're like, yeah, sure, I've got at a minimum 2 turns. Like, I'm definitely going to get to untap once and probably twice, right? And then out of nowhere, this Jund Citadel deck just absolutely just wrecks you. So well done. Yeah. That was an incredible victory.
And look at the deck here as it's laid out on the screen. It really is black-green, splashing for Mayhem Devil and some red sideboard cards in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the claim. I think the claim is a main decking.
Oh, the claim is okay. So... Yeah. There's a lot of aggro right now, so having that claim the firstborn with all the sacrifice outlets. Like Ghostwriter, like Priest of the Forgotten Gods, like Witches of N, that allows you to steal cards like Annex or like a Big Fox or a Rescuer or a Stinger and still sacrifice it, denying your opponent access to it after you attack with it.
So sick, though. So sick. All right, Cat on turn number 1 here, a play that we're all very familiar with. You can see Yuki doing that classic thing he does with his hair. John Finkel massages his temples. Those little ticks that everyone has. Ichikawa apparently just fiddles with the back of his head. Little hair on there. All right, in comes the Cauldron Familiar.
One of the most important cards to have against the Jeskai deck is definitely Trail of Crumbs. That's kind of like a similar card to Lucky Clover. It costs 2 mana. Yeah. It can get exiled by Elspeth Conqueror's Death. And it basically doesn't really get bounced by Teferi either because, if you bounce Trail, it just gets replayed and makes you another food token. So that's not really a good way to get rid of it. And, players don't really put cards like, Disenchant in their sideboard. So at this point, Trail is kind of like a 2-mana planeswalker for you that doesn't get attacked against these kind of decks like Jeskai. You're getting extra value from it every turn by turning those food tokens into additional cards, and that's the way for you to find the combo pieces. Like right now, Yuki's missing a Witch's Oven, but he has the option to sack a food token, look at the top 2, maybe try to find that. He's also drawing a card every turn. He gets to scry with Ghostwriter if he wants to.
All right, here's a Narset activation after the fires lands. And in they come at the Narset. She's going to take 1 here, probably.
I remember playing against Yuki in a Pro Tour.
Go on.
I don't remember what Pro Tour was it, but I remember that Yuki was off, fresh off 2 PT top 8s in a row, or this might have been the second one. And he just completely schooled me in limited. And I like limited a lot. I draft a lot, so I usually know what's going on in limited. But I remember that he lured me right into a sweeper that he had that I then thing I remembered seeing in the draft, but I didn't play around it or whatever. And I just left the matches just thinking what happened? How did I got so crushed? What the hell? And then Yuki ended up top 8ing the second Pro Tour in a row, and he was a Platinum Pro for a while, and he's really one of the best players out there too.
Shout out, this guy's going to get rid of the Woe Strider and the Mayhem Devil, but not before the Mayhem Devil has done 1 damage to the Nasa to take care of that as well. Still that Bola Citadel on top, and Yuki Ichikawa happy to keep it, although he can't cast it next turn.
Riley, I'm going to ask you a question here.
Go
on. Can you think of a card that would be pretty useful when you maybe activate Bolas' Citadel and you're sacrificing 10 permanents?
I mean, Mayhem Devil's pretty good.
No, against that, not
against that. So you hang on. All right. So it's a legendary permanent, right? It's a legendary artifact. Yes. All right. So that's good.
What if your opponent already
has it? Okay.
It in play. Yeah.
And it's an activated ability. And part of the cost is sacrificing 10 permanents.
And part of the cost is sacrificing 10 permanents.
If only there was some way to punish such greed. If only there was some card.
Let's say you only have access to 2 mana.
Oh, so I can't even use Whirlwind Denial.
Nope. Let's say you only have access to 2 mana.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. There's no card I'd rather cast. There's no card I'd rather cast than Repudiate. That'll get it done. No, Tail's End. Play Tail's End. Tail's End also. I mean, if this Jund Citadel deck picks up, Tail's End is a great card against. Well, I'd say great. I say great card. It's not a great card against it, but it's an okay card against it.
Yeah, obviously the best way to deal with the Bolas' Citadel would be to actually counter it, because you don't want to let your opponent play a bunch of cards for free. But it would be pretty funny if the game ended that way, when Yuki thinks, oh well, all right, I'm dealing the Mayhem Devil triggers, they're going to happen anyways.
Yeah,
because there is a lot of extra triggers on the stack, and you would have to.
That's why you use Whirlwind Denial, dude.
Yeah, you would have to actually counter everything with a Whirlwind Denial, which would be pretty sweet too. But Tail's End is actually a card some people have in their sideboards right now, and that would have been pretty funny right there. I'll tell you that.
I've been saying it for a long time, and I'll continue saying it. Play Tail's End, my friends. Play Tail's End. It's legitimately good. I know everyone's having a goof and a spoof and thinking that it's not. It's a good card.
Yeah,
all right, Nas it now.
Yuki's really missing that Witch's Oven now, so that he can try to.
He's going to pack him up.
Yep.
The Orion with the double agent is too much to overcome, and unfortunately, it was actually that Shadow of the Sky that unpicked the board. Too much of a delay for Yuki to continue to push forward, and you know what? That's just the way it goes sometimes. I don't think you'd be too cross about it. The Jesco deck is very, very powerful indeed, and so expecting to win every single game against it is not a realistic proposition. But Yuki now back on the play, happy with the configuration of the sideboard here. Let's see if he can do one better. Win one more game, find himself in the finals.
Fires of Invention is kind of like Bolas' Citadel in a way, except that it costs 2 less mana, and you get to play spells for free from your hand instead of from the top of your deck.
Gee,
but yeah, most players. Wow, interesting hand. So obviously, Cat and Oven are how you want to start the game, and what do you want to put together. But those 5 extra lands means you're not really going to do anything else. And Yuki takes a Discipline Mulligan. I like that.
That's a great hand though.
He's going to be keeping this hand for sure, because he still has, Cat and Oven. He has the 2 lands, even though Fabled Passage put the Black Swords into play tapped, so that's not great. But, I think this is still a hand that he has to keep, and he's going to be throwing away either the Citadel or the Mayhem Devil. But looks like, the Citadel goes away. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to play all the 3 1-drops by turn 2, but it's still a pretty fine hand.
Yeah, no, this is a perfectly acceptable hand. You can get a Swamp, cast your Duress, or next turn go Cat Oven.
This is interesting. Do you want to lead with a Duress? I don't think there's a lot of things you would like to Duress on turn 2 that your opponent would be able to play then, but not, but What I'm trying to say is, are there 2 drops you want to duress? No,
Yeah.
everything you want to duress costs 3 or more. You want to duress Fires of Invention, Narset, stuff like that. So if you play your cat now, can you get punished by your opponent playing, Search for Ascanta kind of card, like something where you would be like, oh, I guess I should have played that duress earlier, and you can recognizing it's better to start with the cat here, put some extra pressure on the opponent 1 turn earlier. I can protect the cat from something like Glass Casket because I have the Witches of It in play, so there isn't a whole lot that can punish me.
So the Witch's Oven eats up the Cauldron Familiar, which can immediately then come back. And next turn, at the barest minimum, you've got Duress, Gilded Goose, but it might get a little bit better than that.
Yeah, and you can even argue that saving Duress for even later is actually even better, because now you give your opponent the time to draw that Fires of Invention or that Narset that you can then gain get out of their hand.
Well, it's going to be Mayhem Devil instead here. The Duress.
Yeah, and this shows you that the one card that Yuki worries about is either that Fires of Invention or maybe Shadow the Sky, and he's saying, yeah, I value having Mayhem Devil in play more now, because that means that you still only have 2 lands, so you're not going to be able to sweep the board right now. And oh wait, there is Deafening Clarion. Never mind then. Never mind. There are 2 Clarions in the sideboard that got brought in, and even though you're playing 80 cards, that still means that the 2 Clarions are somewhere in there, and Yuki just kind of went all in there, hoping that Clarion's not going to be one of the cards in the hand, and he's going to be able to actually put on some pressure, which you do need to do against this kind of deck. You can't just give them all the time in the world. And unfortunately, the opponent for him had the Clarion and not the Shatter the Sky. If it was Shatter, Yuki would have been able to untap, play Duress, and he would have been able to get rid of that. But unfortunately,
we're getting a quick refresh of the stream here to improve that resolution here. And unfortunately, we had to it dropped down a little bit, but we'll be back before very much longer, so don't worry too much there like that. So I was caught napping there, my friends, as I expertly and professionally maneuver myself back here like that.
All right, we're back. Duress getting rid of Luca, leaving the opponent with only 3 lands. There's not a 4th land. I guess the Birth of Meletus is going to give you the 4th and the 4th and 5th land drop, so that's going to work out really nicely for the opponent. And at this point, Yuki needs to find Trail of Crumbs. That's the one card that can get him right back into this. Possibly a Mayhem Devil, although that one would just get exiled by ECD next turn. So yeah, this is pretty much trail or bust for Yuki. He is dealing that 1 extra damage with Cauldron Familiar every turn, but that Omen of the Sun is going to basically buy the opponent an extra turn. That's not really any real pressure at the moment.
So no cards in hand here for Yuki Ichikawa, and after having seen a pretty stacked hand from the opponent here with that Duress, not sure how he'd be feeling about this situation.
So this is interesting. You can just play the ECD to set up for Luca in 3 turns, because it's just, or in 2 turns. It's going to bring it back when the saga hits the 3rd chapter. You can also play Yorion here, resetting the Birth of Meletus back to 1 counter, giving you 2 more planes, making sure you can hit your future land drops as well, and also blinking that Omen of the Sea. And we know the opponent is working with perfect information, because Yuki has no cards in hand.
Wait, do you even have 2 more planes to get? You may only have 1 more.
Yeah, it depends on exactly how many. It depends on exactly how many lands are there in the opponent's deck.
All right, Cauldron Familiar sacrifice once again. Bunch of food tokens.
Wow.
Ooh, Trail of Crumbs.
That is the draw that Yuki needed. Yeah. That is the card. Now he's going to be able to get a lot of triggers here. Possibly looking for another Witch's Oven. At this point, Witch's Oven would be the perfect card here, just allowing him to speed up the damage output
You can see how quickly he's playing as well. He knows that it's really, really important that he gets through these mechanical motions extremely fast.
Yeah, the reason why he's able to do that is just he plays so much Magic that this is just like this is not something new to him. He has been in this position many times. He knows exactly what to do.
And the practice with the deck, a knowledge of the fact that if he doesn't play quickly, he's going to time out. Really, really key. This has not worked out well for him, however. He has found mono garbage with these
mono garbage
with these Trail of Crumbs activations.
He has one more activation here.
Okay.
All right, now it's better to just wait for the end of turn.
Yeah.
Although he could have done that in his own turn, he could have sacked the cat and paid with the Blood Crypt to try to find another Witch's Oven. He decided to go for the Gilded Goose, though. That's going to give him additional sacrifice outlets for the future turn.
And this might be the end of the road here because, again, we've said, well, not necessarily. If you can untap it, I mean, you're going to get another untap step, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna.
I'm unsure of the explosive potential of this Jund deck. I haven't seen this Citadel deck do much work before, so I don't know exactly how explosive it can be if it's given an opportunity to kind of go off.
Glass Casket, that's what we talked about on turn 2 of this game, that by playing the Witch's Oven along with the Cauldron Familiar is going to let you potentially save it. So yeah, like having Trail of Crumbs here in play is absolutely crucial for Yuki, and you know the one card he can try to find with it is Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah. And on 13 isn't going to be quite dead to it, but I'm sure you can find other ways to make it work. Bolas' Citadel also, with you on 19, will hopefully draw you 1,000 cards. Ooh, Embereth Shieldbreaker. You can use that to get back your goose.
Yeah, Yuki decided to bring in Shieldbreaker because that destroys the 0-4 wall from Birth of Meletis, but also Glass Casket.
Glass Casket, obviously such a good answer to Mayhem Devil and what have you. All right. So can draw a bunch more cards here.
Yuki, thinking about what to do this turn, decided to go with Ghoststrider. Okay, so he wants to scry. He really wants to find another Witch's Oven or possibly that Bolas' Citadel for next turn. Maybe a Mayhem Devil. Yeah, keep in mind that next turn the ECD is going to hit 3 counters, so that's going to bring back Luca. Luca's going to turn one of these 0-4 walls into an Agent of Treachery, and there's still Yorion waiting to be played. So next turn is going to be really, really good for the opponent. So you really need to find something here because you're going to lose your Trail of Crumbs otherwise.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty brutal. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Priest of Forgotten Gods is the latest pickup from the Trail of Crumbs. Under 19 with a shock, and here's the Priest.
So Yuki's going to have 2 more activations of Trail. He's going to be able to sack the cat for the oven, making a food token in the process, then bringing the cat back using the food token, paying with that Overgrown Tomb, and then he's going to be able to tap Gilded Goose, sack the other food token, get a mana, and that mana used to pay for the Trail of Crumbs trigger, getting another card from the top of his deck. So he is going to be looking for that Bolas' Citadel, hoping it's in the top 4 cards of his deck at this point. Although he may also consider using Ghoststrider before that for a little bit of scry, possibly getting up to 5 or 6 or 7 cards that he's going to see before his next turn.
And now we're going to see the removal of this shark, exiled to go and get an Agent of Treachery And you'd imagine that, yeah, straight away, look at that, the Trail of Crumbs, even though it's pretty useless, it's a pretty useless thing to steal, right? But it's obviously very good just to remove it. Like, you'd be happy to just disenchant it basically at this point.
It's a pretty useless thing to steal if you're just stealing one thing, but we know that the opponent's going to be, getting more agent trigger. So I wouldn't be shocked to see the opponent also steal the. Oh, there it is. To also steal witches on them here.
Okay.
Giving them the option to turn the wall or the agent of treachery into a food token, crack the food token, gain more life. Perhaps.
And you even do have a fair few permanents. Like, you normally in these control decks you don't have a lot of permanents, but because of all the omens you actually do. So that's pretty wild.
Yep, and then on the trail, you love to see it if you're Yuki.
So back comes the Cauldron Familiar. 1 damage here. This is, of course, the semi-finals of this tournament, the Red Bull Untapped. We're going to watch this semi-final and the next one coming your way before the final itself to wrap things up. And it is great to have your company here. We're watching this Jund Sacrifice deck attempt to get it done against the boogeyman of the format, the best deck in standard, Jeskai Yorion, Jeskai Luka. And oh dear. Deafening Clarion. We're going to see a bunch of scrying happening here, but this is going to make a Bolus of Citadel turn kind of difficult. Can't activate the priest or anything.
Yeah, that definitely hurts. But that means that Yorion's not going to be played, so you're going to get to keep the Witch's Omen, and the opponent is down to 10 life. And I guess there is still the Omen of the Sun ready to be played, so that is essentially 12.
Another Bolus of Citadel on top? Okay, 2 Bolus of Citadel is definitely. I mean, I guess in case this one gets countered, you want a backup? Makes sense. Maybe they've got a Dovin's Veto or something for it. No, it's going to resolve. Okay. Well, Fabled Passage is nice. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Spin it up.
All right, that makes it not.
If you can get to 10 permanents, you just win the game, and it's not impossible, right? There are lots of permanents that make 2. So, for example, you hit a okay, we hit a forest. Never mind. Oh dear. All right, Mayhem Devil going to ping down this Luca so as to prevent another Agent of Treachery coming down. And does it actually do that though? Because you can just sacrifice the Luca, like do the -2. And now a Trail of Crumbs. All right.
Yeah, that Luca can still be used.
Hang on. Couldn't you, instead of sacrificing the Mayhem Devil, play the Trail of Crumbs, get the food that way, and then deal the Luca 1 damage?
You would be able to bring the cat back.
So you go Trail of Crumbs with the Mayhem Devil out, right? That makes a food token. You then sacrifice that would have put Luca on one loyalty.
And it would have left you with a Mayhem Devil, right? I believe that's
yeah. I mean, you don't have a food token, but then you can always just and an untapped Witch's Oven as well. Yeah, and this would have meant that we don't have an Agent of Treachery here. You get Chikawa there, losing a Bolus, unless that was the plan all along, because you've got a second one in hand.
There's a lot of stuff happening, but yeah, I believe that play was available. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it would have been a little better because, of course, you'd have the Mayhem Devil in hand. Oh,
now it's the opponent with the Bolus of Citadel.
Yeah.
With potentially getting some free cards off the top of their deck.
Another Luca as well. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Now Luca's going to reshuffle the library. And if the opponent finds like a Fires of Invention potentially, that means that Yorion would be on top of their deck. Then Yorion would be able to be played, stealing 2 more permanents. Yeah, at this point, you really...
Yeah, draw 6 at the end of your turn, sure. Seems good. Agent of Treachery still on so many permanents now that you're drawing 6 cards. And Yuki needs nothing short of a miracle here. Second copy of Bolus of Citadel. Got to go for it here. Is there a Dovin's Veto? If there is, you'd think this game is all over Red Rover. Nope, there it is. Okay. So can play this... Or I like this better. Shuffle. This doesn't cost you the 2 life points here, which could make all the difference. Okay, Mayhem Devil. All right, spin it up. Duress, sure.
Well, one thing you have to keep in mind is that you're down to 13, which means you're effectively down to 3. Because the opponent does have turn permanents in play.
Oh,
so that Bolus Citadel can get activated at any time.
So yes, if you go to 10, then your opponent immediately just sacrifices. Hang on. Yeah, no, it does straight away. Of course. Yeah.
You need.
I was going to say because then you can activate yours, but you're not going to have enough permanents. So.
Yeah, you can activate the Witch's Oven to sack the cat and bring it back, so you're effectively at 14. But what you need to hit is basically 3 running Cauldron Familiars, because those would be free.
Those are free.
So you have what? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you hit 3 more Familiars, you get down to 8, and then you hit a Gilded Goose. That gives you the last 2 permanents. So that would be a way to do it.
Oh, well, it's just a land on top, unfortunately. Okay, Duress, take the glass casket, but look, this one looks to be in the bag here for the Jeskai Yorion player.
Yeah, that's not a great hand. So I think you might be right. Like last turn, if that play was available, if Yuki could have played Trail of Crumbs first to give himself a token to bring back the cat and then sack the cat instead of the Mayhem Devil.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would have gone a little better there. You wouldn't have got the second copy of Agent of Treachery. You'd still have your original copy of Bolus there, Bolus' Citadel.
I'm still thinking we might be just missing something, but given that he played it afterwards, that play probably was available. So that might have been the key point of the game where it all went south.
I may have missed. It's in fact probable that I missed something, but I don't know what that would have been at this point.
I still like to see the jump deck, in the top 4. Like it's definitely not something anybody expected, and Yuki taking Bolus' Citadel to the top 4 of the tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, I don't think this is the last that we've seen of this deck. I don't think this is the last we've seen of this deck.
I can guarantee you that after this tournament, if you go on ladder on arena, there's going to be a lot of Gruul Umori.
Yep.
And a lot of John Sacrifice, because players are looking for something new, for something different. There's a lot of Jeskai Luka, a lot of Team Reclamation, all that stuff, cycling, mono red, but people are looking for something new to play, and these decks definitely showed us this week that they have what it takes to take it into the top 4, top 8 of a 2,600 person tournament.
Yeah. Right. Yorion blinks everything. It's all going to come back. It's going to run absolute riot over what Yuki's up to here. And if you Yuki Ichikawa, you really do hate to see it. 2 Agents of Treachery, a couple of Omens, a Luka as well.
How to deal the last 2 points of damage? Can we figure out a way to do that this turn? Obviously, next turn you can just attack with the Yorion.
Yeah.
I believe Yuki might just be dead though, because he's drawing the land, right? And he has no way to draw additional cards after that. So
no.
I think he might actually just be drawing dead, no matter what happens.
Stealing another copy of the Bolus' Citadel here. Can't obviously have 2 copies, but all right. And I think we're going to see a swift concession here. Yes, indeed, Yuki Ichikawa going down. But I tell you what, congratulations to him for a deep run into day 2 of this format, reaching the top 4, which is quite an achievement with a deck a real breakout deck. This is not a deck that people were expecting or came prepared for. So very well done to him, and hopefully we'll see a lot more of this list in the coming weeks. Anyway, Martin, we are going to head to the second semi-final here, and I can have a look at who we're going to look at here. Semi-final 2. Masahito Masuda, who is playing Tima, and this Azorius deck that we saw before, Enrico Gobetti playing white-blue Yorion. Obviously, we'll get a chance to jump into this match. We'll have a lot more of a chat about it. But just in heads up, who are you favouring here?
I think it can just go. It can go both ways. Obviously, the Azorius player is looking for Teferi. That's kind of the one of the best cards you can have against the Team of Reclamation player.
Yeah.
But then Shark Typhoon exists, so it's just gonna be about who can navigate better through the game, and I don't think it has a clear favorite.
All right. Well, we will find out, of course, before very much longer. Do stay with us. We're going to kick it back to the news desk now with Niels. And after that, second semi-final. And, of course, to wrap up the show, the final after that. Stay with us, my friends. Live coverage of this Red Bull Untapped tournament continues. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. That was our first semi-final match. We've got 2 more matches ready for you. But before we do that, we have another giveaway. And this time, after all the gameplay product that we have a apparel box for you. Magic Fest in a box by Channel Fireball. These are things that you can still buy online. They're a complimentary product to their Magic Fest online, which is still ongoing as well. So definitely check that out in this particular box. And there's different ones available for multiplayer commander setups and everything. This is the single player box. You get one of their event playmats, a nice deck box that also fits commander decks, the beautiful Sol Ring art for this one. It might be a different one. There's tons of different ones available. We have the Path of Exile promo, double-sided. Just kidding. There's 2 in here and you can play either of them. We also have a full set of the 2020 Magic Fest promo lands. I'm a really big fan of these. I think they look really sleek. And then we have a non-foil Sol Ring promo from the command zones that we usually have at these fests. A huge staple in Commander, so you'll definitely be able to play it or find somebody in your friend group who can use one. And then we have some sleeves to wrap things up. That is a Magic Fest in a box, and you can win yours by listening to our moderators and seeing what they want you to put in the chat to be able to be randomly picked as the winner. In the meantime, let's have a look at our bracket real quickly before we jump into our second semi-finals. Before we actually do that, let's have a look at the clip for Magic Fest Online and see what they had to say about their product.
Magic Fest in a box. We have multiple options to choose from, and you can pick up foil Path to Exiles, playmats, and much more. Go to cfbevents.com and get your Magic Fest in a box today.
Okay, that is Magic Fest in a box, still for sale, different options available. But let's get back to our tournament. We have that second semi-final queued up for you. But first, let's have a little look at our bracket to see where we stand in the tournament right now. And there we go. So we just saw Kenichiro Omori-san make it past Yuki Ishikawa-san into that final slot. Now we are moving over to Masahito Masuda-san versus Enrico Gobetti. Let's go to Martin and Riley with their commentary. Apparently, players are still setting up their match, so we will need to wait a little bit longer to get there. Let's do a bit of a shout out for all of the other players that we've had in our top 8, but the bracket left, so I can't really see the names anymore right now, which is unfortunate, but here they are again. So we have Kenichiro Omori-san, who is in the finals. He beat Christopher Virula all the way from Guatemala. He made it into the top 8. He has won 250 euros with his quarterfinalist finish. Then we had Brian Hart succumbing to Yuki-san's onslaught. We had a chat with Brian. He was really happy with his 250 euros, was already planning on reinvesting it on Arena, the very platform that they are playing on currently. It delivered. He might as well reinvest, right? Zachary Barotzik My man, the Stompy Red-Green, went all the way into the top 8, got himself $250 off the back of Questing Beasts and Clothises. Masahito Masuda was the one that snuck into the semifinals over him, and that's the one we'll see playing now. In the meantime, we have Enrico Gobetti managing to win over, and let's try this name just one more time, Dimitro Pidlivalchev. I think that was my best attempt to date, so we won't be seeing Dimitro in this top 8 anymore. Instead, we should be seeing Masahito Masuda versus Enrico Gobetti to see who takes that final slot against Kenshiro Omori-san. And what a story that we have developing here. 3 Japanese players in our top 4. Enrico, our lone Italian player, still left in contention. He is probably already thinking about his country qualifier that we will be seeing in the near future. These are a set of events that are interchanged in between the different online international qualifiers that we are doing that lock people from a certain geo-region using IP addresses and technical know-how that I'm not familiar with. To make sure that we have a nationally oriented tournaments as well. These will be a lot smaller. Some of them might even be capped. And then we have a bunch more events. We have 2 more online qualifiers to go, but we'll have to wait until we're all the way in July for those first doing those 3 country qualifiers. And that is one of the big parts of the announced part. Let's be very clear about this. The announced part of this tournament, because we have a total of 16 qualifying options, all getting ready for that big finale somewhere in the future. And if I heard correctly, we do have our semifinal ready at this point. No, apparently we have some issues with the challenging going on. There have been some changes, so the players might be a bit confused because we went from that timed match, that tournament challenge, into a non-timed challenge just to make sure that we can have that full game experience, that the clock isn't really the big problem anymore. We want to be really sure that our players can show us the best games possible. Now, the best games possible, we've seen a bunch of those already, and I want to do a big shout out to Frank Karsten here especially. He has been selecting all these feature matches for you. So if you've been happy at the diversity you've seen at the showcase of the metagame at this event, just give me a Frank Karsten in the chat now. Use the emote that you think suits Frank Karsten the best. Just to give you an idea, he has a doctorate in game technology. He's a Hall of Fame player. He is one of the best people in this game, has a huge history. Which emote do you think suits him best? For my girlfriend, she always says it reminds her of Dr. Frank Karsten, which is this stereotypical German dentist for some reason. But that it became a little bit of a meme, but that's okay. So if you have any doctor people that you can think of, or any doctor memes, doctor emotes, feel free to dump them in the chat. In the meantime, I think we have the metagame breakdown that we could have a look at. Or we're still working at that? No, let's have a look at that tournament schedule that I alluded to earlier, and let's see what other opportunities you have for the future. Like I said, we are now currently in that first online international qualifier. We started yesterday, May 16th, a 2-day event, no cap. That's the big difference between this year's event and last year's event. Last year, we had this ticketing system with a raffle. You were lucky to to get to the actual event, and people were treated to a high quality paper event. And we even branched out and tried one of the earliest versions of Magic Arena events that we had seen. The platform was just new, and we had 4 people qualifying through that. We had 4 people qualifying through Modern Horizons Constructed as well. So that set was just out. I think it was a month and a half old. Wait, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't matter. Let's continue. So back to our actual schedule. We move, like I said, to those country qualifiers. First the German one, then the Spanish one, and the Italian one. Some of them have a cap here just to make things manageable. We are working with a lot of different partners here, as we have already mentioned. And then we move into July, into online qualifier number 2, which is the continuation of the event that we have here. And sorry, lost my track of thoughts there. And it's 1 week later, you get a second attempt. And then finally, we are at the end of July already in our current announced planning of the first 7 out of possible 16 events going to the UK for their national qualifier. We also have, we highlighted Frank, but we also have Toby Henke, our other analyst, who's been super focused on giving you different metagame highlights, has been giving you all these deck lists that we've been able to showcase. And what he did was look at the metagame as it shifted through the top 128 into the top 32, into top 16, and into the top 8. So let's have a look at that one right now as well to see how things evolved during the day, what the big changes were. There we go. No, this is the studio. Apparently the metagame isn't ready after all. We already talked briefly about this. We had a shift further into Yorion Luca. So they kept going, and we do have the art apparently right now, which is going to be a lot easier for me to showcase what I'm talking about. Let's show them to the players so that they know what we're talking about as well. Metagame top 28 evolutions. There we go. All right, so the day 2 metagame breakdown, like we said before, at the beginning we went to 37.5% Yorion Luca. We started at 19, so they practically doubled up. Borocycling grew a little bit. It started at just over 10%, and Reclamation just under, with Obush as that last one in the top 4. Now, I finally got another confirmation that we have semi-final 2 already just for you. So Riley and Martin, I hope you were listening. I hope you warmed up. I hope you did your vocal cord stretching abilities, because it's your turn. I'm getting a little sip and a break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the feature match area for Red Bull Untapped, the semi-final, second semi-final here. Well and truly underway. Riley Knight, the host here, joined by Martin User, the Czech Hall of Famer. And this time we've got a Yorion deck versus Team of Reclamation. And before you, switch over to see what's happening somewhere else, let me tell you that this Yorion list is a little bit unlike the other ones here. This is not a Jeskai Luca Yorion list, Martin. This is straight up white blue control.
Yeah, the main difference here being that Gob is focusing more on counter spells rather than getting additional value and the Agent of Treachery combo with Luca. He's just focusing on, all right, well, everybody's trying to resolve all these expensive cards, all these 5 mana ECDs, Lucas, and Fires of Inventions. I'm just gonna play these 2 and 3 mana counter spells, and I still get to finish the game with instant speed threats like a cycled Shark Typhoon or Brazen Borrower. And he's been doing pretty well in the whole tournament.
Narset going downstairs, revealing Dovin's veto here. Can continue to develop the continue to hit land drops here. Very important, of course. for Gob. We've seen Gob maneuvers through some pretty convoluted games quite masterfully, and I don't expect that to change here. Manahito on a deck on Tima here, and you characterize this matchup, Martin, as being pretty even. There's not really someone who's a clear favorite for you at this point.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup where we're just going to see a lot of land go. The classic control kind of matchup, where the idea is.
We can watch this from the other side of the battlefield here.
The idea is to never really tap out on your own turn, and not let your opponent resolve something when you're tapped out. So we're going to see Gob. Try to not tap out early for something like Yorion, even if it looks like it could give him a lot of extra value, because if he does that, the opponent could just untap, drop like a Wilderness Reclamation, untap with a lot of mana, resolve an Expansion Explosion, and obviously Gob doesn't want to let that happen. So we're gonna see both players play a draw go, just making land drops, and eventually it's gonna be the person probably finding more Sharknado tokens.
So Dragonfire, Scorching Dragonfire going up 3-1 here. And this will almost certainly... Well, I mean, I wonder what else there can be here that's going to prevent this shark from making contact here. Oh, Dovin's Veto, I guess. That's an aggressive deployment of that Dovin's Veto, but I guess you really value having the Narset around, even on one counter?
Yeah, I mean, Narset is still pretty good against the Reclamation deck, whether it has 1 or 5 counters, because it's stopping you from drawing extra cards. So right now, this Uro doesn't really do anything. Opt can't really be played on your own turn. Or, well, it can, but you're just going to scry one.
Yeah.
Rather than
great. It's not great.
Actually draw a card. So yeah. This Blast Zone is really important. We have seen that in the previous round, where Blast Zone allows you to answer cards like the Fairy, cards like Narset, sometimes even a Glass Cascade, or some of these omens that later cannot be blinked by Yorion.
So here's that opt, and this is of course in the opponent's turn, so it isn't just scry one. We'll get to draw at least one card here. And can now Blast Zone up to 2, and this will be a way to contest that Narset.
Yeah, this really is a matchup about the instant speed threats. This really is the matchup where you need to draw as many Brazen Borrowers as possible, as many Shark Typhoons as possible. And like the Shark Typhoon doesn't just give you a big creature to attack with, it gives you something to use to attack Narset and Teferi. Just getting rid of these 2 Planeswalkers that are making your life pretty miserable otherwise.
So yeah, double Wilderness Reclamation here, and going upstairs now. Probably going to see castle activation, and then potentially just the Blast Zone here to get rid of the Narset. Or do you wait for that? I'll wait and see if they can play a Teferi, I guess.
Yeah, you can just load up the Blast Zone. I think it's still at 1 counter. I can't.
No, it's a 3.
It might be. Oh, it is at 3. Yeah. Then you just want to wait till the end of turn. Exactly.
Otherwise, if you blow it now, then that just gives them the opportunity to cast another one during their main phase next turn. Across comes the human here. Knocked down to 17 is Manahito. And Blast Zone activated in the end step. Unsurprising. Off goes the Narset. And now that unlocks the Uro at least. You can flash back the Uro. And I think you're going to want to do that given that there's absolutely nothing going on in your hand. Very, very scant on resources here. So we're going to see a flashback Uro. Is this going to be answered though is the question. Is there another counter apart from that Mystical Dispute that's already been revealed? Let's see. No, looks like it's going to resolve here, Martin. So an opt off the top. You can just fire that off here.
That's a lot of lands from the bottom, and I mean this castle is doing a lot of work. Obviously, you don't really have any real gas left. You only have that 1 card in your hand, but
yeah.
with untapping your lands twice, normally if you don't have anything to play, that's not great. But you do have the double castle activation or triple castle activation every turn, which is going to help you find something. And
I think the hesitation there in passing the turn or activating, going to the end step for these triggers was the fact that you saw Manahito looking at the bottom of the library and realizing, oh, all of those lands that I scryed at the bottom, they're going to be shuffled back in if I activate this Fabled Passage. But ultimately went for it now.
Yeah, you usually don't want to crack the Fabled Passage when you have a bunch of lands on the bottom of your deck, but it is an extra card in the graveyard for Uro. Ooh, there is Expansion Explosion.
Ooh, hello. And how big is this?
You know that with double Wilderness Reclamation in play, will probably be pretty easy to play around a Mystica Dispute, making you pay three more.
And if your opponent ever taps out, they are just toast here. So Gob really can't afford to... Oh, look at this. No, not going to take advantage of this one here.
At this point, if you're Gob, and you're watching this from the other side, and you're watching the castle activation, and it says, 1 top or 2 top and 0 bottom.
Yeah.
You can be pretty sure that the card in hand is something like Expansion Explosion, because your opponent is not going to keep additional lands. They're not going to keep cards like Opt, or they're not going to keep, Opt is maybe on the line of cards that are keepable, but you're just looking for the high impact cards. And
I think really the only 2 cards it could be are Expansion Explosion or Shark Typhoon. I think those are the only cards that you're keeping in that situation.
Yeah. In some spots you might keep something like a negate or some kind of like hard counterspell, but you are just looking for the proactive high impact cards.
So 5 mana up. A Narset is quite annoying actually when you've got a bigger explosion to resolve. But if you can get it big enough, Ether Gust no good either. If you can get it big enough, you don't need to worry about drawing cards. You just get them, and now we actually get to look at what's in the hand, and you can see here an Absorb.
Wow. Shout out to the production crew for setting it up so that we can actually see both players' hands.
Yep. Our tireless producer Mario behind the scenes has been, and might I add, been doing an incredible job of balancing all sorts of different, juggling all sorts of different things to keep this stream running smoothly.
Absolutely.
One of the best producers I've ever worked with, not close.
Obviously, revealed hand is going to make it much better for all the viewers, but we're not going to get to play the game of, well, that card could be in that hand because of X, Y, and Z, and because of all these little things. So I don't get to look silly or smart anymore by trying to figure out what is in the opponent's hands. But this is definitely going to make it better for the viewing.
So the Mystical Dispute is revealed, and again we see some patience, some discipline here from Manahito. Not just going to fire. I think going to wait for some interaction of their own here before they start firing it off here.
I'm actually going to find something to cover the top side of the screen for myself.
Mate, that doesn't work at all, because I'm going to talk about the cards that are in there. I know you love the mystery.
That's not going to happen.
I know you love the mystery, mate.
I just want to bring the professional perspective to the table, trying to puzzle out like what can the opponent possibly have in their hand, based on how the game has been going, and based on maybe they have been keeping mana up in these kind of situations where a counterspell would have been really good, but they're still showing the patience. So that kind of stuff is that's the fun part for me, like trying to figure out the possible cards in the opponent's hand.
Things going from bad to worse now for Manahito. Not only a Narset, but also now a Teferi. And with that Mystical Dispute still in hand, and presumably more counter magic as well, as far as Manahito is concerned.
One thing I just realized, by the way, is that half of our top 4 were placed not using a companion. Yuki was on Junt Sacrifice.
Yep.
And Manahito is playing Team Reclamation. So the Japanese player is not using a companion in the top 4. The rest of the field, both players are using Yorion. But as far as diversity goes, we have 4 different decks. It is 1 Jeskai Luka, 1 Blue-White Control, one Team Reclamation, and one Gem Sacrifice. So slightly disappointing for aggro. I think all the aggro decks kind of just got eliminated in the top 8, but they were doing really, really well throughout the entire tournament. And just something interesting, just seeing top 4 John Sacrifice, the top 8 Gruul Umori deck, for example. Like those were definitely things we did not expect to see.
So away go the 2 walkers here. And at this point, because you've got another expansion explosion on top, you can actually use your opponent's counter magic against them. Here, if you expand explode with at least 5 in the pool, you can play around the Mystical Dispute that's in hand and also counter whatever second counter spell they have. If indeed they have one, Martin. They do have one. There's an absorb right there.
This game is pretty much over.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Now with access to double expansion explosion, like how much mana do you have? 3, 6, 9. That's 27. So you're dealing more than lethal. Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wait, what?
That
explosion for 2?
Bananas. Okay, explosion for 2.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. All right.
I didn't see that coming either. My goodness. All right, maybe this game isn't over. All right.
I think what you said would have been a reasonable play. Try to play a really big explosion. You don't have to do it for 18. You can just do it for 12 and hold up a lot of extra mana for Mystical Dispute. Now, if you're playing expansion explosion for 2, nobody's gonna fight you over that. Like that's your best card. Like what are you doing?
Yep. There's the Uro now. Mystical Dispute off the top.
What am I missing here?
I'm not sure. I mean, they're on 18, so you can.
You have so much extra mana with the expansion, with the reclamation. There's no Teferi in play, so you have all the time in the world. You know half of your opponent's hand. Shadow the Sky doesn't do anything. Mystical Dispute doesn't do anything.
Maybe attempting to bait out a counter spell there, but your opponent just doesn't care, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bait out an Absorb or Dovin's Veto with an explosion for 2 when you have access to 27 mana or 35 mana or whatever it is. Like that's just not going to happen. So perhaps a slight misstep. Perhaps not giving the opponent enough credit. I usually have the opposite problem of giving too much credit to my opponents, expecting them to play perfectly, and then that usually doesn't happen.
So here, still with another Wilderness Reclamation, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you can hit 18 here. I'm going to opt for another Mystical Dispute, yep. And now can you fire off this enormous expansion explosion? And extra mana has been missed because of the Fabled Passage here. But this looks like you might be at a point where you can get it for 8. Oh my goodness, okay, all right.
So there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7... Is it 8 untapped mana for the opponent? So you would be able to try to beat and absorb by the 2 Mystical Disputes. You would need to leave up 5 extra.
Yeah.
5 extra with the expansion explosion. So you had access to what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 33 mana. If you fired off explosion for 18, so that's 22, you would leave 11 mana still left over. And the only card you're losing to is Dovin's Veto, pretty much. I mean, it's not going to get better. The thing is, at this point, the Dovin's Veto is not going to disappear from your opponent's hand.
No.
If they already have it, then they have it. They're not going to use it on your explosion for 2. So
I think the explosion for 2 is just so puzzling because they're never countering that. So if you have to get rid of the Dovin's Veto, you try to brute force through it by casting the lethal explosion. They veto it. Next turn, untap, do it again.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that, you can say that, all right, Monohito is playing around a Dovin's Veto, but you don't really get to play around it because the card is not going to disappear from the hand in 3 turns or anything. Like, it's still going to be there. If the opponent has it, then they will forever have it against your expansion explosion. They're just not going to counter.
And they're not going to tap out.
Yeah, they're not going to counter your opt. They're not going to counter your, Wilderness Reclamation at this point because you already have infinite mana.
The 3 copies of Mystical Dispute here. Is this going to be the point at which we pull the trigger?
I think now might be it's not getting any better. That's the thing. Like your opponent's drawing extra cards every turn. They're they might be drawing into cards like Narset, finding them the Dovin's Veto. They can be playing cards like Omen of the Sea, finding them the Dovin's Veto. So
okay, 4 copies of Mystical Dispute in hand.
That might be an overkill. Like that might be too much. Like at
4
this point,
copies, it might be
at this
time
point,
to go for it.
I'm looking for more expansion explosions. At this point, the Mystical Dispute is not going to help me against the veto.
All right, so the 6/6 here, being blocked by the wall. And 2 Wilderness Reclamation triggers. See what happens in response here. Potentially just another Castle Ardenvale activation. That's what we've seen. Sorry, Castle Vantress.
There it is.
All right.
Poker.
I mean, if that's
4 of a kind.
And exactly 4 of a kind, mate.
All right, the 4th copy of Expansion Explosion. And this is exactly where not having good ways to close the game quickly is a problem for the opponent. Like here, if you played against Jeskai Luka, if you give your opponent so much time, they will have that one absolutely bonkers turn where they go, Luka, turn my 0/4 wall into an agent, steal one of your reclamations, play another agent from hand, steal another reclamation, play Yorion, steal 2 more lands, and like all of a sudden you completely lose the option to even cast a giant explosion. Here, Blue-White Control, they don't really have that option. They are only playing cards like Brazen Borrower. They're trying to finish the game off with something like Yorion, with something like a big shark token. So if you are on the Blue-White side of the table, you unfortunately have to give the opponent a lot of time here because you don't really have ways to punish them for just passing and scrying every turn, just setting up the best possible draw. So even though we saw the game at a point where Manahito had maybe 0 cards in hand, maybe it was like in one opt against an Narset, he was able to find all the necessary cards to get rid of the Planeswalkers in play with Blast Zone, getting rid of Narset and Teferi. With the 2 Wilderness Reclamations, just untapping Castle Vantress 2 times a turn for 3 activations. So he was able to eventually set up the perfect hand and find all the expansion explosions, and all of them are lethal at this point. So this might be the turn where Manahito finally pulls the trigger and tries to go for a lethal explosion.
Doesn't look like it.
Never mind then.
Okay. An activation of the castle once again to scry after the Uro trigger. 2 cards going below decks. Another castle.
You don't really have a great reason to go for it, I guess. Maybe Manahito is just looking for cards like Shark Typhoon. Just thinking, all right, well, I'm gonna tap out on at the end of the turn for a big shark token rather than try to resolve these explosions. But the only thing you have to be worried about, I think, is the Dovin's Veto. And if you're giving your opponent a lot of time to find it, then that makes it more likely that they're going to have it.
All right, Tail's End. Is that going to be kept around? Yeah. Tail's End on top. You'll love to see it. So double castle activations all over the place here. And the thing is, if you're going to be doing this much scrying, you should have cracked the Fabled Passage ages ago, because now it's just a liability.
Yeah, maybe at some point you just realize, all right, well, I guess I'm just not cracking it at all.
Ever, yeah.
How do you feel about Tails End, Riley? That's an interesting card.
Mate, I love this card. I love to see this card. It's so good. It's so good. Play Tails End. Counters all the companions.
Tell us how you really feel.
No, I really love it, mate. I really love it. Fans of the Advantage Bar will know that I'm a huge fan of this card. The card's great. You should be playing it main deck. It's so good in this format right now. And no one's playing it. No one's playing around it. You can get people. They crack their Fabled Passage, you Stone Rain them. It's insane. It's insane. And you're missing out, my friends, if you don't play this card yourself. It's so good. All right, up to 20 now with the Birth of Miletus.
A lot of cards in hand. None of them is a Dovin's Veto, though.
And now down to 24.
I guess this Uro is a big problem for the blue-white player as well. Like, not only are they fighting against the possible expansion explosion in hand, it's also the Uro in play makes it incredibly hard to really get ahead.
Both players drawing a card after that. And look at this. Look at this. This is how many cards have been scryed. Did you see that? There's about 12 unknown cards on top of the library. Did you see? Look at that. No, sorry. Whoa.
That's a lot, yeah.
5.
Well, at some point, it becomes better to not crack the Fabled Passage because you know that, okay, now the top 4 is, the 2 of the cards that I really need.
Okay, now is the point at which we crack the Fabled Passage. Shuffling back in those 2 Shark Typhoons, which I presume were the cards that were being searched for here.
Yeah, I think Monohito's looking for the Shark Typhoons
but
here.
you know you're going to hit them in that case. You know you're going to hit them next turn because you can scry through literally every unknown card in your library.
Yeah, and here are the lands instead. Just looking at a bunch of lands instead.
Okay.
But yeah, this is just.
Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Rips it off the top like hot pepperoni. Easy game. Finds the Shark Typhoon. And now maybe we may see some action from Monohito here, who has played so conservatively. Been remarkable. All right, Uro comes back from beyond the grave. Escaped now.
Yeah, like basically, we're looking at a game that sort of ended, 10 turns ago or 7 turns ago or whatever it was. But we're still sort of going through the motions because, we see the hands. The players obviously don't. Like we see both players' hands because this is how the production gets to do it. But obviously, when Monohito plays, there's not a little piece of cutout stream from the opponent just showing him the hand. So he's trying to play around some things. He's trying to play around, Govin's veto or something, just taking his time. But we know that he does have the tools in his hand to eventually finish off the opponent. And he's just taking his time to, not really have to go for it. Just finding the Shark Typhoons instead. And maybe those are already going to be enough without even needing to play the Expansion Explosion the entire game, or Expansion Explosion for bigger than X's 2. That one did happen.
The Shark Typhoon on top, in addition to the one that's in hand. And what are we going to see happen here? Essentially, a big shark come down now. As Dream Trawler is discarded in order to cast a Chemist's Insight.
Yeah, Dream Trawler great against aggro, great against Mono Red, Obosh, great against something like cycling.
Yeah.
Something like great against Ragnar Sacrifice. Not exactly a card that you ever have time to resolve against a deck like Team of Reclamation or in the mirror or against Qualifiers. You rarely ever want to tap out for a 6-mana blue card because Mystica Dispute is in everybody's deck. And we're watching game 1.
Yeah. And
Monohito has all 4 Mystica Disputes, or 3 in hand. I think he already used one.
Yep. Burnt one on an ECD before. Okay, here's the tail's end for the Teferi. Got to answer this. Is this going to prompt a counter war between these 2 players? I fancy I know who's going to win it. The bloke with 3 copies of Mystical Dispute's got to be favoured in that battle. Okay, no. Away goes the Teferi here. And now, double Expansion Explosion in hand. There's a Shark Typhoon as well. All right, big shark. Big shark. X equals 9. So going to attack it for 15 next turn. In response, an Omen of the Sea, maybe digging to a tail's end there, Marty. No, it finds a Shark Typhoon of their own. Okay.
At this point, if you're the blue-white player, you must be thinking like, wow, my opponent is so unlucky. Through all the scries, they just never found an Expansion Explosion. What the hell? How are they so unlucky?
So unlucky.
But obviously, let's point out again, like we see both players' hands, the players don't. So it gets a lot different when you're seeing, 6 cards in hand and you don't know what they are. So obviously, not something the players have access to.
All right, Shark Typhoon for 1. Draw a card, and is going to be able to block here. And get in 4-6 down to 14. Growth Spiral now. Another Shark Typhoon in hand. That's the last Shark Typhoon. Another Growth Spiral here. I wonder what they're digging for.
I wonder how many cards does Manahito have left?
About 20.
Also, you know what happens when you're not careful with Expansion Explosion and you don't select the right targets? This can come down to, obviously, Manahito in the top 4, obviously, so, probably has a lot of experience with the deck, but he wouldn't be the first person to ever cast Giant Expansion Explosion for enough damage to kill the opponent, but also drawing himself, 35 cards when he has 14 cards left in the library or something.
And then it's a draw. And then it's a draw, and we have to play another game 1.
That's why it's good to just have like a habit of when you're casting Lethal Explosion, like when you know your opponent doesn't have, some life gain spells or something. It's almost always going to be better to also point the card draw at your opponent, just so this wouldn't happen to you. Just make a habit of it.
All right. Omen of the Sea now, and I think this is the point that you fire off an explosion for...
I think at this point you have double explosion available, right? So you can beat Edovin's Veto. Is that 15?
17 mana floating.
I think that's 29. No, I don't think he has quite enough.
Okay.
Well, no,
it's not quite enough for a double on 14. You need 28. Okay, so it all just goes up in smoke, and we have seen Manahito play one of the most conservative games of Magic I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, maybe he just figured out, hey, I'm gonna win anyway. No reason to ever try to tap out for this and fight over or whatever. Maybe he's just gonna maybe he just figured out that he's just gonna win anyways. Although
maybe this third Wilderness Reclamation is gonna mean that you can fire off two lethal expansion explosions.
I would have been worried to lose the Reclamations to something like ECD or my opponent to resolve a Teferi and somehow force it through. Like at some point they're going to be able to pay enough mana for the Mystica Dispute. So at some point if my opponent plays a Teferi and I still don't have the Shark tokens, then my Reclamations are not really doing all that much. If I don't have a Sharknado to use to make a token. But yeah, Manahito was able to navigate the game pretty well, even though he didn't go for the kill, fearing the Edovin's Veto. He figured out the cards he needed to find, Sharknado being the best possible way to leverage all this extra mana.
There's the Scorching Dragonfire that was also kept on top, anticipating a block from another. I think just Manahito's on another level. I think Manahito's just on an entirely new level, and is playing this one with all the care and consideration in the world. Going to play another Uro here too. So
now you just have
graveyard.
Now you have double Lethal Explosion, and you can even use Ether Gust on your own explosion to put it back into...
To draw it again.
To put it back into your deck.
Yeah, save it from a Dominguez.
Now you really don't have an excuse to not try to fire it off. Now it would need to be triple Dovin's Veto. Does the opponent even have that many vetoes in their deck? Main deck you usually see 2, although in the blue-white control... Oh, let me actually take a look at this. Because the players do have access to each other's list. I'm trying to find the name by Gob, but apparently there's a lot of goblins. So that doesn't work in the giant document we have for all 128 players. But yeah, here
two copies. Yep.
Enrico Gobetti. Okay, so there's only 2 copies of Dovin's Veto in the main deck.
And we see finally the concession from Enrico Gobetti going down in game number 1 after a very long, hard-fought slog between these two players. Adjust their decks, and we'll be back for game number 2 of the second semi-final of this Red Bull Untapped tournament. Friday night, joined by Martin User. It's a great pleasure to bring you this coverage of this tournament here. And don't forget, of course, after this semi-final, not only will we have a giveaway, but, of course, the final as well. And there's a fair bit of money on the line in these. Now we're right down to the pointy end of things, Martin.
Yeah, the first place comes with a qualification for the Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament. which is going to award, I believe, $75,000. There's going to be 16 players, a winner of each of the 16 qualifiers. So a little bit over $4,500 in expected value for all the players, and you know, all the fame on the line, all the cloud,
And you can't put a price on clout.
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah. Clout is, it's the rarest material. It's the hardest metal known to man, and it's one of the rarest. They mine it from the deep clout mines in the furthest, secretmost corners of the earth. And you really can't put a price on it. The only way to get it is to win the Red Bull Untapped Tournament Series. It's a trophy made of solid clout, Martin. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
All right, we're off to the races We're off and underway with game number 2 between these two players. Team of Reclamation on the bottom of your screen. To the top, it of course is this Azorius Yorion deck. Azorius. Time will tell if that name sticks. Snapkeep here for Manahito, who sees 2 pair. Double Mystical Dispute, double Sharknado, and Snapkeeps.
Yeah, Mystical Dispute being great in the early game, but it can get a little awkward if the game goes long, like we saw in the previous game. If both players have 50 lands in play, it does get a little worse. So if your opponent just takes the time before they try to resolve their Teferi, then they can just make your Mystical Dispute a little bit awkward. But Sharknado, make some tokens at the end of turn. Definitely gonna try to speed this game up a little bit, and it's gonna be interesting to see when Manahito goes for the tokens. Like, is he gonna wait for 3/3 and 4/4? Is he gonna wait for 4/4 and 5/5? Is he gonna pull the trigger now to cycle the first typhoon, the first typhoon, to just make it 2/2? You know, to just start putting on some pressure. Definitely gonna be interesting. I think, and I don't know Manahito, but I think he's gonna be more on the careful side. He's gonna be more patient, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
He showed a lot of patience in the first game.
Yeah, for sure.
He ended up winning that one without even needing to use the explosions. So that was pretty sweet.
Maybe
he kind of just has the perfect hand here.
Yeah.
Triple Shark Typhoon and 4 counter spells. That is kind of the dream. You never have to tap out on your own turn. You just get to make a big token at the end of every turn, draw an extra card, and just play land go. Pass, make a token every turn, and hold up these 4 counter spells.
We're going to see here a petty theft, which you obviously can't really do anything about. So
I like it. I like the immediate use of Brazen Borrower. You don't want to fight over it. Negate. Your negate, whatever. Just use it now. Your opponent only has 6 mana next turn. You still have access to Dovin's Veto and Mystical Dispute, so nothing horrible can really happen. And now you can play end of turn Brazen Borrower, but that didn't happen.
Another Shark Typhoon now.
Manahito goes for another Shark Typhoon.
If this one has an answer, no, it doesn't look like it. Now there is a Shark Typhoon on the other side of the battlefield. In Gob's hand there. See if he wants to fire it off. No, just going to get let the 4/4 in. And now I think I can just say go. Yeah, another Shark Typhoon here. This one equaling 5, and a Blast Zone. Putting 5 counters on it, and then it tails in. You'll love to see it. Look at that. No shark for you, my friend. No shark for you. The Blast Zone not activated after all. But tails in, stifling the trigger. The activated ability. No, it is a trigger. It is a trigger after the activated ability of the cycling card. And so, yeah, easy peasy. 2 mana counter target shark.
Shark Typhoon really changed standard. Like that card really changed everything, and like it is kind of a game changer, not only because it gives you like a big uncounterable threat at the end of turn that your opponent can't Mystical Dispute or whatever. It is so good at pressuring the Planeswalkers. Like normally resolving Teferi here would be basically game over for the
yeah. Yep. And that's a really good concession there. I think that's a great concession. You realize you're going to lose this to Ferry. You realize you're not going to be able to battle through it. And you're behind on the clock by, I think, quite a considerable margin. So you go to game number 3 and don't burn any more of your clock by jumping straight into the third game, giving yourself as much of a chance to win as possible. So packing it up in response to that, Teferi recognizing that was probably going to be game over. And even if, let's say it was your 10%, 5% to win, it's not enough to chase down that win when you've only got 10 minutes on the clock. And given how these games can be a huge grind, you just start again and hope for better fortune in game number 3.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, clock is part of the game. If you play chess, it's the same thing, and this is no different than any other tournament. If you watch the Mythic Championship, Swiss rounds using time clock, or using the chess clocks. Top 8 using chess clocks as well. So
you love to see it. I actually do love to see it. The one thing that has always bugged me in Paper Magic is, when one player uses 80% of the clock and the other player uses 20% of the clock, and both players get a draw.
Yes, yeah. Sometimes you're just playing against a deck or a player that just uses a lot of time. There's just not a lot of things you can do. And Arena obviously gives both players the same amount, so.
All right, still waiting for Gob to finish sideboarding here.
This matchup is definitely a grind.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it really, really is.
If you're looking for a deck to, play when you're trying to grind your quests on Magic Arena and try to play a really quick game, these are not the type of decks that.
No, if you get cast X white and blue spells, you get the cast 45 or cast 40 white or blue spells. One game with the opponent's deck is going to do it. Yeah. That's it. One game.
Yeah. If you just came back from work and you only have 30 minutes to play. Yeah. Then something more aggressive is going to give you a higher chance at being able to play more games, obviously.
Yeah, but let's say you, your mum has just said, "Hey, get off the computer! It's time to come and do this." And you go, "Mum, just one more game," and she's like, "All right, one more game, right, mate? Load one of these suckers up." And then when your mum comes in an hour and a half late, he said, "You said one more game. I'm still playing one more game. Look."
Fair enough.
That's how you do it. That's the tech, mate. That's the tech.
Yeah, here we see Shock Typhoon getting cycled just for 2. Manahita looking for extra lands and gets rewarded by finding it in the second draw step. So if you didn't cycle, you would have still been stuck at 2 lands.
Yep. So cycling away there, Shock Typhoon. A good move.
Here I like the decision to not, play the Gross Power right away, because he's obviously holding that negate for a possible Teferi. If he ever taps out here, or the Gross Spiral on his own turn, or when that Omen gets played, then obviously the opponent's very likely to answer with Narset or Teferi on their own turn.
Uh-oh. No 4th land. Key number when it comes to Wilderness Reclamation here. So we may see the Shark Typhoon cycled again, but this is that's definitely a bad sign for Manahito there.
That certainly isn't great. Yeah, both players are using Shark Typhoon. Yeah, this just reminds me of old standard with the Decree of Justice, where you would obviously want to hold it for as long as possible to create as many tokens. But then if you cycle it a little bit earlier, you get to start pressuring the opponent a little bit. And there was also Stifle. Stifle was one of the ways to not let the opponent make a lot of 1/1s and possibly stifle like a Flooded Strand. And Tail's End is doing the same thing.
Would Stifle be too good for Standard? Almost certainly not, right? Like actual Stifle.
Yeah, Stifle was played, I think, a little bit.
No, would it be too good for Standard today?
Oh, too good? No, not too good.
I don't think so.
Tail's End is better, right? It's a way better card. It costs one more mana, but it is not as situational. Like it can counter the Planeswalkers, it can counter the Companions.
Yeah.
We should ask the production to put like a little Tail's End counter on the screen to count how many times we talk about that card during the.
Tail's End's great, mate. Tail's End. There's no end to that tail. All right. Dueling Sharks, still no lands, and you see Tail's End in the hand. That's not going to be discarded. Best card in Standard, mate. Why would you discard it? But yeah, no, fourth land here is brutal, and you'd think of at the moment is pulling ahead, given the fact that he's hitting his land drops here. Manahito digs desperately for a fourth land and doesn't find it again. Oh! All right, there it is. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, and this is a great example of a matchup where the game kind of changes based on the fact that your opponent is not playing an aggressive deck. They do have a lot of counter spells. They do have a lot of interaction. So if you ever want to tap out on your own turn, that is really bad. Your opponent's going to get to resolve at the ferry or something. So this just completely turns this into a flash game where you need to hold up all the counter spells and you're trying to resolve stuff at the end of your opponent's turn. All the Brazen Borrowers, all the Shark tokens, all the Scries from your Castle Ventress, all the Chemistry's Insights, whatever you have. Just wait till the end of your opponent's turn, and then that's the perfect time to cast it.
All right. Another Omen of the Sea here. And still not up to much on Manahito's side, even after the fifth land now. This game progressing at a leisurely pace between these two players. Let's see what's up next. It's going to flash back this Chemist's Insight, not too bad. Wow, discarding Expansion Explosion.
Even if you try to play something
casting Expansion Explosion, excuse me. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, even if you try to play something like Wilderness Reclamation on your own turn, or even if you tap out for Uro to bring it back, even if that resolves, your opponent still does have Death to Fairy to bounce it back, or the Elspeth Conqueror's Death to exile it forever. So missing land drops is really, really bad because that kind of like sometimes forces you into doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
When you're too far behind, you just have to go for, okay, I have to make some plays that can possibly catch me back up, but that just plays right into your opponent's stuff. But Manahito's doing a pretty good job of just, never actually casting anything on his own turn, just recognizing that, well, that would be really, really bad for me if I ever tap out for this.
If we saw the last in game number 2, saw it end very quickly after the moment Teferi was going to resolve. So you'd think Manahito is heavily motivated to make sure that doesn't happen again here, given how devastating he believes the card to be. So instead, commence the end game. Look at this. It's going to make a huge zombie army here. I think a 7/7. It's not too bad. And of course, that is uncounterable, so you're safe enough tapping out for that. But what is the response going to be? Brazen Borrower to kill the 7/7. All right, it's not too bad. And nothing else. Okay.
Yeah, Brazen Borrower definitely got a lot better, especially
with all the Shark tokens.
Because you just get to, it turns into a removal spell for a giant Shark token, or in this situation for a giant Amass token, and you still get a 3/1 that you can play at the end of turn to try to put more pressure on the opponent. Obviously, in this case, the 3/1 is not as great because it just gets stopped by 1/1 Shark token, or it can get stopped by a bigger Sharknado token. But it's still a decent threat that you can play at instant speed.
All right, what's up next? In comes the Brazen Borrower down to 10. And we're going to see, once again, a Chemist's Insight. Discarding a land. And yeah, keeping a really full hand here. And discarding rather than expose anything to counter magic. Oh, we might to see another Brazen Borrower here.
Manahito wants to find like an Uro or something.
No, it's going to be a Omen of the Sea.
This also shows you, if you're deciding between playing 3 or 4 Shark Typhoons, 4 is the right number. It really has been a super strong, super powerful card that has been super effective in a lot of matchups, even against aggro. Like, there's a lot of decks with X1 attackers like Mono Red Ragdoll Sacrifice, where on turn 3 you can just cycle Shark Typhoon to make a 1/1 token and just trade that for like a Gutter Bones, or trade it for Rimrock Knight, as we saw from Li Shitian, or the Black Lance Paragon, whatever it is. There's a lot of X1s in the format, so sometimes you just use it as sort of a 3-mana sort of a removal spell that also draws you a card. And anytime you get to play something that replaces itself and gets rid of one of your opponent cards,
that's huge.
That's where you're getting the card advantage.
Yep, that's where you're getting that.
That's how you're getting the little edges that eventually translate into you pulling ahead and winning the game.
Right, another Brazen Borrow. This one's going to eat a Mystical Dispute, however. Finding an opportunity to get some value off of that 1-mana leak there. And again, this game is... and look at that. These players neck and neck on the clock. Just 6 seconds between them. 3 seconds even, excuse me. 0 seconds. Wow. So it really is going to come right down to the wire if neither player can sort of pull firmly ahead. And if one of them times out, it's going to be within seconds of the other one doing the same thing, you would have thought.
And the player's really fighting over this Teferi.
Right,
which obviously you can't let the Teferi resolve if you have 7 instants in your hand, because that would turn your hand into pretty much a bunch of blanks.
Yeah.
Here comes the Mystical Dispute. We're gonna dispute back. This is exactly the legacy game kind of stack.
Yeah, it really is. So
forcible this, forcible that, counterspell this, and
daze this, daze that, stifle this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, and ultimately,
who gets to say no? Who has the final word?
Now the slight issue was that you could have gone after the. I think you could have gone after the absorb there.
To not give your opponent the 3 life?
Not to give your opponent the 3 life. I think that would have been slightly better. Not that the 3 life is... Oh, maybe the 3 life does become relevant. But yeah, I think you could have countered your opponent's absorb rather than the actual Teferi itself, because that absorb's still resolved through the middle of that stack. All right, here's a glass casket. Takes out the shark.
This might prompt Gob to attack with the Brazen Borer, which would result in the shark token eating it here.
Yeah, huge blowout here.
But then that in turn could allow Gob to resolve the Teferi after attacking the second main phase and getting rid of that chart. All right, looks like Manhita just went for a 1/1. Doesn't want to make a bigger token. There's also a Yorion ready to be played, so I guess that is also the reason. Even if you make a bigger token here, your opponent just plays Yorion, blinks the glass casket. That's gonna get rid of your token anyway. So
see if this Teferi resolves. Growth Spiral. Nope. Finds a land. Got another Growth Spiral. This one has to find something special though. You needed a negate or a Mystical Dispute, and nope, doesn't find it once again. So here, and the shock as well to put yourself down to 6, so as to cycle away this Triome. And Teferi immediately bouncing an Omen of the Sea now. Cycle away the Triome, just Expansion Explosion left in hand. And negate off the top. Ooh, one card too deep. So you do have the option now to fire off the Expansion Explosion.
Yeah, you should probably just go for a huge Expansion Explosion. Manhita decides to try to play around Mystical Dispute. At some point, you're going to find yourself in...
Oh, and a Dovin's Veto. Oh, that's brutal. Okay, well, this Expansion Explosion isn't resolving. That Dovin's Veto coming fresh off the top there. And now with a Lonely Negate, which does not hit Yorion, this game may be out of Manahito's reach.
Let's try this.
Stays with Teferi. Yorion probably the next card to be put in the stack here. And again, as we say, that negate powerless to stop it. You can blink the Teferi, you can blink the Omen, and things now starting to look very good for Gob.
Yeah, that was really good. You're going to get this Cry with the Omen. Look for another counterspell here. Teferi is going to get reset back to 4 loyalty. Now you have a 4/5 flyer in play when the opponent is down to 6 life. So things are looking real good for Gob. I think that was one card on the top. There's an absorb. Yeah, that should That should seal the deal.
Almost certainly, right? It's 2 hits from the Orion that are going to do it. So unless it's expansion explosion next turn, no, it doesn't even do it because they can just counter it with the absorb plus the Teferi. Yeah, I don't know what the card is that gets Manahito out of this. Don't know that it's in his deck. All right, down to 2. Can scry end step, double absorb in hand, and Gob looking very, very confident here. Bouncing the Orion in order to play it again, bounce everything again, blink everything again, excuse me. Draw another card with Teferi, and it's a Tail's End. Oh, yes. So a stacked hand here for Gob, who is almost certainly going to be our finalist.
Tail's End, yeah, that gives you the guarantee to even counter a big shark possible here. So, as they say, you love to see it.
You do love to see it. You do love to see it. I do wonder where this technology. I mean, there have been some people promoting this technology. I'm not going to name names, but it is wonderful to see that it's happening here. An Uro now, but that's going to be met with an absorb, and when it's flashed back, there's even another absorb to deal with it. Oh no, sorry, Tail's End. Tail's End deals with it, mate. Don't even worry about it. Get out of here. Tail's End. You love to see it. And now flashing it back. And there is, of course, absorb waiting for that. And that's the way the news goes. Gob123 here is going to be the second finalist of this Red Bull Untapped qualifier, the first international qualifier. Is there another absorb available here? No. Okay, but by this stage, it's a little too late. You flash back the Euro a second time, go to 5. Oh, maybe it's not. Is it okay? Do you get another turn here?
Yeah, I believe this is going to give you another turn.
All right, one more turn.
That Banishing Light is going to get rid of it. You also have the option to Teferi, bounce a Glass Casket.
Yep.
Replay the Glass Casket on Uro. That's the nice thing about getting rid of tokens, because the token just disappears forever. It's not hidden under the casket, so if you ever bounce it back to your hand, the token still disappears, doesn't get returned, and you just replay it on another creature.
It's going to be the Orion instead. That also does more or less the same thing. It blinks the Glass Casket, can reset it, tuck away that Uro.
Yeah, that's actually a much better play, because this way you get to replay the Glass Casket again as well, but you also reset your Teferi back to 4 loyalty. So this is a much better play from Gob's side than what I was suggesting. I mean, it results in the same thing, but rather than bouncing Glass Casket, you actually get to do the same thing by bouncing your Orion, but the Teferi is at 4 now.
And that is that. Manahito goes down 2-1. Gob123 finds their way into the final of this Red Bull Untapped event. What a marathon game it was, Martin, and there is but one more to come. We've got the final coming your way before very much longer, my friends, so do stick around. We're going to crown a champion here for your viewing pleasure. Stay with us. Red Bull Untapped live coverage continues in just a few moments.
And that locks up our finals for a couple of minutes from now. In the meantime, though, you can be a winner as well in our next giveaway. It's going to be the HyperX Pulsefire Raid mouse together with this ginormous desk-filling playmat, mouse mat. It's big. I mean, I'm not a small person by any metric, but this playmat, it's just covering everything on your desk. It's taking your keyboard, it's taking your mouse, and probably has room left over for you to spill your drink on and regret every decision you took in your life leading up to that moment easily. Now, how can you win this? That's of course the question that is on everybody's lips right now. It's such a mystery on how these giveaways work, right? We are doing the exact same thing as the rounds before. You are waiting for your moderator to give you a prompt to put in the chat, and we will select somebody at random from all of those people. Now, if you want to start this war between me and the moderator again, I want you to put as many emotes in between all the other people's prompts as possible. Make the chat go 3 times, 4 times, 5 times as fast. This is going to be our final sprint. This is where we want to push out every little bit of ounce of energy we have left and just go the distance. You're going for speed. I'm okay. I swear, I'm okay. That's it for the giveaway for the HyperX goodies that we have. Now, we have talked a lot about the metagame this tournament. We have had a lot of attention for those Yorion Luca decks that seem to have all the different tools. But if you look at the actual decks that we see in the metagame, we see a somewhat different story. There's a lot more diversity happening there that we see from what percentually we would have expected. By any metric, we thought the top 8 could have been 4, 5, maybe even 6 Yorion decks by the time we got there. The true story is that we see a lot more diversity. So let's actually look at the different archetypes that we have seen in the top 8. And the first one we have is that mono red deck. Let's have a closer look together with you. That is Brian Hart. We had the interview with him. Let's get that art for our viewers big screened as well so they can join in. These little teeny weeny cards, they're very hard to read. We have the Obosh Companion. Makes it so that you can only play cards that cost a uneven converted mana cost, so only cards that cost 1, 3, 5, 7 if you're going there. But in exchange, it lets you do extra damage with all those sources, so 2 extra damage on every red source you have. And then, of course, it's super interesting to play lots of tiny little sources, because if you get a flat bonus on a bigger number of sources, then of course you are going to be getting more damage. So which cards do we see here? We see the Initiate has first strike, so instead of 1 it will deal 3. Torch Spitter will, with its ability, when it attacks it deals 1 damage, so that is so much better if it's +2 through the roof. And there we go, we have it for you. More 1-drops there because you just want more creatures rather than bigger creatures. Bone Crusher Giant is your super versatile, both a finisher, both a removal spell. Light Up the Stage finds you those cards. Annex is your perfect combo for this deck. He's 3 mana, he gets bigger when there's a bunch of things on the battlefield, and makes you extra 1/1s to be upgraded with that Obosh ability as well. All the rest is supporting cost for this deck. Super aggressive, very much the pick of the newer player, as well as it is a more straightforward playstyle than some of the other decks that we are going to see. Let's move over to our second deck list. That is Dmitry Pidlivolchev. That went a little bit better than my previous 19 attempts. Dimitri is playing Temur Reclamation, so playing Wilderness Reclamation, that enchantment you see on the top left, 4 mana. At the beginning of your end step, you untap your lands, essentially doubling up on the mana that you have available in your end step. It makes it so that you can cast lots of scary things without really fearing that you won't be able to do anything in your opponent's turn, because you will get to untap those lands and you will get to have them available for interaction with your opponents. That way, this deck gets to play a bunch of counter spells and, of course, have that big expansion explosion as a finisher. You can float all that mana, untap your lands, tap them again if you have multiple Wilderness Reclamations, and have 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as much mana as you have lands available for 15, 20, 30 point explosions to the face. That's how this deck aims to win. There's a little bit of a flash theme in the sideboard as well to move into, but that's not really the focus for this one. That's a other archetype, Temur Flash, playing a lot of the same cards, but very comparable. The next deck we have available is that of Enrico that we just saw moving into the finals. Now, you might sigh already. I can hear you all the way up to here. It's a Yorion deck. Why are we looking at another Yorion deck? Well, this one is a little bit different. It's a little special. It's a Zorius Yorion. It doesn't play any of those red cards that we're expecting. No fires in here for our player. No, he wants to go all in on the control elements. Way more counter spells, way more removal than anyone else has, and just aims to drag the game on until even other Yorion decks have nothing to do anymore. So we see that Elsbeth Conquers Death, we see the extra counter spells, the Absorb, the Dovin's Vetoes in there, some control elements as well, but that is the balance that you need in your deck to start that first game of the match and have a fighting chance against pretty much everything. Your deck completely shifts back into whatever mode you want to after sideboarding, and that is how these people can really turn into the perfect tool that they need to be to fight back against whatever opponent they can have. Next up, we have Omori-san playing Yorion Luca, so the more classic approach, let's say, to this deck, even though classic feels like a very weird word to use for a deck that's only a month and a half old. We see those fires, we see Yorion, we see that Luca Agent of Treachery combo with the token producers, so that whenever you sacrifice a token, you will always find that Agent of Treachery. A bunch of control elements, but this deck is one of the more proactive ones that we have seen when it comes to Yorion Luca decks. Doesn't want to mess around too much with waiting out stuff. It's super pushy, super proactive. Wants to get that Luca, first wants to sweep the board with Shatter the Sky, and then once you get that Luca, get that Agent of Treachery onto whatever you played to recuperate, to get that win. Next up, I think we have one more. Yes, we actually have the deck that I'm personally the most excited about in our top 8. Yuki Ishikawa on Junt Sacrifice is just a take on an archetype that we have seen since Throne of Eldraine has been around. So since September, we have seen our sacrifice decks with the Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven, sticking cats in ovens and making discussions about strategy and Magic very awkward to people outside of our community, because like saying you stuck a cat in the oven to make food and then use the food to bring back the dead cat isn't actually, it's not what you want to be talking about. And then you have to explain, no, it's not real. It's not a real cat. It's a card that's a cat, and things don't get better. So it's a bit awkward to talk about the deck with your non-Magic friends. All your Magic friends, they understand what's going on with your Trail of Crumbs and your other fairy tale references. And then that was the last deck I wanted to highlight. So let's have a look at our bracket in the meantime, as we have our players, our finalists, getting ready. They took a little break because they, especially Gobetti, had a pretty long match there reaching the final. So in our quarterfinals, we had Kenichiro Omori-san versus Christopher Virula from Guatemala. Japan versus Guatemala duking it out in this European tournament. Well, it's international, it's intercontinental, but still, for time zone's sake, it is a European event, and these players sacrificed their sleep and their nocturnal rhythm to get here. Brian Hart from the United States of America duking it out with Yuki Ishikawa in the second quarterfinal, also from Japan. So again, a cross-continental slugfest on European digital soil. Yuki was the one that came out the victor there. Zachary Stompy Barotzik came in with his red-green aggro trample deck that was designed to beat both the Yorion Luca decks and the aggro decks, and his prediction came true pretty much, making it all the way into the top 8 until he met Masahito Masuda, who dispatched of him. So he was, the European Japanese challenge went to the Japanese there. And then the last match that we had was Enrico Gobetti versus Dimitro Pidley. Well done is good. Can I have an applause in chat for finally pronouncing the name in one go? He didn't win, which was very good, because that meant I had to pronounce his name a lot less, and that made his semi-final against the Japanese player perfect. In the meantime, our finalist players are ready, so let's cut to Martin and Riley for coverage of the finals of Red Bull Untapped. Are you ready?
Hello everyone and welcome to the feature match area one last time here as part of our Red Bull Untapped International Qualifier. Riley Knight's my name. I'm joined by the Czech Hall of Famer Martin User, and we are off to the races with the last game, the last match of this tournament, the final, my friends. Martin, tell us a little bit about what's on the line here, and then we can get into the decks that these two players are working with here.
So the winner walks away with $2,000. The finalist still gets $1,000 for themselves, and most importantly, the first place slot comes with a qualification to the Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament. That is going to be the 16 winners, one from each of the qualifiers, which is $75,000 on the line. So a pretty big tournament with a lot of money, and it's definitely going to be something the players are going to be looking forward to.
Yes, indeed. It's been a long weekend filled with all sorts of things, thrills and spills. We've seen new decks, we've seen old decks, we've seen some exciting new innovations, but at the end of the day, two Yorion lists squaring off against each other in our final. On your screen, Jeskai Luca Yorion. That's the deck I'm sure everyone is very familiar with at this stage. Looks to power out a Luca, and then exile anything at all, like a 0-4 wall from Birth of Miletus, a 1-1 human soldier from Omen of the Sun, doesn't matter what it is, and then put into play an Agent of Treachery, as it's the only other creature in the list. On the other side of things, however, it's a little different. It's just straight white-blue, Azorius Yorion here. Azorius, as people, well, as no one's calling it until now, that's TM, that's Riley Knight, that's me. I'm going to get those royalties if anyone uses that name. That's all mine. The Azorius here is playing a much more, I guess you could call it it's a harder control deck, right? Harder, not more difficult, as in it's more focused on the control gameplay. But right now we're just going to see a turn 5 Agent of Treachery as Tatsumaki jams this Luca into play, exiles the wall, and Martin immediately stealing a land, which is it's a huge swing here.
Yeah, that is a pretty big swing, and it's actually really funny that we end up with two Yorions in the finals, and everybody's gonna say like, "Yeah, we told you so." You know, your Yorion's the best in the format, all that stuff. But we were really close to actually having a finals without a companion, because the other two decks were John Sacrifice that came to really close game 3, and the other two matchup was against Team of Reclamation, and both of those decks were not playing a companion. Both of the semifinals came to 3 games, really close match in both those semifinals. So we were actually pretty close to just having no companion in the final.
So this Agent of Treachery trigger still on the stack. I think there's going to be a Chemist's Insight in response to try to pull back into this game with cards, but it's going to be really difficult here, because not only with Castle Ardenvale next turn you can make another Agent of Treachery, there's also Yorion coming down the line a little bit later on as well. So it's all bad news for Gob at the moment, although there is a Mystical Dispute here. Maybe that changes something. Then again, you just don't need to play into counter magic. You can just make tokens, make more agents, and steal more lands. Yeah, look at this, the early concession. I just don't think in this position, you just can't come back from a turn 5 Agent of Treachery.
Yeah, it's not gonna get any better, and it just gets worse really quickly. So
very simple sideboard plan for Tatsumaki there. Out come the Fire of Inventions, in come more counter spells. Very clean sideboard, 4/4/4/2, plus the 1 copy of Yori on there. So, Martin, not too many changes being made, but of course, as counter magic becomes more important post-board, you don't want to be trapped behind a Fires of Invention.
Yeah, definitely counter spells. That's the way to try to stop, Luca from resolving all the combo pieces and all the important cards. So both players are going to be putting some extra counters in, and we're going to be looking at a lot of Dolphin's vetoes and Mystic Disputes and absorbs and all that kind of stuff, which is going to turn the matchup a little bit into like a draw-go control battle. Like both players are going to be trying to resolve cards at the end of turn. Shark tokens, Brazen Borrowers, maybe some tokens from Castle Ardenvale, Omen of the Sun, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it becomes a lot less about the board and a lot more about the stack. Although obviously the game will be resolved in the board. But yeah, you don't see this sort of sideboards very often anymore. 2 Deafening Clarions, 4 Dovin's Veto, 4 Glass Casket, and 4 Mystical Dispute. And so here you can see, look at this Mystical Dispute straight in.
Yeah, no blue mana, but you're guaranteed to make the first 4 land drops. So interesting looking hand for Tatsumaki. He's in the draw. He's going to have an extra draw step to try to find that blue source. The Zorius control deck is not really threatening to resolve anything too crazy in the first couple turns, maybe at the ferry, but a lot of the time they're just gonna hold up mana instead of playing it. But obviously that's gonna change a lot if there is no blue mana on the other side of the table. Then you are sort of incentivized to just play your Teferi, because what's the worst that can happen? But I guess Fires of Invention is still a card that you would be worried about.
Well, I think that your opponent's going to take out the Fires, right? Like that's a pretty standard game 2 approach.
Right, but what I mean is yeah, I guess Gob is on the play here, so he gets to resolve Teferi without even worrying about Fires or anything. He just gets to play Teferi on turn 3. The only problem could be Tatsumaki resolving his own Teferi, which would sort of turn off the Thales and Absorb in Gob's hand. And just to introduce the players, we have Enrico Gobetti on the top of the screen, an Italian player who mainly plays Miracles in Italian Legacy tournaments.
All right. Okay.
So probably well known in the Italian scene. And we have Kenichiro Omori on the bottom of the screen, who made top 8 at GP Kobe 2011. And as I was reading this info from Frank, I realized that I do remember that top 8 pretty well, because I was actually there too.
How did you go? In
losing against there's a better story to this. Losing against Makahito Mihara in the quarterfinals, who actually played a 64 card constructed deck. The format was extended. Like these days, we're looking at 80 card decks because of Yorion.
Why did he play 64 cards?
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna give you guys a few seconds here to try to figure it out. But it was extended and it was 64 cards, and Mihara ended up.
Was it like with the game super long? Was there a mill deck?
No. Mihara ended up in the finals against I believe Shota Yosoka, who ended up winning the Grand Prix with fairies, and the reason was that Valakut decks wanted to play more colors, so you needed all the duelists, but also a lot of mountains, and it was like a Wargate, Prismatic Omen, Valakut deck.
Yeah, but you needed a minimum number of mountains, so you had to go above 60 cards. Yeah.
But back into this game, we see Narset and Teferi in play for Gob, which would sort of almost be game over against the previous opponent on Team of Reclamation, but here we know that everything can change in a matter of seconds, just by resolving Fires of Invention. That is gonna let you play something like Luca for free.
Yeah,
that's gonna let you turn a token into an Agent of Treachery, and a lot of that stuff can change really quickly. But we also know that there are 2 Absorbs and a Tails in Gob's hand at this point, which is gonna make it much harder to try to resolve any of these big spells.
And typically, as we've already discussed, the game becomes a lot more about the stack and less about playing to the board in these situations, especially now that Tatsumaki has taken out all the copies of Fires of Invention. So we're not going to see that card here.
All right, that makes sense. Fair enough.
playing a much more controlling role.
These two tokens from Moment of the Sun are actually doing a decent job pressuring the Planeswalkers. Like it looks a lot better here than something like Birth of Meletis that would give you, an extra planes, but you wouldn't be able to attack any of the Planeswalkers with it.
So Narset goes downstairs again.
It's funny that like already 10 years ago people were actually playing decks that were bigger than 60 cards, and they actually had success with it. Like you don't just make the finals of a Grand Prix with a random deck where you were just playing 64 cards for fun. Like that actually made sense. But yeah, Yorion just completely changing the game today. 80 is the new 60. Or 95 is the new 75.
New 75, yeah.
Yeah, you better be looking for a new and bigger deck boxes for the decks that are going to be.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what I was trying to say before. Follow the money. Why is Yorion so popular? Big sleeve manufacturers. That's what it is. It's big magic accessory. We're all in the pockets of big magic accessories. Wake up, sheeple, and recognize what's going on. You're being lied to. Oh, companions are a fun new mechanic. We'll enjoy them. No, it was just a plant. It was just a plant to make Yorion the best companion, so we'd all have to buy more sleeves.
You're a big fan of like Commander stuff, right? So
I do like Commander, yeah.
There are special boxes for 100 card decks.
There are 100
cards. So this is pretty much going to be the same thing, right? Like you're going to be playing.
Yes, but that's not the point, mate. Because think of all the sleeve manufacturers who sell sleeves in packets of 80. Right? Oh, now you need 2 packets.
I am genuinely just asking for myself.
You need 2 packets, mate. It's all coming together. If you look really closely on the art of Yorion as well, you'll see the triangles with the eyes in them as well, mate. It's all coming together. It's a big conspiracy. We're all in the pockets of big card accessories. That's why I play unsleeved at all times. You're not going to get me.
All right, back to the game. Brazen Boar are doing a lot of doing a good job of attacking, but unable to block the 1/1 tokens for Moment of the Sun. So unable to protect that Teferi, which is a pretty big deal in this situation. Obviously, both players can start making Castle Ardenvale tokens. That actually might be a way for Tatsumaki to overpower all these counter spells. Just make a token every turn.
Yeah.
But we do know that there is a Shark Typhoon in Gob's hand, and he's going to be able to make another big flyer with it, and that combined with the Brazen Boar is actually going to start attacking for a lot of damage really quickly.
This is an attack that you could have guaranteed Teferi. Okay, you could have guaranteed Teferi surviving here. Being killed here if you just sent all 3 there. But now the 2/2 Shark jumping in the way of one of these tokens means that Teferi will live to fight another day. And that was probably not the most optimal attack, unfortunately, Tatsumaki.
Yeah, and there's still the 2 mana up, and you know that when your opponent decides to not make a 4/4 when they can, and instead they leave 2 mana up, you pretty much know that there is going to be a 2 mana counter, whether it's Zovin's Veto or Tails End. If the opponent never didn't have access to any of that stuff, they would have probably made a 4/4. So you can make an educated guess based on the fact that they decided to leave 2 mana up.
Right, in comes the Shark now. Is the Brazen Borrower staying back? Surely not. It's the worst blocker. I mean, it just doesn't block.
If anything, you might be worried about
Settle the record.
3/3 token being created by cycling a Shark Typhoon. But that was still only straight with the Brazen Borrower, right?
Yeah, I think you attack with the Borrower here. Oh well, doesn't go for it now.
Last year was actually really interesting because Tatsumaki had the option of playing Yorion, right? And Yorion that does play around Dovin's Veto, but there is still that Tails End, the one card that does a lot of really cool stuff in Standard right now, and that would have been able to counter the blue-white companion.
Right, here's the activation of Castle Ardenvale. And considering countering it here with Tail's End, that's the sort of thing you love to see. Is it going to happen? Yeah, it's either that or discard to hand side. No, I got 6 cards in hand, it's fine. So, countering. Countering, again, the best card in Standard. Hits once again. And now...
Wow, that's... I would think that was your way to counter a potential big Shark Typhoon token.
Yep.
That was your 2-mana counter for a Yorion. That is also a pretty big deal. So that surprises me a little bit, just to see that used on a castle activation there.
Yeah, I want to see it used on a Yorion second trigger, mate. That's that good stuff. That's the content you crave. Here is Teferi. This locks you out of playing Nas at this turn, but maybe that's okay. You need another blue source here. You got a handful of counter magic.
I guess Gob is just really, really valuing his Teferi there. Just doesn't want to let it die.
Yeah, seems like it. All right.
Okay, still 3 mana left for a possible absorb on that Yorion, maybe on that Narset, maybe on that Elspeth Conqueror's Death. So still in a pretty good spot for Gob.
Yep. We're going to see an ECD jammed here, but this is just going to eat and absorb.
Yeah,
So
I guess now using the Tail's End is really paying off as that Teferi, staying alive. That's a pretty big deal because otherwise Tatsumaki would have access to a double Mystica Dispute, which would help force through one of these powerful cards like Teferi, like Elspeth Conqueror's Death or Narset. So
yeah, they're being very neatly blanked at the moment. Either Teferi, of course.
Actually, they wouldn't really help with forcing through Narset because Tatsumaki only has access to double blue mana. So if you decide ever to tap out for Narset, you don't have any more blue. But
that's true. But I mean, potentially, if you draw more blue sources, they could actually be something other than just slices of ham in the ham sandwich that is Tatsumaki's hand right now. And so scrying here, hitting the rope while thinking about the scry, and leaves an Omen of the Sun on top. All right.
One thing that I would like to point out is the little World's Trophy on the left side for Tatsumaki.
That is not the World's Trophy. That is not the World's Trophy. That is the I supported my FNM by pre-ordering a Courier trophy.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's
I thought that was the one that you get when you picked Paulo as the winner.
There are two different ones, and that's the one that was given out to people who I think pre-ordered a Courier from their LGS.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's a little confusing in that case, but yeah, if you were part of that promotion, then there was a promotion at Worlds where you got to pick one of the 16 players, and if you pick the right one, and your pick ended up winning Worlds, you ended up getting a special Worlds trophy as your pet, which is going to be pretty rare on Arena. Plus, you got a little bit of free extra stuff.
Who did you pick?
I picked Paulo.
You did? So sick brags. This whole thing, we got him, everyone. This whole thing was just an opportunity. All Martin wanted to do was just bring up the fact that he picked Paulo. Well done, mate. You made a good choice.
I was going to say that Tatsumaki picked Paulo, but clearly this is a different trophy.
No. You just want to get that in there. Guess who I picked?
You picked Thorolf.
I did. Of course I did, mate. Yeah. Loyalty is more important than anything else, mate. And also, if he won, imagine the bragging rights of being one of like 3 people who has that trophy. Even Toffel himself didn't pick it.
Really?
Toffel himself didn't. No. The thing is, if he wins Worlds, the last thing on his mind is an MTGA pet. Like he's just won $4,000 billion or whatever. He's not going to be like, oh no, I didn't get my trophy. No, I think he picked Paulo as well.
Fair enough. Paulo definitely in the conversation for the actual best player of all time, John and Hakai.
I'd back him.
Hakai and John have been the top 2 for a solid 20 years or something now. Just winning 7 Pro Tours, top 8ing 15 Pro Tours in John's case. Obviously crazy stuff, but Paulo has been really, really tearing up.
Yeah,
all the Magic.
How many top 8s does he have now? Like 7?
I think 13.
Oh,
maybe
how many wins does he have then? 5. I'm going to look this up. This is ridiculous. I'm just pulling numbers out of my bum here.
I think it's 2 Pro Tours in 1 World, but I'm not 100% sure. Either way, back in this game, not really a whole lot that changed on board. There's still Teferi in play for Gob, making these 2 Mystical Disputes.
13 and 2. 13 and 2.
13 and 2. Okay. I remember during the Players Tour in Brussels, after day 2, Paul posted in our group chat, "Hey, does anybody know how many top finishes I have?" And we're like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well,
are we you secretaries? Come on.
I need to fill that in the top 8 questionnaire, and I just don't know. So if somebody's online, can you look it up?"
Jeez, unbelievable.
Like, that's a nice problem to have. You don't even know how many top 8s you have at that point. That is crazy.
That is ridiculous, isn't it? All right, let's see what's next up on the docket here. This game progressing at a very leisurely pace, it has to be said. Back upstairs goes the Brazen Borrower. Shark Typhoon also added to the hand here.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon is a great pickup. That's gonna create a big flyer at the end of turn, or in the future. And as we see, Tatsumaki currently only has access to double Mystical Dispute that doesn't do anything because of the Teferi.
Yep.
And that 1 Omen of the Sun that's going to help him dig for a little bit more gas, but he's really going to need to find something really good here.
Yep. Yorion's been dealt with.
Ooh, all right.
Luca here.
Luca is big. Now we know that Gob doesn't have any more counter spells. So Tatsumaki gets to resolve Luca, turn that wall into Agent of Treachery, stealing Teferi from Gob, possibly using Teferi to bounce Omen of the Sun back into his hand. That's actually, wow, if he goes for that, that's going to be a brutal swing, because that also is going to leave him with a...
He can't bounce anything. The Teferi's on 1 loyalty, but even just stealing it is huge.
Oh, you're right. It was used to return borrower. Okay, you're right. Which makes a lot of sense. I think Gob is probably thinking about this possible play and using the Teferi because of that.
Yeah, wanting to keep it on as low loyalty as possible.
Yeah.
All right, here's the Luca.
Okay.
All right, and if you just jam it here, yep, down it comes, playing around Mystical Dispute as well here with the 3rd untapped land. So this is going to resolve. There's no. Well, I guess you can cycle Shark Typhoon in response. Oh, the other thing you can do here, of course, is Luca, if you go downstairs, you just bounce whatever it targets, and then they don't get the Agent of Treachery.
All right, this game is still going to be interesting.
Yeah, actually, this Luca is not that much of a threat, because you go downstairs, they Brazen Borrower, bounce whatever you target. No, they bounce whatever you target with it. Just kills it, and then
you mean in response to the Luca activation? Yeah, that works. Yeah, that was just as well.
And then you can kill the Luca next turn by
making a Shark token,
Shark Typhooning again,
or just attacking with the Borrower that he can play. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yep, seems fine. Okay, so the Luca has been adroitly dealt with here. Flash the Brazen Borrower back into play.
Yeah, it's been a long day. This just shows you that like Gob is on top of all this stuff, just making all these plays before they even happen. Bouncing the Brazen Borrower into his hand exactly to prevent this kind of situation, and using that Teferi so that even if something like that happens, if Teferi gets stolen, that's okay, because it's not going to be able to use the minus ability to return.
The whole situation sorted out, and now left with just an Omen of the Sun on top here is Tatsumaki. So it looks like Gob may be able to cruise to victory from here. So certainly firmly ahead in this game at the moment. Let's see if anything can change. 2 blank pieces of cardboard in hand for Tatsumaki. Those Mystical Disputes not doing much for a couple of reasons. 1, there's Teferi, and 2, very late in the game, you don't always get good value off of a conditional counterspell. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can snipe someone. But sensible players will always make sure to play around Mystical Dispute. Here is Yorion. And flick the Teferi, of course. No Agents of Treachery in Gob's deck, by the way.
Yeah, just relying on that Shark Typhoon and perhaps a Dream Trawler. Dream Trawler is a good way to make sure that your card doesn't get stolen, but because you can gain hexproof. But then again, it's not a great card in the matchup overall, because you very, very rarely want to ever tap out 6 mana on your own turn, especially for a blue spell that can get countered for 1 mana with Mystical Dispute. So the weapons of choice after sideboard are kind of shifting towards whatever can be played at the end of turn. So Brazen Boar or Shark Typhoon, that is exactly what you want to be doing rather than tapping on your own turn.
Well, here's some good stuff. Agent of Treachery plus Luca on top of the library here. And you've still got the mana to cast a 7 mana agent, and both are going to be kept on top. All right, we got a game. There's the agent. And hard cast here for 7. No response. Give me that Teferi, please and thank you.
Wow, that Teferi can be used to bounce that Agent of Treachery.
Immediately bounce the Agent of Treachery. Oh, instead it's going to go after a shark. All right. Draw another card, draw that Luca there. So if the token survives, it too could be turned into an Agent of Treachery.
And you basically have to steal Teferi here, because if you steal Yorion, or if you steal any of the other creatures, that Teferi is going to just use the loyalty counters to bounce that creature back into your hand, or the Teferi forever, but you would just leave your opponent with a Teferi. This way, Teferi at least changes sides. You get to draw an extra card, and even though the Teferi is going to die to the Brazen Boar attack, you still at least make sure that your opponent's Teferi is now gone, and that unlocks your 2 Mystical Disputes. Although at this point, it might be a little too late for them to be very relevant.
Right, here's the ECD, and it's going to go after the Agent of Treachery here before there can be any more shenanigans. But the shenanigans have not yet finished, because Luca can come down next turn and turn that soldier into a new agent.
And it looks appealing maybe here to try to banishing like that token, so that, you know, even if there is a Luca, the token doesn't get turned into an agent. But there's Castle Ardenvale in play, and Tatsumaki has access to 10 mana. So even if that token disappeared, Tatsumaki can just tap 5 to make a 1/1, and then play Luca and turn that into an Agent of Treachery. It's going to be interesting to see what he goes for as a target for the agent's ability. If he goes for an Elspeth Conqueror's Death, if he just tries to slow down Gob from killing him, which I think is probably the biggest worry here, as we're looking at 7 damage in the air coming next turn, and that Shark Typhoon would actually be lethal. So this is a really important decision. But then again, if you're bouncing something like Yorion, your opponent can play cards like Teferi and bounce it back and get even more value. But I guess that can be said about anything, all 3 of these cards. Like if you bounce ECD back to your hand, your opponent plays Teferi, they get to replay ECD, exile your agent, kill your Luca. So that pretty much is the same thing. So you can really play around anything here.
Maybe going after the ECD here. I think that's the one that Tatsumaki is thinking about, because you go after the ECD, maybe you get to bring back your own Yorion, which isn't too bad. Let's see.
Yeah, he's really thinking about this. That would be great. Yeah, getting Yorion back would be insane, but you would die to another Borrower or to the Shark Typhoon. Stealing the 4/5, that's gonna give you a little bit of time, but your Yorion is actually going to die.
Wow, look at the uncertainty here. Is it the ECD? Is it the Yorion? It looks like we're locking in Yorion here.
Yeah, we know that Gob has all the answers with the Banishing Light and ECD in his hand.
Let's see what the next thing is here. Yeah, a Shark Typhoon for 4. Unsurprising to see that. That's 7 damage in the air. So now you can Banishing Light the Luca, because otherwise they're just going to get another Agent of Treachery next turn. That'll be the 4th, though.
Banishing Light is usually not that great of a card in matchups where both players have 4
Teferis,
for Teferi Time Raveler, because imagine your opponent going, Narset, activate, get a card into my hand. You were forced to respond with a Banishing Light, get rid of that Narset, exile it. Next turn, your opponent plays a Teferi. They bounce your Banishing Light, Narset comes back, reset with 5 counters. So they get to activate it yet again. Meanwhile, they drew another card with Teferi.
Yeah.
Another card in their hand with Narset. Now you have Banishing Light that you have to tap out for yet again. And it's just not great at answering all these Planeswalkers. But with 80 cards in the deck, cards like Shadow the Sky, they're not great in the matchup. I guess you were just looking at just having needing to have some of those cards in your deck one way.
All right, we go on now to game number 3, the very last game in this tournament. Red Bull Untapped Qualifier 1 coming to a close here with the result of this game. It will decide the match, and we will crown a champion based on this result. Is it going to be Yorion, Jeskai Yorion, or is it going to be white-blue Yorion, Enrico Gabetti playing the Azorius deck, the white-blue deck that we've seen just win that game there, and Kenichiro Omori playing Jeskai. And one of these two will be crowned the Red Bull Untapped Qualifier 1 champion, and only time remains. Only time will tell as to who it will be. Martin User, Riley Knight, your hosts today, and we will find out who will be walking away with the cash. I mean, both of them do get a healthy payout here, but of course, one is it's 2K for first.
It is 2K for first, 1K for second. It was 500 for both semifinalists and 250 for each of the quarterfinalists. Plus first place with about almost $5,000 in expected value in the giant Red Bull Untapped Finals tournament later in the year.
All right, Tatsumaki will get to choose whether to go first, and chooses indeed yes to be on the play here, and keeps a 2-lander.
Yeah, you have a blue source in Fabled Passage. This is okay.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was a way in the format to sort of counter the Fabled Passage ability where you wouldn't be able to find a land, but I'm sure there's nothing that exists like that. So I guess you're also on the play. So no Stifle Funny business.
No Tails End on the old Fabled Passage. You do love to see it.
You do love to see it. I mean,
you do love to see it.
I would actually like to see that, or that Yorion return to play trigger eventually, just at some point being decided.
It's so hot right now for sure. Ralgrim Triome means that you can play Teferi next turn potentially. Finding that third land is key, but you do need more. I think in this situation, you'd rather keep a 5-lander than a 2-lander. But the tools there, oh yeah, look at this, lands off the top like an absolute pro. So the question is, do you play the Teferi? Do you jam it into a potential mystical dispute? Or do you wait? And I think in this situation, Tatsumaki is going to wait. We've seen him to be a very conservative player, and that's not going to end now.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the spot where you want to wait so that you can next turn resolve a Narset with Mystical Dispute backup, or Teferi with Mystical Dispute backup. You have lands to play, you have Omen to play at the end of turn, giving you even more land drops. And this is really interesting. I think we're gonna keep. We might see Tatsumaki keep that White Castle, because what else do you want to do when both players are just passing and passing with counter spells in hand, and making 1/1 tokens for free with Castle seems pretty reasonable here. Obviously not as powerful as Shark Typhoon, but you are looking for some extra lands anyway, so it looks pretty reasonable here.
Narset now. Mystical Dispute backup in case the opponent goes for something like an Absorb. As you can see, there's an Absorb in hand. And the card that wouldn't be dealt with by the dispute is, of course, Dovin's Veto. And a difficult decision for Gob here as he hits the rope. Is he going to fire off this Absorb to contest the Narset and be blown up by Mystical Dispute?
Interesting. There's a lot of options. You can also, there's one play you can consider is, I'm going to let that Narset resolve. I'm going to let that Narset be used for the minus ability. And in response to the ability, I'm going to play a Brazen Borrower and hopefully attack that Narset. That's exactly what's happening. This is a play that's just hoping there's no mystical dispute in the opponent's hand. And the reason to do it in response to the abilities so that you can't find that Mystical Dispute to counter the Brazen Borrower.
There was already a dispute in hand here, so burning the Brazen Borrower for no value and a Luca on the top as well. There's no token on the battlefield at this stage, but still you're happy to pick up the Copper Coast Outcast. Wow, the Copper Coat Outcast.
one of the cards.
Yeah, that's one of the cards. Like Irreverent Revelers. They got us again. Oh, another Mystical Dispute off the top's not a bad one. And Narset can still go and fetch another card from the top of the library here. 5 mana available.
Yeah, now this is looking really good for Tatsumaki. Like, being on the play is such a big difference. Like, being able to, on turn 4, play a 3-mana Planeswalker and still hold up Mystical Dispute. That's a pretty big game. Like, this Narset resolving with that Dispute in hand for that Brazen Borrower, that was a really strong turn 4.
Yep. Off the top, Dovin's Veto's not bad, but we'll take another Teferi here and immediately play it. It's got a Dovin's Veto in hand as well as a Mystical Dispute. This Teferi is definitely going to resolve.
The only thing you don't have an answer for is a Shark Typhoon.
So you just have to make sure you play around it by not ticking down Teferi.
Yeah, this in this spot, if you ever Teferi minus to maybe pick up that Omen back into your hand, that would be a prime spot to get owned by a Shark token. But we know that both players have shown that they are navigating this match tremendously. So
yes, with an abundance of caution, I think it's fair to say. And there's the Shark Typhoon for 2. They can contest the Narset, but can't go after the Teferi. Well, it can, of course, but won't knock out the Teferi. And still Dovin's Veto to protect from any nonsense like another Teferi on the other side of the battlefield. Mystical Dispute can also be used in a situation. Thinking about potentially a Brazen Borrower by the look of things.
Yeah, Tatsumaki is just setting up for a good turn where he's going to be able to resolve that Luca with the Teferi in play. So without having to worry about any counter magic from Gop's side, no Dovin's Veto, no Mystical Dispute, none of that stuff. The Teferi in play, you don't get to do anything outside of cycling Shark Typhoon or maybe activating Field of Ruin or whatever, but no actual counter magic.
All right, bouncing the Brazen Borrower, blah, 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 it's easy for me to say. Brazen Borrower bouncing Teferi here. And this invites the response of a Dovin's Veto to prevent it from happening. And I think Tatsumaki is going to do exactly that by the look of things. Yes. And this does also prevent the 3-1 from ever being cast as well, as the Borrower is put in the bin. But this does clear the way for the opposing Teferi to enter the battlefield. So now we are just playing Hearthstone. No instance for either player. Although I guess the exception to that, of course, is Shark Typhoon, which can fight through a Teferi. And there's Shark Typhoon off the top. All right, very tidy.
You love to see it.
You love to see it.
All right, interesting situation. If you want to get rid of that 2/2 token by activating Teferi, you're going to lose it because it has 3 loyalty left. So you would just cash it in for an extra card. I guess you can just play another one from your hand and still have a Teferi in play. The other option is to let your Teferi just take it.
Mm-hmm.
Go to 1. Perhaps your opponent is going to be attacking Narset, in which case you have the option of cycling Shark Typhoon to make a bigger token to stop your opponent's 2/2, but then your opponent would be able to post-combat use that Teferi to bounce it, although they wouldn't be drawing any cards because there is Narset in place. There's so many little decisions now. There's so many ways you can play this turn. Obviously, we see both players' hand from our point of view, but if you're sitting there in Tatsumaki's spot, you have no idea what those 4 cards are.
Oh, wow.
There's also Yorion.
Going to instead be Yorion. That's not bad. Look at your Planeswalkers here. Reset their loyalties. And a fresh card off the top as well with Omen of the Sea. Ooh, Agent of Treachery. No, doesn't want that, of course. Had the lands to cast it. No fires. And a Luca that can cheat it out and play anyway. So ECD is the pick.
And I want to give a shout out to Elliot Busso, who is apparently the original creator of the Jeskai Luka deck, as we found out this weekend from Frank, who was doing his research about all the players and research about all the decks, and apparently Elliot was the first person to kind of play that deck on ladder, maybe in a slightly different form.
There's the Teferi bounce on the Yorion. No card draw, of course, because of Narset. But you can get in with the Shark. Oh, there's a Yorion as well here. And reset the Teferi's loyalty. And the Shark goes after Teferi to prevent a bounce next turn. Opposing Teferi comes back. 6 land off the top. And what's the play here?
So Yorion already used by both players, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot when Teferi can just bounce it so that it can be replayed. So that didn't really change all that much. Both Planeswalkers still in play. Elspeth Conquers Death, though. That's gonna be a big game. Yeah, that actually is a really important play here, because now that Yorion for Gob cannot be bounced by Teferi, it cannot be brought back from the graveyard by Elspeth Conquers Death, and now Tatsumaki is pulling ahead.
This is like in the old days of Commander, when you could tuck your opponent's commander into their deck, and it was one of the most effective ways, like with a spell crumple or something, and then they wouldn't have access to it anymore. Whereas now, obviously, that doesn't work. But this is kind of a similar feeling. Once you exile the Yorion, it can't be brought back with ECD, can't be bounced off the battlefield with a Teferi, can't be replayed from hand or anything else like that. So it ends up being pretty good here. It ends up being pretty good that the ECD sniping the Yorion like that.
Yeah, now there is just way too much stuff for Tatsumaki, I think. Like this turn, you don't really get to kill any of the Planeswalkers because they all have 3 loyalty. There's nothing with haste, really. So all you can do is really Elspeth Conquers Death to get rid of one of them.
This isn't too bad, though. Leaves you with a Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, we know that next turn, Yorion doesn't get countered by Dovin's Veto, and Yorion is basically another Elspeth Conquers Death, because you can blink that. You can exile your opponent's ECD. You can exile their Teferi.
Mm-hmm.
Tatsumaki would prefer having some lands to play, but it's at 6 lands you can operate pretty easily, and if you don't have land drops while you're on 6, that means you have plenty of stuff to play. So obviously you would love to make a land drop this turn, but it's not a bad spot to be in when you have 8 really good cards in hand that you were choosing from.
All right, Teferi looks to be the next play here for Tatsumaki. No, okay, thinks about it again. Can bring back perhaps a Teferi from the bin. Is there? I'm not 100% sure what's in his. No, okay, no, nothing. So ECD proccing next turn is not going to do anything.
Yeah, I guess playing Yorion here is a little bit risky if your opponent has Mystic Dispute. If you decide to go for Teferi, that plays around Dispute, but that gets countered by Dovin's Veto. So interesting spot. Wow,
so it just goes to discard, and discards a Luka, which I don't mind, because it does mean that next turn you get it back with the ECD. This is a way to cheat a. So I think what Tatsumaki is doing here is attempting to play around counter spells, because without doing anything that exposes him to counter spells, he can get an Agent of Treachery into play. ECD next turn brings back the Luka, and then you can use Castle Ardenvale to make a token, right? And turn that into an Agent of Treachery with the loyalty ability, which means that there are no counterspells that deal with that. But Martin, what card would deal with that line?
Yeah, that is a really, really smart play, actually. And yeah, I don't know. Do you have any suggestions?
Mate.
Is there anything in Standard that does that?
Tails End. Tails End, 1,000 times Tails End. When the ECD procs, you counter that. When the Luka goes downstairs, you counter that. When the Agent of Treachery comes in, you counter that. At each point there, a Tails End would be so much better than a Dovin's Veto or an Absorb here. And it's not like it's this ridiculously situational counterspell. A Tails End would be fantastic here to counter the Shark Typhoon cycle, to make sure they don't get a Shark. And here, God was thinking about whether or not to bounce. Sorry, to bounce the Shark.
there's still the card draw trigger on the stack, and now Gob is deciding, well, do I want to bounce a token? Do I want to let the token just block my 2/2 and eat it? But then I can use the fairy to bounce a token afterwards without really having to tap out. He does only have access to 4 blue mana, but that should be plenty enough.
Doesn't draw a card. But check this out. Here it comes. Immune to counter spells. Big brain plays from Tatsumaki as an ECD brings back the Looker, which can then, in conjunction with Castle Ardenvale, make an Agent of Treachery.
Yeah, but we know that Brazen Borrower can put a stop to that.
That is true.
And we also know that if you get Tails End, that would also be a really good way to stop that.
Okay. Not quite as clear-cut potentially as it may have seemed beforehand then. Let's see what the next move is here. Tatsumaki has been playing at what we in the coverage business like to call a deliberate pace of play.
I mean, at this point, like this is a big finals, right? It's not only a $1,000 difference.
Yeah.
It's also the qualification for the finals tournament. So
yeah.
the difference isn't really 1K. It's pretty much 6,000.
A huge game of Magic here, indeed. You're absolutely right there, Martin. All right, Castle Ardenvale. And now we're going to see downstairs on the token, but this is going to prompt a response with the Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, this is the high reward, high risk play. Like, I'm going to waste my entire turn if you have Brazen Borrower. You can also play the Brazen Borrower and attack my my Luca. So I'm pretty much just gonna lose everything if you have that. But if your hand is just full of counter spells, if your hand is full of absorbs, the Mystical Disputes, Dovin's Vetoes, Elspeth's Conquerors, all that sorcery speed kind of cards, then it's actually going to be really good for me because I'm going to get to steal your Teferi or steal your ECD or just get a really good turn with Luca and Agent.
We did talk about the deliberate pace of play of these players, and you can see now that Gob is at 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes roughly. And as we see, Castle Ardenvale destroyed by Field of Ruin. That is important to keep in mind, because if that timer hits 0, that's the end of the game. That is the end of the game and indeed of the match. And so Gob is going to have to pick up the pace because Tatsumaki is ahead on the clock at this point. And that is not the way you want this this game. As you say, Martin, worth tens of hundreds of dollars, tens and tens of hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars here. That's not the way you want your campaign to end. So Gob needs to get a bit of a wriggle on here.
Yeah, now that actually never mind. Luca is not going to die because it has an extra counter from the Elspeth Conqueror's death. So that is actually.
But it can't be activated to make another agent though.
It can be minus, but you still have that Iorion in your hand that perhaps you could use that to reset Luca back. It's still better. It's still better than just having it in the graveyard. But we know that now Gob with the Fairy in play, double Borrower, and the 2 counters in hand. Now it's looking pretty good for him.
Okay. Well, with 6 minutes on the clock, let's see if he can turn this one into a W, turn this material advantage into a big win. Here's Teferi the Time Raveler, not going to resolve because of this Dovin's Veto. There is a Shark Typhoon in hand that can block and trade with one of the Brazen Borrowers here. And an ECD to deal with perhaps another one instead. Okay. No, Absorb from Gob there. Down to just 1 card in hand. But this has kind of been Tatsumaki's entire turn here.
Yeah, so Tatsumaki was able to successfully run Gobs out of counter spells, but now those two Brazen Borrowers are going to be able to finish off the Planeswalkers finally.
Yep.
Leaving Tatsumaki with no board. We know that there are very, very likely no sweepers after sideboard in each of the players' decks. Maybe if there are any, that there could be like 1, maybe 2 shatters, but I would not expect too many sweepers at this point. I would expect more, the counters like Dovin's Veto.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And Mystical Dispute. So if you have a board of 2 big flyers, now pretty much the only chains your opponent usually has to stop it is a big Shark Typhoon of their own, which we know that Tatsumaki does have in his hand, but even if that token gets created to stop one of the borrowers, it will end up getting bounced by Teferi after combat. Gob could also try to play around that by just using Teferi to bounce Brazen Borrower into his hand even before he's attacking. If Tatsumaki just passes turn with all the mana up, that would be a play to possibly make. Return your Borrower, have that in your hand for petty theft for the token. Wow, another miss with Narset. That is a...
Yep, that's brutal. I mean, Narset came down, prompted a double Chemister's Insight, but as you can see there, only found more lands and another Chemister's Insight. So Narset is going to do a good job of holding off what's in Gob's hand, and in fairness as well, Yorion does a good job of blocking those Brazen Borrowers. So Gob may be just running out of... I guess no, the Teferi can just bounce the Yorion, right?
Teferi can do that.
Yep, and then you can take out the Narset again.
Yeah, there's a ton of lines you can take every single turn, and again, we can see the player's hands, but the players cannot. So even though we see 3 lands in Gob's hand there, that if you're Tatsumaki, that is basically the same as possibly looking at 4 counterspells. You just have no way of knowing that.
So Yorion gets picked up, no drawing a card, of course, from the Narset. Mystical Dispute in hand now, and we're going to see Narset get taken out. Yeah, 7 damage coming across. 4.5 minutes on the clock here for Gob. Just under 3 minutes behind the opponent, or behind Tatsumaki here.
Okay, now that Narset's gone, you can play that Chemister's Insight.
Ooh, that's a big draw as well. Shark Typhoon here.
Now it's going to be interesting to see if Gob does go for a 3/3 flyer, if he's just going to make a token with Castle Ardenvale. 14 life, that is 2 attacks from Brazen Borrower, but there is Agent of Treachery, so that could perhaps steal one of the Brazen Borrowers. I'm not sure how many counters Teferi is on because the agent is blocking the view, but...
Just one.
Just one. Wait, is it 1 or is it 3? It kind of looks like 3 to me.
It's 1.
Oh, it's 1. Okay, you're right.
Yeah. So the Brazen Borrower gets nicked by the Agent of Treachery. And we might see... Are we going to see a Shark Typhoon here? No, just a Chemist's Insight instead. Okay. Discarding the Plains. Finding 2 new cards. Ooh, another Teferi. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Gob is just looking for another Teferi and some counter spells. Because at this point, if you draw Teferi, you can bounce the Borrower back into your hand, which is going to give you another sort of protection from a Luca activation. It's going to give you another instant speed threat that you can play. It's going to give you another answer to a Shark Typhoon. So overall, this is a great draw for Gob, allowing him to bounce that Brazen Borrower back into his hand. And there's another Borrower, so even more sort of insurance against Shark tokens.
And there's Shark Typhoon.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 untapped lands for Gob. I'm not sure if he already played a land, but this is
3 damage coming across after the Shark Typhoon token is bounced, and this game may be approaching its end here with these Brazen Borrowers doing a lot of heavy lifting. Dovin's Veto off the top. And in hand, double Mystical Dispute there behind a Teferi, which is good insurance against any threat the opponent may have. Let's see if Gob can seal the deal here. 3 minutes between these two players, and just around 3 minutes left on Gob's clock. So it does have to seal the game before 3 minutes and 12 seconds are up.
The game is definitely going a little bit, of back and forth. There was definitely a situation earlier in the game where I thought that Tatsumaki was pretty far ahead.
No, there's been swings. It's gone both ways. It's been a terrific final. Both players have had a lot to say, and we've seen, as you say, Martin, a lot of back and forth.
And both players playing extremely well, making sure to take their time to find the best possible lines.
And this time it looks like it's going to be Yorion here.
Yorion with, how much is that? 4 or 5 extra mana. That would get counter exactly by the 2 Mystical Disputes. Teferi is a good one. That can stop all the possible counters.
Okay, so there's the Teferi. And however, this is, you can counter this. You can counter this with double Mystical Dispute.
Can go for double dispute, and you can also just play a Brazen Borrower and try to kill that Jace by attacking it.
Okay.
Wow, this is interesting. So this signals a Shark Typhoon, because one of the plays you can make now is bounce the wall.
Yeah.
Exactly what Tatsumaki is doing, meaning that Gob would have no blockers now, and now Agent of Treachery can attack, and it can maybe kill that Teferi.
And that's what's going to happen here. Yep. Agent of Treachery goes after the Teferi here, but surprise Shark attack, and this is going to be a Shark Typhoon for 3. And no, there's nothing Tatsumaki can do about this, and the Agent of Treachery gets eaten up by the Shark.
Tatsumaki does have 5 mana now, though, so he can play Yorion to bling both of his Omens and bling that Teferi as well, giving himself a big 4/5 blocker, but he knows that there is a Brazen Borrower in Gob's hand, I believe. Oh no, that has been used. That is on the Adventure Zone now.
Yeah. So now Brazen Borrower goes after the Teferi, takes it out once again. And still double Brazen Borrower in hand. Teferi goes upstairs, Omen of the Sea, and Gob is going to pick up the pace here. 2 minutes and 2.25 minutes left for him to finish this game. Going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
I think this game could easily go on for half an hour more, but we know that both players do have that 2, respectively 4 minutes left. So
yep.
They are going to need to go for maybe a little bit more aggressive lines of play if they want this game to finish.
Dovin's veto on the Narset. We might see Yorion here, yes, but this is going to be taken care of by the Mystical Dispute. Not only 1 but 2 copies here. So this is going to clear the runway. 1 Mystical Dispute, 2 Mystical Disputes. And that is brutal. That second Mystical Dispute, preventing the Yorion from coming down. Heartbreaking stuff for Tatsumaki as we see another Brazen Borrower. 2 hits from these fairies, and that's the game in hand. Not a whole lot going on. Just another Brazen Borrower, another Omen of the Sun, although that second Brazen Borrower is key in making sure that Luca doesn't do its best work. Shark Typhoon, however, is a blocker.
I was just gonna say, Shark Typhoon is one of the few cards that can still, sort of get you back in this. But obviously, there is that Brazen Borrower in hand, as you just pointed out, that will be able to bounce the Shark token. But maybe we can cycle, maybe just for 3 or 4, try to draw into another Shark Typhoon.
Find another one, yeah. Shark Typhoon's going to be the best hope for Tatsumaki, but his back is against the wall here.
But we know that Gob is also going to be able to play that Omen, maybe make a token from that Castle Ardenvale as well. So that's going to be a lot more attackers than just the 2 borrowers next turn.
Death by 1,000 token cuts here. As Luca goes upstairs, exiles 3 cards, not doing anything there. So we still have Shark Typhoon now for 3, but I think this game is about to end as Omen of the Sun is played here. Castle Ardenvale activated. An enormous swarm of small creatures is going to hand Gob 1, 2, 3 this win here at the first Red Bull Untapped Qualifier for 2020. Enrico Gabetti in a terrific position here to take it out. A Shark Typhoon being cycled and making a 2-2 or a 3-3, excuse me, is not going to do it. A 1-1 Shark is put into play. But after this, I don't even know what there is that solves this problem. Another Shark Typhoon potentially.
Yeah, you're looking for another Shark Typhoon, so you can double block the two Brazen Borrowers, or like block 1 on each, so that you don't die and just take 3 from the tokens. But we know that.
But that is it.
Brazen Borrower is gonna do it.
That is it. A land off the top. Dovin's veto, Mystical Dispute in hand against Teferi, not doing anything, and the champion is Enrico Gabetti playing Azorius Yorion. What a win for him with 1 minute remaining on the clock, sailing very close to the win. But my goodness me, Martin Watson, we have seen some magic today. Yorion, certainly unquestionably one of the best cards in Standard at the moment. It powered 2 people into the top 2
and put on a real tour de force. But it wasn't the Jesco Luca deck that many people would have expected. Instead, there's a new Yorion deck in town, this Azorius Yorion deck, Yazorian, as people are already calling it, I'm sure, is going to be the talk of the week. It's going to be the talk of the week, Martin.
Yeah, it's certainly not something we expected. I did not expect to see John Sacrifice in the top 4. I didn't expect to see Gruul Umori in the top 8, and in the end, it's Enrico taking the trophy back to Italy with his version of Azorius Control with 80 cards and Yorion.
And we'll see more of him later on in the year, of course, as part of the Red Bull Untapped series. Congratulations to Tim for being our qualifier. And also, look, congratulations to Kenichiro Omori as well. A very hard-fought and valiant effort right to the final whistle, but unfortunately not quite enough. The trusty Jesco Fires, Jesco Yorion, Jesco Luca, whatever you want to call it, getting him all the way into the top 2, Martin. But the best deck in Standard falling just a little short at the end of the day.
Yeah, just good showing by both players. I think they played extremely well, and I'm happy we saw an interesting top 8. We saw a lot of interesting decks, and I'm looking forward to more Red Bull Untapped tournaments.
Yep, it's going to be great fun, and we do hope you'll stay with us now as we get a chance to catch up with both the winner and the runner-up. But that is that for Martin and I. We are out of here. You can find Martin's stream at twitch.tv/MartinUser. I also stream occasionally twitch.tv/RileyCreator if you want to see more magic from us. But thank you so much for being part of this broadcast throughout the weekend. It's been a lot of fun. And on a personal note as well, I'd like to thank the incredible team that we've had behind the scenes, Tournament Center and CSL. And of course, the team at Red Bull have also done a fantastic job of putting on this event in unprecedented circumstances. So a heartfelt thank you to everyone, and in particular our incredible producer Mario, who has been one of the best producers I've ever worked with. Just stunning stuff from the team behind the scenes. And you only see them when stuff's going wrong, my friends. You only notice them when stuff's going wrong. And it's a testament to their skill and courage that this weekend we've had a pretty successful broadcast. So thank you so much to all of them for their hard work and the success. But most of all, thank you to you, because if you weren't watching, this broadcast wouldn't be possible. So thank you for making the broadcast what it is. Anything else you want to say, Martin, before we sign off?
Just, thanks for a great tournament. This was about the 15th biggest tournament of all times, and we don't have the spectator mode yet. We don't have like an in-game client, in-game tournament mode. So given the circumstances, it's not that easy to throw a tournament this big. So given the circumstances, I think everybody did an excellent job, and thanks to everyone on the team, as you mentioned, making our job easier, giving us all the info, and making the production go extremely well too. So thanks to everybody involved. Thanks to you guys for watching. And there's going to be more Red Bull Untapped tournaments coming up.
All right, my friends, with all of that out of the way, it is back to the news desk. Back to Neil. Thanks for tuning in, and stick around now as we get the chance to catch up with both of our heroes here. It's back to you, Niels, at the news desk.
You won! Congratulations!
Hey, looks like you won. Although, did you beat up a bunch of dinosaurs? I really hope not. But either way, congratulations, you made it!
That was our last match here in Red Bull Untapped 2020. We have a winner, we have a finalist, so let's talk to our finalist, Kenichiro-san, first. Kenichiro, can you hear me?
Hello?
Kenichiro, hello, congratulations on making it to the final. How do you feel right now?
Not happy.
Not happy. You really wanted to win that final match, of course.
Yeah, I want to win.
You always want to win. Well, you did win $1,000 and a care package from HyperX. Do you have any idea what you want to do with your $1,000? Not yet. That's okay. You are very focused.
Sorry, no idea.
No problem. You're in Japan, right? So it must be very late for you. What time is it for you there?
1 a.m. Monday.
1 a.m. Monday. That is very, very strong dedication and passion to the game. Congratulations, Kenihiro. Are you going to try and play any of our future qualifiers?
Sorry, no, I don't. My,
So would you want to try again with another qualifier in the future? More Red Bull Untapped events.
yes, I want to join if the timing is right.
Yes, of course. Let's hope that maybe some of the future events move into different time zones. We will see. We saw a lot of interest from the Japanese players, so that really helps, of course. So thank you very much, and again, congratulations, Kenihiro-san, and
Yes,
let's hope we see you again in the future. Goodbye and good night.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Enrico Gobetti?
Yeah.
Congratulations, you are the winner of the first qualifier for the Red Bull Untapped 2020 series. First question, how do you feel? Like, what's going through you, through your body right now?
I just, sorry, my English is not so good, but I go out and
It's okay. Well, let's keep it simple. So,
okay.
Enrico, you played Yorion, but not just Yorion, Luca Yorion Fires. You thought that just blue and white was enough. What made you decide this for your deck?
So in last weeks, I tried some decks, all kind of Yorion decks, also 5 colors, for example. And at one point, I thought I'm losing because I pay life for my lands against aggro. And against other decks, I don't have. I need to counter spells to counter their Luca, their broken thing. And in the meanwhile, in the major part of decks I played a lot of Brazen Borrower because I thought that was the best answer to Agent of Treachery, unless they steal your lands, like happened in game 1 that he just go out and destroy me, stealing lands.
That's just wrong. Whenever people attack your lands, it should be out of the game, right?
Yeah. In game 1, I concede on turn 6. As soon as he casted Luca, I thought, okay, I have no counter. He take Agent, he take my lands. Maybe if I get a great top deck that I don't know, I was thinking, okay, there is no top deck that can save me, and but still drawing a card before conceding because maybe I missed something. Okay, and I concede immediately.
Yeah,
but during all the tournament, I found the best card of the deck was Borrower and Chemist Insect. I found already great, good placed in the metagame, this card. I got pretty lucky because I never found a Bounty Yorion deck that I think it's even matchup, but they are a bit advantaged thanks to Uro mainly.
Yeah, that makes sense, having that extra little bit of card advantage and pressure in the deck. But hey, in the end, you with Azorius, you went all the way. You won $2,000. You also get an AOC, very nice 1440 resolution and 144 hertz panel to go with that for your computer, so you can see how you're winning in the future even better. Is that an upgrade for your current screen, or do you already have something fancy?
I spent my last 3 days fantasizing to win this tournament. Really.
All right. So
okay.
So you already had your eyes on the prize. What do you have any idea on what you want to do with the $2,000 you've won?
One thing could be get a better computer because now in this moment my computer is pretty hot because it's just a portable PC, simple PC. And I was streaming all the tournament today, and after 12 hours that is going and keep playing, it's just maybe in these minutes we crash. I don't know.
Okay, that's a scary situation to be in. So just let me remind you: don't buy a screen. You already have an upgrade that will be coming your way. You will also be going
sorry, I didn't listen all.
Okay, so I just said that you don't need to buy a new computer screen because you already won one. So don't buy too much with the 2000. Keep something.
I won one, right?
Yes. So you have a screen now.
Shit, I didn't know.
Yeah, the one you see on the stream, the one next to me, the big one, it's a very nice one actually, is also part of your price.
Oh, okay. That's
very nice.
That's incredible.
I know, right? I didn't give it to you. It was AOC that sponsored it, so they're giving you something extra on top of the $2,000. So super nice for you. Enrico, will we be seeing you again in future qualifiers? Because you can keep playing, and you also have the. I believe you're Italian, right?
Well. I was starting thinking I love play Magic a lot, and I just was thinking if I win, I want to ask if I can participate to the next one.
Yes, you can keep going. You can play in all the different qualifiers. No problem.
Okay. And
you can win 2,000 over and over and over again, and the qualification goes to the next one.
The position at the finals because I don't want to take a position from other people.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. The rules actually say that if you're already qualified, we just give it to the next one. So you can just play for the prize money and have fun. Yes, you can play in all of them. I love your attitude, Enrico, just going like, oh no, I want to play more. I hope I get to play more. All right.
I like this game. It's incredible. And
I agree.
And mainly standard with the fact that keep rotating is ever amazing, and I like also arena, but I rarely prefer paper cards because they are the best.
I agree. There's so much there, and they smell so good too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Enrico, I am going to end our interview. I want to congratulate you again on your amazing performance and your very intelligent deck design. I hope you have a good evening and a good night, and you feel like a true champion.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
This was an amazing day. Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That was Enrico. And Enrico is already just full of anxiety, of anxiousness to get into his next event. He'll, of course, have his own country qualifier coming up as well. But let's have a look at what your options are to play some more Magic Arena inside the Red Bull Untapped series. We've had our online international qualifier today and yesterday, and in a couple of weeks on June 6th, Germany and Spain get to play their online qualifier. Then 2 weeks later, we have the Italian one. I'm sure we'll see Enrico there. He's already waiting for this one. Like, he's got it marked in his calendar. It's on countdown, and he probably has it like taped on his window in the bathroom just to remind him, like, time for a second title. That's what he's thinking, according to me. After that, the rest of the world can have an opportunity again. All the Japanese players can come back for the online international qualifier number 2 on July 11th. 1 week after that, we have the third one already, and then we have the online qualifier for the UK at the end of July. That is the first of 16 qualifiers that currently are announced. After that, we will go to the finals. Those 16 winners will be brought together in one big showcase event, and that will be the big finish to this season. Let's get this schedule out of here. It is time to say thanks to all the people that were involved in this in this production, because there's so many different parties, so many facets involved. Here from the production house at Tournament Center, we want to say thanks, of course, first and foremost to Red Bull for this cooperation to bring the greatest game and the greatest energy drink together, mash it up, and bring you this tournament series in what is hopefully a unforgettable experience for everybody. I can name you a bunch of names that will never forget this, like Zachary getting into the top 8 for the first time in his life, like Enrico getting the prize here. We want to thank Wizards of the Coast for making this game, obviously, AOC for being the biggest sponsor involved, and then we have Melee.gg, the tournament website that made everything possible, Ultra Pro for sponsoring a bunch of the great goodies we have, just like Channel Fireball. And then we want to thank CSL Card Sports League as well. They were the end of this huge funnel of all the different sources that came in and pushed it out to you, the viewer. And you guys are the people that we want to thank as well. But first, we want to thank all the staff behind the scenes, our tournament admins. We want to thank our analysts. Our casters said goodbye to you already. They got their own forum. Jürgen Bart, your tournament organizer for this event, the guy who was behind the buttons at MTG Melee. He was a huge influence on making this event a success as well. And all participants, all viewers, all chatters, all tweeters, everybody who thought about Red Bull these last 2 days, everybody who said something, posted something, thank you very much. I probably have forgotten 7,948 different people that in somehow, some way were involved. Our cosplayers that were involved, the people that helped, Vince for making the introduction video, and more. Everything. Everybody that I've forgotten, thank you very much. And thank you from me personally as well. It was great being your host for this event and rattling off in between certain segments because, well, I guess that was my job now, and we got that opportunity. So let's go to our cosplayers to say goodbye and round everything up.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you soon.
Good luck, everyone, and have fun.
You won! Congratulations!
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Hey, looks like you won. Although, did you beat up a bunch of dinosaurs? I really hope not. But either way, congratulations, you made it.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck. Have fun.